Hey, good morning everyone and welcome to EMCSA 2022. My name is Rob Walker. I'm going to be your host for the event this year, and I'm joined in studio this morning for our opening morning by George Minnie from Autotrader. George, thank you for joining us.
You're very welcome, Rob, and thanks for having me. It's really good to be here.
Fantastic. EMCSA this year is proudly brought to you by our two headline sponsors, Autotrader and Grid Cars, as well as Katia Automotive. So our thanks to them for supporting us, and George, you guys and Autotrader for supporting us this year, helping us get the message out about EMCSA.
You're most welcome. I think it's important that we actually get the message out around the topic we're going to talk about today. So we're very supportive of this topic.
Fantastic. So you obviously you live and breathe. You drive EV. I mean, you turned up this morning in the studio. You've got a beautiful Jaguar I-Pace.
Thank you.
That's why we felt that you were the right person to host the first morning session with us, because you don't just walk the walk. You talk the talk, I should say. You actually walk the walk. Now, last year in EMCSA, we ran the event, and there was a number of topics that came forward, which I think if we cycle forward 12 years, is we've seen now where we've already become to the point. I mean, one of the big ones was it's a variety of models in the country, which we've seen a number of brands launching. I mean, this week Audi just launched the e-tron. From your side as Autotrader, have you seen this big push in the last 12 months with brands bringing a lot of EVs in?
Yeah, I mean, I think historically OEMs, or original equipment manufacturers, have had a very stark push strategy. So they would push vehicles into the market, and now with the advent of the internet and the advent of EVs, the consumers are more pulling on the OEMs for what they want. So there is this combination of push and pull from the OEMs and from consumers. But what we've seen is consumers are actually leading the charge in South Africa. We've seen a doubling of searches on Autotrader's website just in the last year versus the previous year, so 2021 versus 2020, in terms of searches for EVs themselves. But there's a lot of education to be done. You know, people are searching for Toyota Corolla, Toyota Hilux EVs. They don't even exist. So consumers have a big appetite, and we've seen it starkly in the results.
Fantastic. And one of the other big things that we spoke about last year at EMCSA, and we were quite privileged, we had a lot of guys talking about it, was government and seeing a willingness from government to push into EVs. Now, last year we heard that we were preluded that the green paper was going to be published. A few months later, the green paper has come out. What are your thoughts? I mean, that was one of the big things that came out last year when all the attendees, everyone was talking about, what is government doing? Have we seen enough in the last 12 months to where we are today that people are now believing that government is doing something?
So, I mean, my perspective on government is governments are the biggest monopolies in the world, right?
Sure.
And what comes with a monopoly and with a big entity like that, because you can look at government as a big entity, what comes with a big entity like that is a lot of bureaucracy and slow moving. The wheels turn very slowly in organizations
Sure.
like that. So I was very excited to see the green paper. We've been promised that a white paper will come out of that green paper towards
Sure.
the beginning of this year. I think that's going to happen because Autotrader, myself, we've been working closely with NAMSA, and it seems like that's going to turn into a white paper. But quite frankly, Rob, we don't have a choice, to be honest. So the deadlines are looming.
Sure. And I think the third big thing that for me came out of it was people talking around obviously concerns around energy in South Africa. We all know the country where we live in. It does seem to me that there has been a shift towards South Africans understanding that we don't just have to rely on a single energy provider, that we actually can become self-reliant. And even in the last 12 months, I even saw yesterday, I think it was, Amazon announced their 10 megawatt plant in the Northern Cape has gone live. Are we seeing South Africans becoming less reliant on Eskom and actually saying, well, we can move towards EVs? And I know our keynote speaker is going to talk about it, about e-mobility and solar energy. Is that a big trend that you see coming forward? It seems to be big for me in the last 12 months.
Definitely in terms of the move towards renewable energy like solar, wind energy, etc. But like anything, the biggest hurdle or the biggest challenge in any country, and South Africa is no different as a matter of fact, is really regulation.
Sure.
A couple of months ago we saw the government lift the regulation on what plants can produce from a solar point of view. I think it's now at about 100 megawatts.
Yep.
Before that change, companies couldn't provide energy to consumers or to shopping centres, etc., beyond a particular cap, which then left the energy requirements and energy supply up to Eskom. So now that cap's been lifted, I think we're going to see a lot more momentum in the renewable energy space. From a consumer point of view, I mean, I talk from my own personal experience. I've kitted my house out with solar and batteries and inverters, mainly because I drive an electric vehicle and I wanted to reduce my fuel costs, which I have done.
Sure.
But it's still quite expensive to install, number one. The biggest expense is the batteries. Lithium ion is an incredibly expensive thing. So energy availability is there during the day. Energy storage, I think, is the challenge, and that's where the cost starts to escalate.
Sure, and I mean, I think as you've spoken about, I mean, it's about people being open to these new ideas. I think we're seeing as EMCSA a lot less people saying, can't drive an EV because Eskom can't supply us power. I think their minds are starting to open up to the possibilities, to seeing that it isn't just about Eskom or just about government, that there are alternatives out there. And I think maybe the last one, which I think it's always been a question with EVs in this country, is when are we going to start to see a low income model coming in? Because I mean, as we spoke about, Audi, BMW's obviously got models out there, Jaguar has models out there, Volvo. From your perspective, an auto trader, do you think that's where the big capture market is in South Africa with an entry level EV, and when do you think we might see that?
So, I mean, we've put out now the electric vehicle or the EV buyer survey, yes, 2 years in a row. And it's very clear that consumers want a car under 500,000 Rand. So your point is actually spot on in terms of, mass adoption will happen, we think, when that price point comes down below 500,000 Rand. Now, we're starting to see that in the search numbers. The BMW iX, the older, small version that is now a second-hand vehicle on Auto Trader's platform, is getting most of the searches. And one of the reasons it's getting most of the searches is because the second-hand price point is now starting to dive below 500,000 Rand.
Okay.
So not only did the research show that, the actual numbers and the search numbers are starting to show that very fact as well. So I think the moment somebody brings an EV in at under that price point, we'll start to see the actual user adoption escalate. Now, you ask yourself, well, where's that going to come from? Because most of these EVs are premium EVs. My Jaguar I-Pace, the Audi e-tron, the BMW iX40, which I drove the other day, let's talk about Porsche. I mean, Porsche is a premium sports car brand. They're all more than 1 million Rand. So I think that if those OEMs don't bring a car into the country at close to or below 500,000 Rand brand new, we're going to see companies like GWM and Aval, the Chinese brands, yes, bring EVs into the country, and that's going to cause adoption.
Fantastic. So I think, to summarize, EMCSA 2021, those are the main topics that people spoke about. I think the most exciting one is to see the willingness of government. I mean, our speaker last year, Gaylor, he alluded to it, and a few months later it happened. We got the green paper. I think that people are starting to see that this is going to happen whether they like it or not. And I know you preach the e-mobility movement, you drive the car. What do you think it's going to take? And maybe it's more events like this where we educate people and let people have the knowledge. What do you think it's going to take for us to really see that massive change curve? Because I think what everyone's talking about is that the change curve is happening, and the longer it takes to happen, the steeper the change is going to be. What do you think it's going to take for us to start seeing a mass number of EVs on South African roads? Maybe not, we're not talking huge percentages of the vehicle fleet on the road, but when we can start talking about more than 1 or 2% of the vehicles, maybe start talking about 10%. What do you think is that going to be the price point, or what do you think it's going to lead to get that up?
So I think it's down to three things. Two of them are education based, and the third one is definitely the price point.
Sure.
So I mean, everybody has spoken about the price point to death. What do? We've got to reduce taxes. We've got to give government incentives. We've got to, business has to come to the party as well. The other two are education based. Range anxiety, mm-hmm, and load shedding is a non-event.
Okay.
I charge my EV for 2 to 3 hours a day. There's
Yep.
no load shedding that in an 8-hour period that's going to last for 8 hours. So load shedding is not a big deal. So education around range anxiety. You can drive these cars for long distances. There are 300 chargers in South Africa, and Audi
Which
is
I just want to touch on. I mean, that's gone up significantly from even 12 months ago.
Exactly. And Audi has now committed to doing another 70 or 80 in the next 12 months, and they're 150 kilowatt chargers.
So we're knocking on to 500 chargers in the next 12 months. Probably.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the actual charging infrastructure is outpacing the EV adoption. If we talk about when this will happen, we sell maybe 400,000 new cars in South Africa, a local consumption a year. At that 400,000 mark, with 12 million cars in the car park, it's going to take 25 years plus in order to change the car park to EVs.
Yeah.
So that shouldn't be the concern. It should be how many of those 400,000 in a year can we make EVs?
Yes.
Rather than looking at how fast is the car park going to change. Car park's going to change in 30 years. It's not going to be overnight. Everybody's going to be driving ICE vehicles in the next 15 years secondhand. So it's more about those 400,000 a year. How many of those are we? And we're only doing a couple of hundred a year now versus 400,000.
Okay. And I want to try and summarize kind of where we were last year, where we are to now. I think that change curve has dramatically, shifted. If I look at some of the speakers we had last year, people were talking about if this happens, if that happens, maybe this will happen. Whereas, some of the speakers we have now, people are talking about this has happened, this is happening. And the conversation has has shifted from if and when to is and now. And what do you think? I don't know, look into the crystal ball. What do you, as George Minnie from Autotrader, what do you think we're going to see in the next 6 months before we jump into today's sessions?
In the next 6 months, we're going to see a lot of supply of EVs. I don't think it's going to meet demand. Demand means the price point has to come down. So I think there's been a lot of supply in the premium segment.
Okay.
You can look at all the cars that are out today. There's going to be more of that.
Okay.
At some point, if we look beyond 6 months, someone is going to come to the country with a lower price point EV. And
that's the Chinese market that you're talking about.
I think the Chinese potentially are the characters who are going to bring the car in. Look at the Haval Jolion.
Yes.
Haval Jolion's an ICE vehicle. It has absolutely knocked the lights out of South Africa.
Yeah.
We are seeing the Haval Jolion searches rise to a point where I think it's going to rival the top 15 most searched for cars in the next 12 months. So it wouldn't surprise me if a Chinese brand does bring an EV in, and then we're going to see the back six be a very different place.
And do you think, let's touch on that quickly, because I know internationally people will be speaking about potentially a low price point EV that doesn't have a massive range that people can use as their daily driver in and around town. Do you think that that's something that we can see? Because everyone's talking about having range 600 kilometers, or realistically, most of us only drive 100 Ks, 150 Ks in a day. Do you think there's going to be an opportunity for someone to come in with a low price point vehicle that only has 300 Ks in a day, because that's going to bring the cost of the lithium ion batteries in that vehicle down, which lowers the cost of that vehicle? Do you think that that's a strategy that we might see someone employing?
It has to be a strategy, because I think it's the only way the traditional OEM can compete. With the likes of the Model 3 Tesla, which has long range, is compete at the price point for the use case of the consumer.
Sure.
And the use case of the consumer is, I don't need a car that can do more than 100, 150 Ks a day.
Yeah.
I look at myself, besides driving here this morning, driving to the office and back, and now, after lockdown with the hybrid working models, you drive even less.
Yeah.
But I'm doing maybe 70, 80 Ks a day.
Yeah.
You don't need a car with more than 150 kilometers of range, which brings the price of the car dramatically down, because lithium-ion batteries are the biggest cost. I found that in my house's solar installation, 90 kilowatt iPace. That's what pushes the price of the car up, definitely.
Fantastic. So let's jump into this morning. We have Karel Snyman. He's going to be joining us and talking about electric vehicles and solar energy, applying local electric vehicle experience to the transition of fleets from fossil to solar energy. This is a keynote where I think that this is something that people have touched on. fleets are an easy win. Fleets are where we could actually have easy wins. I mean, they have pretty much set distances every day that they are changing, and bringing in that solar energy. Do you think that this is going to be something which South Africa? I mean, we have more solar days than most countries around the world. Is this an opportunity where we could see mass adoption on a large scale with these fleets?
I've said more than a half a dozen times already, let's not leave it up to the government to do everything.
Sure.
Many companies have the ability to give company cars, to change their fleets. So all the government needs to do is really incentivize the tax benefits of having a company car, and we could see mass adoption happen very quickly by corporate businesses getting involved. So I definitely think there's an opportunity to get mass adoption through fleets, especially fleets of passenger vehicles, because eventually those fleets, where do they go? They go into the second-hand market.
Sure.
And we know the second-hand market is 2 to 3 times bigger than the new market.
Yep.
And so the wheel can start turning. So there's definitely an opportunity for South Africa to move in that direction.
Fantastic. So on that note, George, I think Mr. Carl Snyman is with us, and we are going to stop talking and hand over to him. And our keynote address on day one of EMCSA 2022, brought to you by Auto Trader and Grid Cards, as well as Katja Automotive. Mr. Carl Snyman, over to you, sir.
Good morning. I can't see people, so I hope you can all hear me. I'm going to talk about applying a local electric vehicle experience to the transition of fleets from fossil to solar energy. I have done this myself, and on Thursday I'm doing another presentation at the Transportation SIG where I'll be explaining a little bit more in detail about this. But for now, let's go to the experience, and let's then talk about the ideas and the ways that we can perhaps get to the proper and better situation, away from solar and more towards solar energy. I'm going to cover the experience that I had, of course, at the CSIR in the early 70s. I was doing something else. I was not involved then, but I will start there because that's really where South Africa's history regarding electric vehicles started. And then I will talk about what happened at the National Energy Council. I will cover the work that we've done at Eskom. Eskom pulled the plug in 2002. I went somewhere else and then started BSE Warehouse a little bit later, not 2002, but 2006. Then joined forces with Winston and Grid Cars. We started Grid Cars in 2009. Saneri, I consulted to them when I was running BSE Warehouse and introduced us, and we started Grid Cars. Grid Cars is still continuing. I left in 2013 to work with Saneri and try and convince government that this is a good idea. And when I reached retirement age, Saneri said, "You better leave now. That's the law." And anyway, I have a passion for this, so I'm still continuing. Currently, I'm a consultant, independent consultant, working with various people. But I'll touch on that when I get there. So the early days at CSIR, early 70s, this is the first electric car that came to South Africa. This is a CC43, as you see. So it's in Kimberley. You remember Kimberley was one of the cities that had electricity first in the world, mainly because of the Diamond Rush. And this is a bus that was manufactured during the first electric vehicle program in South Africa in the early 70s. As you can see, one in front of the Union buildings. Then the two main developments that I think stand out at the CSIR, and there were many things that happened there, various papers produced, MSc theses, PhDs, etc. But I think the work that Mike Thackeray did with lithium battery development was a milestone in history. And also the work that Johan Kutzer did with the Zebra battery development was also significant. And we still see that the Zebra battery finds application in this vehicle. It's a solar bus. It's called a Tindo. That's the Aboriginal word for sun. And that is a vehicle that operates only on solar energy. And hopefully we can get there with our vehicles in South Africa as well. It's about a 12-ton vehicle with a top speed of 75 kilometers an hour. And it's got a range of about 200 kilometers. Not too bad for a battery that was developed early in the 70s. Then I started my career in energy and electric vehicles at the National Energy Council in 1988. I gave my age away now, I suppose. But anyway, the National Energy Council put their focus on South Africa's energy balance, and all their efforts tried to improve this. Now, this is not the complete energy balance. I realize that, but to simplify things and to make things clear where the problems are, I just put this together in 1990. So it's also old, but it presents the problems that we faced then. You can see we have a big stack of coal that we're working from. We import all the crude oil. That's the primary energy, and then we convert that at Eskom, the coal, to electricity, and also at Sasol, some of the coal to fuel. And a lot of that is also used direct in our industry at that time, much more than today. So that's then converted into the secondary energy. That's our energy carriers that are being used in our economic sectors. And these lines and boxes and things are sort of relational to the amount of energy being used there. And you can see we use a lot of energy in industry, lots in transport, but the production losses is massive. And also the consumption losses is massive. And you can see transport is very inefficient in that sense. And the little circle at the bottom, the green one, that is actually the useful energy. That is the energy that turns the wheels, if I can use it that way, of our economy. And the rest is just wasted or lost in terms of production and consumption. The point I want to make is if we use the incandescent lamp, say for instance in coal, there's 100 units of energy. When we convert that into electricity, 62 units are lost. So 38 units enter the transmission lines. And being transmitted, 2 units gets lost. And then we start with 36 units to power the lamp. But 43 of those units are lost. And only 2 units produce the light. The 43 units produce heat. Now, that's why we don't use these lights anymore. And I'm sure you've all changed. But the same is true for cars. And I hope now you will have the motivation to change as well from your old internal combustion engine car to an electric car that is much more efficient, as you can see from this. With the internal combustion engine vehicle, only 15% of the energy that's in your tank reaches the wheels and becomes kilometers, whereas you have 80% of the energy in your battery available to power your electric car. Just a quick comparison. If you have a petrol car, say you pay 20 rands per liter and your consumption is about 8 liters, 100 kilometers, you consume 272 megajoules of energy at a cost of 160 rand for that 100 kilometers. If you had an electric car, same size, you would consume only 15 kilowatt hours. You will pay about 2 rands, maybe a little bit more nowadays. And I think in June, it'll go up by another 20%. But it means that you use much less energy, 43 megajoules. So still your price or the amount of money you pay for electricity will be much less in terms of paying for the 100 kilometers, the energy that you use. What we are saying is you can even go to a smaller car, a commuter car, because you don't really need to take 2 tons of steel with you everywhere you go. And if you have a fit for purpose, right-sized small electric car and use off-peak energy to charge your battery, you can pay 1 rand for that off-peak kilowatt hour. You would consume about 5 kilowatt hours, that's 72 megajoules, and you'll pay 5 rand. Now, if you compare that 5 rand with 160, it is a massive saving. Now, let's take a look at the CO2 production. Of course, the electric car produces no emissions at point of use, but the petrol car does, 20 kilograms. And then you tell me, but of course, there are pollution produced at source. So let's take a look at that. You will see at the refinery, normal oil refinery, you produce about 6 kilograms of carbon for every 100 kilometers of the car traveled. But at Secunda, and you should not forget about Secunda, you produce 40 kilograms. For the electric car at the power station, it's about 15 and 5, respectively, for the normal-sized car and the small car. So the result then is, even if you use Eskom energy, Eskom electricity in South Africa, it's cleaner, much cleaner than using petrol on the Highveld. Of course, in the Cape, it's a little bit different because they don't use the coal synthetic fuels there in their mix. So there it'll be better, but still, you will see using Eskom instead of petrol in South Africa is still better powering your electric car. So then the National Energy Council got disbanded in 1992 with the event of the new government coming. There were changes in government and the people were placed back into civil service. I was not really going to go there. So Eskom said, why don't you join us? Because we need to know a lot more about electric vehicles. So I joined Eskom and I found Peter Langley, playing with this little car there, the Enfield, mainly looking at how can we improve the batteries that powered the car, because the car had a very low range. Also, it had a low speed, but anyway, in those days, it was great. I mean, something that is electric, something that you can use as a car, that was fantastic. The main thing with Eskom at that time, and even more so today, is where they sell electricity. Now, the green band, that is selling every kilowatt hour you produce. That is stable, that is base load. Eskom loves that sale of electricity because for every kilowatt hour they sell, they get money in. Now, when you come to the orange band, where it becomes peaky because mainly of commercial and residential demand, it is not as easy to sell every kilowatt hour because the demand is not there all the time. And in the red band, that is where our capacity cannot reach nowadays. And that's why we have the outages in electricity, because we just cannot produce enough electricity that is mainly required by the residential sector. Now, there's a plan that we can make, and electric vehicles can help reduce this problem. In the valley, between the evening peak and the next morning peak, there's about 38 gigawatt hours of electricity. Maybe today it's a little bit less, but that's what it was at that time. And that was enough to power 6 million electric vehicles. That was more than our population of commuting cars at the time. Today, it's about 7 million cars, but we can produce 6 million, enough electricity to charge the batteries for 6 million electric cars traveling every day, 50 kilometers in the day. And you can see if we had 2 million cars, we can easily take electricity out of the batteries and supply the peaks that are sitting in the red band. So electric vehicles could really help Eskom reduce its problems in terms of outages and load shedding and these sort of things. It also helps with stability of supply, the frequency stability, and making the quality of supply better to customers. So the first car that we imported to South Africa to learn from was the Selectra Force, and that's why you call it TRI-1. I was working then at Technology Research Investigations in Rocheville, Eskom. This car had an electric motor, was very efficient, worked very well, but didn't have an high speed and was really not that exciting in terms of acceleration. This one was much better. This one was produced by AC Propulsion, the same company where Tesla got their first motors from. We just beat them with a couple of years and imported this converted car from the USA direct, California, AC Propulsion. And we used the same system in that car to convert a number of vehicles to electric. This was a Corsa Bakkie that was donated to us by the people that are called the Delta Motor Corporation at the time. I used this as my commuter vehicle. That was the first choice because we all wanted to drive electric at that time. We also did a game viewing vehicle, converted that. This was a project together with Nissan. You can see the controller, AC Propulsion, 100 kilowatt controller box, and the motors below that in the engine compartment, somewhere around there. And then this is the controls in front of the driver in the dash, and the batteries sat below the seats in the platform between the wheels lower down in the vehicle. As I said, it was a joint project. Nissan paid half and did a lot of work on the vehicle. We introduced the vehicle and used the vehicle in the Kruger National Park. You can see foreign visitors came to take a look at what we did in South Africa. We drove them around. The vehicle operated there for 4 years. And then the park decided that they needed new batteries, and that was a bit of a problem. We felt that they earned money using the vehicle and should pay for the batteries themselves. Another company, Barker Performance Products, serviced Land Rovers for the private game reserves next to the Kruger Park, and they were also interested, and we helped them to do a Land Rover conversion. We also did a conversion of a Ford Bantam for eThekwini municipality, who used this vehicle for a couple of years. All these vehicles had lead-acid batteries, so the problem with range was quite significant. We also did shuttle bus conversion, old Eskom combis. These were used in various places. This one we took to Robben Island. We thought it would be great if visitors to the island can be transported in an electric vehicle. Here you can see the boat approaching the island. We also took it down in mines, the shuttle bus, to show mines that they can use lightweight electric vehicles to transport people down in the mine. This idea never took on. We also did a Jeep Wrangler conversion, and we did this electric utility vehicle, a little small bakkie, lightweight bakkie, together with Global Composites, the previous Nissan Sani people. And this is the vehicle on a stand in France, the DTI stand in 2002, April. That's a closer look. We even thought that we could manufacture the body of the vehicle out of natural fibers, because the components like the motor and many other of the components in the vehicle can be carried over to the next generation, and the body of the vehicle can then become compost. At the same time, Denel produced this hybrid military vehicle, a tank, 30-ton tank. It had in the wheels an electric motor, 1,000 Newton-meter torque, and the diesel engine was just creating electricity that charged the batteries, and that powered the wheels of the vehicle. A fantastic vehicle. Yeah, you can see it in real life on the Geratech skid pan. And there is this is Wynand Averand, the main engineer that worked on the vehicle. I think this was a major achievement in South Africa. But the main problem remained the range of the vehicle. You can see the electric vehicle at that time ran out of speed easily, couldn't reach Cape Town, and the battery, the lead acid battery, remained the Achilles heel. At that time, it was around 2002, the oil price dropped to about $10, $11 a barrel. Utilities elsewhere in the world dropped their electric vehicle programs, and Eskom did the same. So I was very disappointed, left Eskom, did a bit of work in IT, and in 2006 started the company called BSE Warehouse. I thought that I could do consulting in business and energy for sustainability. And this is one of the projects we did for SANERI at the time, the South African National Energy Research Institute. This was looking at Gauteng mass transit planning and simulation tool, looking at all the modes of transport that we use to move people, and the costs of the roads, cost of maintenance, all these sort of things, and then dividing Gauteng into transport allocation zones, or bubbles as we call it, and then taking these people using census data at the time from home to work and putting them into various transportation modes, linking them to various ways of walking, cycling, riding, using public transport, etc. And with this model, then we could optimize what would be the shortest or the best solution in terms of time, cost, energy, and pollution. And we also looked at the performance of these various scenarios, and you could calculate then, in this case, the time for the morning commute took about 773,000 hours. The cost was 2.7 million rands. We used 5 million megajoules of energy and created all this pollution, traveled that distance, and we moved that amount of passengers per kilometer hour. And that also showed us what happened with the modes in terms of performance. Petrol car, megajoule per person kilometer, is about 2.19 megajoules per passenger kilometer. The orange is ton kilometer, so don't compare those two with each other. Stick to the same color. But if you compare the car with a taxi, you can see the taxi is much more efficient compared to the car. And that's because the taxi carries more passengers. And the same is true for the freight. You can see here, with the smaller vehicles carrying freight, it's less efficient than heavier vehicles carrying freight. We can also see in terms of pollution, the major contributors were the car population and the heavy freight vehicle population. These sort of interesting results came from that study, and that helps you with planning in terms of a region. The region can be a province or a city or whatever the case may be. Another interesting project that we did at the time was a BRT bus design. At that time, BRT buses became popular, and working with Fraunhofer, a German design company, energy company, we designed this bus with the intent for production in South Africa if anybody would be interested. I think it's a very nice bus. This is the propulsion system design of the bus. The diesel engine, again, was only a generator, providing energy, electricity to power the wheels. The wheels were also generators, recuperating braking energy and charging the energy supply unit or the storage unit of the vehicle. At the same time, we saw the rise of optimal energy looking at producing the joule, mainly aimed at the export market. It was a very interesting project, but we can talk more about that in question time. In 2009, Saneri actually introduced me to Winston, and together we started Grid Cars. We put together a workshop at the CSIR looking at producing various vehicles, including this one, which would have been a two-seater commuter vehicle that you do not own. I wish I could see your faces. I wonder if you like it. Maybe you can show me some reaction somewhere. It would have been a vehicle that was lower than half a ton, seating 1+1, had a good speed, very low cost of operation, and you don't own the vehicle, because I'm sure you don't want to own a small vehicle. You rent it, and it is made available for you on various contracts. So there you can see at the bottom right, one of the prototypes that we produced. This is the design of the drive system, how we drive it. You can see the big gear in the back to get the right gearing ratio. This was an old motor that we took out this Electroforce, one of the ESCOM vehicles. You can see how the vehicle compares with a normal car. That's the body that the vehicle would have had. And here you can see Dinesh from the Automotive Industrial Development Corporation going for a test drive. He also drove one of our three-wheelers that we built. Three-wheeler had a back that you can change. In this case, you carry people. In that case, you can carry freight, and this drums can contain water or compost. The client, in this case, had a bucky with a crane to lift the drums. We designed a system that you can just roll the drum into a frame and put it forward so that you can transport it. Here we did a Chinese thing. This is a Chinese vehicle that we converted with batteries in the back, motor in front, and there you have our main test driving the vehicle. It was a very successful conversion. Like all the vehicles that we did, the vehicle conversions just worked very well. Here, Nissan kindly provided us with a body of a NP200. We used the motor from Selectria. They don't exist anymore, but that was a motor that we had from the ESCOM program again. And we put lithium-ion batteries in the back of this vehicle. Worked very well. This was a fun vehicle that we built, just a frame vehicle, a bus conversion, manned bus conversion. That's the motor position in the bus. We also built the first solar charging station in South Africa. And we demonstrated that at the CSIR, used it to charge our own vehicles as well. So all of that we showed to be possible. And then I started work at Saneri in 2013, looking at, I was the general manager of the Cleaner Mobility Program. So it did not just include electric vehicles. I had a look at all sources of energy to power our vehicles in South Africa, looking at alternatives that are cleaner than petrol and diesel. And the idea was that we could grow our own fuel using various crops. And we calculated that the best you could do was about 50 gigajoules per hectare per year. But if you compare that with solar, where you can produce, I think nowadays, almost 2,000 gigajoules per hectare per year, it just shows you that that is not really an option. You cannot grow your energy. Solar beats biomass 4,200 times. And even if you look at all the pathways to produce fuel, it doesn't really make sense. And if you try it, you should not use anything like canola or any of these things that you grow, but you can use algae. That's maybe the best fit. And you could do this at power stations. The water is nice and lukewarm. There's lots of carbon. That's what the algae need. They are limited in their growth by the lack of carbon dioxide. We also looked at the potential of biogas, and we have lots of resources in South Africa, more than enough to power our total public transport fleet. Looking at that, when you look at where do you apply the gas, it looks like the best return is when the biogas is a substitute for petrol. We looked at the kilometers per hectare again of all these things, and PV electric just beats everybody hands down. This is the range that you can get with an electric car, solar powered, and that is a what you can get with the others. And this was a German study done with a Volkswagen Golf that they converted to electric. We also asked the question about hydrogen, and the main problem is the efficiency of the conversion process, the energy you have left after you've powered your vehicle. Very similar to the petrol car, maybe twice as efficient as petrol car, the hydrogen fuel cell vehicle, which is essentially an electric vehicle powered by a fuel cell. But with batteries, you can see you still have a much higher efficiency. The process is also very complex, refueling vehicles with hydrogen, and very expensive. And it's possible, of course. This is at Kia in Korea. They have done it. They've shown that it's possible, but I would not do this. It doesn't make economic sense. I don't believe hydrogen is a solution for mobility. And here's just another example showing that. If you use direct sunlight to charge your car, you have 73% of the energy that you can use for mobility, whereas you have only 22 and 13% if you try the various routes with hydrogen. This is real life, a Tesla, a Toyota Mirai, both vehicles that are available, you can buy them. Just comparing the refueling cost, the range of the vehicles. It's always been said that with fuel cells you can go long range, but I think batteries can reach there already. And then they've said you can do this with trucks because the battery will be too big, but I think with modern trucks we see that they can meet the range. I don't think fuel cells will find application there. And then the price per kilometer is way lower. It just makes more sense, especially if you have a fleet vehicle, to go with battery vehicles instead of fuel cell vehicles. And then you have to keep in mind that there's not just one type of hydrogen. There are various. And it doesn't matter what color you paint it. There's only one green hydrogen. The others are not really clean. And this you cannot do with a fuel cell or a petrol vehicle. You cannot plug your house into your car, which is something that you can do with an electric vehicle. I calculated that if I drive to my office at Senedi, plug in my car, go to my meetings, plug in my car again before I go home, then drive home, even with a battery, a small battery of 24 kilowatt hours, I could power my home because my home consumption at night is only between 5 and 6 kilowatt hours. So I could have easily plugged in my home into the car and then powered my home, get my energy the next day again from work. Even if I paid for that at work, it would have been cheaper than paying for Eskom. So at Senedi, we put together this charging station. This was a project that Gridcast did for us to show and demonstrate that you can, with solar energy, charge the batteries of electric vehicles. And of course, these chargers don't have to be fast chargers because the people that work at the IDC spend a lot of hours at work, the same that I did at Senedi. So that's where the ideas came from. And that's why we did the projects to show. And with the IDC, because they should invest in industrial development and they should push these projects. That was our thinking. But we thought further, and if the vehicle was not a big vehicle, what would you need? And if it was a small vehicle traveling 80 kilometers per day, it would consume about 4 kilowatt hours. So you would need a small installation of 5 times 200 watt panels. That's about 10 square meters. And that would cost you approximately 30,000 Rand. You can see I've changed the slide because the price came down. That would have been a one-off cost for 25 years. And that is good for 500,000 kilometers, 500,000 kilometers, at a cost of 6 cents for the infrastructure. You can also think now, if you want to scale this up, the cost of this infrastructure would not be as expensive as it would be for any other refueling system like the one that we have today, or even if you think about hydrogen. What's my time like? We are not the only people that know about. Okay, we're not the only people that know about small cars. The vehicle manufacturers have also got their prototypes. I need to go a little bit faster. And then we compare your vehicle with your home, and you can see if you have a petrol vehicle, you pay for your commute about 109 Rand, where you pay per day about 25 Rand for electricity. That's Eskom electricity. But if you use electric car, you come on par with your home. But I still think that should not be the case. You should pay less. So you should right-size your ride. And that makes us talk about the waste in terms of using right-sized or normal-sized cars. We spoke about the losses of energy. Also, your car is parked 92% of the time. Maybe you should think of using something else. It also kills a lot of people on the road and creates a lot of waste in terms of road space in cities. So then you start looking at the energy and start understanding how you use energy. And I'm not going to spend time on this, but the target should be then using about 10 megajoules per 100 passenger kilometers. And this you can do in a personal rapid transit public transportation system. And when you start thinking about these things in this way, then you start thinking about future cities and smart cities and sustainable cities and all these sort of things. But at that time, we had a project with the African Development Bank to look at these cities and develop these cities for Africa, because Africa is going to have an explosion in population growth, and we don't really want the slums. We want people to live in a decent way. And at that time, Sanedi pulled the plug. We had a proposal with African Development Bank going into feasibility and due diligence, but I had to leave Sanedi, and that's where that was. I still want to do that. What I'm doing now is I share what I know with whoever is interested. Maybe I can summarize it that way. I do consulting, and that's my logo at the bottom. So I'm driving electric. You can see the consumption rate that I got between this charging station of Gridcast. Thank you, Gridcast, for that. And this Patcham place, that is a bed and breakfast in Clarence. My consumption between Villiers and Clarence was 9.8 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers. And the average speed was not too low. It was about 80 kilometers an hour. So it means you should drive sometimes at 100, sometimes at a 90, but I limited to less than 100. And I found interesting places where I can charge my car. I've never found anybody denying me a chance to charge off a normal plug. So I don't think we should be limited in South Africa in terms of traveling if you have an electric car. People are quite friendly. And even if you offer to pay, sometimes they might tell you, no, they don't need the money, because when they realize how little it is that you are wanting to pay, then they say you could have it for free. That was my experience. I'm also looking at solar energy because we need to combine this. And this is my graphs of my solar energy system at home. This is the sun coming up in the morning, charging the battery first. But there's always other loads or clouds that is limiting the sun. In this case, this is the geyser coming on. It's on a time switch. And the same with the bottom graph. The scale is not the same, so just don't get confused by that. And then on this day, I left the battery to charge first. There were a few clouds. And then the geyser heated up. And then I still got a normal geyser. We'll soon fit a heat pump. And then this should drop to about there. This is the car plugged in, and this is the dishwasher coming on, and that's afternoon coffee. This is the same, just we didn't have clouds, so the sun produced early, and you can see in the afternoon it went down. That's about the curve. If you had the full curve here, if I used all the solar energy, it would have produced more. I plugged in my car, then I left for a meeting or someplace. The geyser came on, I returned. The dishwasher was on when I plugged in the car. I also made myself a cup of coffee, and then it went down again. But you can see there's a way to manage this. I'm not quite sure if you can see that, but you can. You don't have your loads to be on top of each other. You can plan that. And we need to find a way to use the energy that I'm not using at this stage, which would be sitting on top of these curves, or below this sort of graph that I draw here with a pointer. And these are things that are still in development, and the control systems for this, you do find some on the internet, but they are not all exactly what I want. I'm also working with guys that, so I'm currently working with a fleet in the Western Cape. They would like to convert their whole fleet to electric. We are looking at the demand of electric vehicles in the world and the projections. We understand the Osborne effect in the auto industry, where you find that the internal combustion engine vehicles will soon not be available anymore, and you'll have to get into an electric vehicle situation faster. It's important for fleet owners because you don't want to sit with redundant assets that you cannot sell. Who's going to buy petrol vehicles when nobody wants them anymore? So the planning there is quite important. And if you look at the UK situation, on the left, you can see the graphs for diesel and petrol. Already 46% of the 47% of the vehicles have got some electricity in them. And I think this is going to increase fast. You can see the real figures here, really very similar to the Osborne effect that I've showed you. So this thing is real. You don't have to guess about this anymore. And I believe these times of you running out of internal combustion engine vehicles is going to come closer because of stricter Euro 7 regulations. That's going to make it impossible for petrol or diesel vehicles to comply with the regulations. That means they might not be available until 2030, but will be phased out earlier. And this is just Bloomberg confirming that. Also, we see the batteries are coming down in price. Again, there's a guy called Wright's Law that is confirming this. The prices of the cars will also then get cheaper, and we believe by 2023 we'll be on parity. But we have to build a whole ecosystem, and that's the challenge that we are sitting with now. We need to have partners, and we need to develop a new economy. Doesn't matter where you are, if it's South Africa-wide, Western Cape, Natal, we need to build this, we need to find the partners. The infrastructure is appearing, home charging stations are there. We need to think about looking at recycling and repurposing batteries, our own manufacturing industry, and getting cleaner power sources, solar energy, to power our rides. Thank you. If we design it right, we will fly. That's what I believe. Time for questions.
Fantastic, Carl. Thank you very much. I mean, really, really interesting. A lot of data there, I believe. I do have a question that's come through. People asking, will the slides be available post-event? Yes, they will be available. So all that information, the data, guys can download. Carl, I've got a couple of questions for you there, if you're with us, sir.
Yes.
Fantastic. Carl, one quick question. Somebody's asking, did you not also work with Optimal with a well-designed jewel that was going to be designed and manufactured in South Africa? Obviously, maybe a fan of yours.
Well, I'd like to claim that. I had various discussions with them, but I was not on their payroll. Let me put it that way. I have been around for a while, and it's very nice for people to then talk to me because of that. Let me just put it and leave it there.
Perfect. Now, Carl, we've got another question. The green paper that government published with NAMSA and their report talks about new energy vehicles. Can you just give us a very brief summary? What is defined as a new energy vehicle according to that paper?
Well, the name new energy vehicle we get from China. They are talking about new energy because that's the change and the transition that they have to go through. And then electric vehicles essentially are new energy vehicles. But in the green paper, the new energy vehicles also include electric vehicles that are not powered only by batteries. You find they also include fuel cell, and they like to call it alternative fuel vehicles. But it really includes fuel cell vehicles. But you have to remember that fuel cell vehicles also include a small battery. So essentially, in that green paper, we talk about new energy vehicles as fuel cell and electric vehicles, battery electric vehicles.
Fantastic. Now, touching on that, I know George has got a question based on what you've just shown us with all that data.
Yeah, so Carl, thank you for that. That was very insightful, and as a matter of fact, I'm gonna go and look at this after the fact again, because there was so much data there that you've got a wealth of experience and knowledge. So thank you. My question is more around you've just taken us through a journey that proves that battery electric vehicles and solar energy are the most efficient way to go for the future. Why would countries and specifically South Africa and in the green paper be talking about new energy vehicles when the data clearly shows that things like hydrogen are far less efficient, biofuels are far less efficient? Why are we not skipping directly to battery electric and talking about battery electric in things like green papers and white papers? Is it because we're trying to be an inclusive economy and allow everybody to play? What is your perspective there?
Well, I'll quickly touch on the inclusive comment that you made. You can be inclusive if you do have the money to do that. If you have extra money lying around and your country has got excess, then you can be inclusive. But if you're in a situation where you really need to make every rand or every buck count, I think you should go for the best solution that serves the people of the country the best. Now, that question is a difficult question. Why does it not happen in that way? And I've asked myself that question many times. And the easiest thing to say is the knowledge is not there. The people have not read wide enough. The people maybe do not understand the whole calculation. The people hasn't seen it enough. I have not been talking to enough people. We have not made the message clear to enough people. That's one thing. And it might be that. But clearly, and I've seen this, I think there's also other interests at play. And we see that now in the war that is going on in the world as well. Sometimes there's misinformation because of personal interest. And we need to be careful about that in South Africa. We cannot afford that. We need to make sure that we go for the best solution. We cannot stick to coal and other energy sources, while clearly we are one of the countries that is blessed with surplus solar and surplus wind energy, renewable energy, where we should be going. And we have seen that the work opportunities there is immense. I mean, there's a lot of work available for people if we move in that direction. We cannot protect industries that should be phased out. And clearly there, I mean, we got to take care of the people in those industries that we phased out. They need retraining, they need reskilling, and we need to plan for that as well. We cannot just leave them behind. That's not what I'm saying. We should also train them, but we should move to the better solution as fast as possible.
Fantastic. Carl, I know we've only got a few more minutes. You're a very busy man. One quick question. I'd like to encourage all our users on Zoom to keep the questions coming. We'll try and answer them throughout the day. But Carl, a question directed at you. Seems like South Africa is still behind in manufacturing of EVs. Do you believe that the SA automotive industry can still catch up? And I'm going to give you 1 minute because I know it's a complex answer. Do you believe that our industry can catch up?
Well, you got to have the will to catch up. I've showed you in the conversions, and really the conversion is not comparable with a normal fancy Audi or BMW or whatever. It's a base thing, a very, very basic thing. I've shown you with a very small team of people that are not really the highest skilled automakers that we can make cars that can be used out there. We can convert vehicles, and we've done that. I'm not saying we should go convert vehicles now. I'm saying we should establish a local industry in South Africa that start manufacturing utility vehicles, buses, taxis, bakkies, these sort of things, which are not that aesthetically important in terms of the buying decision. In terms of the vehicle industry, of course they can catch up. They just have to make the decision. But South Africa is not an attractive market. Our government policies are keeping them out. Nobody's going to see an attractive market with the taxes on electric vehicles and no statement from government saying that they want electric vehicles in South Africa.
Fantastic. Carl, I think we're going to have to let you go because our next speaker is getting lined up. But thank you very much for your time this morning, sir. I know you are a pioneer in the EV space in South Africa. You've kind of been around, done it all. And hopefully you will still be around when we are driving those lovely fleets of electric vehicles.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invite. I plan to stick around.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So, George, I mean, obviously one of the pioneers in e-mobility in South Africa. As you mentioned, a lot of information, a lot of data there for us to digest. While we wait for our next speaker to jump on, I've got a couple of questions. I think some of these are aimed at you, so maybe you can answer. These are coming through thick and fast, so my apologies if I miss anyone's questions. George, do you think there are going to be any big announcements from legacy manufacturers, people like VW and Toyota, switching to EV production in South Africa anytime soon? Do you think that we're going to be seeing that?
Let's kind of like put VW and Toyota into separate buckets. Toyota has hitched their wagon to the hybrid manufacturing. They're already producing hybrid vehicles in the Toyota Cross in South Africa, so that's already a new energy vehicle. And you know, some of the theory and the thinking is that perhaps hybrids are a middle step towards battery electric vehicles in South Africa. While that price point starts to come down. So I think Toyota's really got something going there. Mercedes-Benz has followed. They're also focused a lot on hybrid vehicles. VW, on the other hand, hasn't made any firm announcements, but I would imagine, I've got no basis to say this, but I would imagine that the likes of VW, BMW, Mercedes, as I say, is already doing it. But VW and BMW particularly, because they've got manufacturing plants in South Africa, would have plans in the pipeline to start to manufacture or assemble EVs. Remember, we don't design vehicles in South Africa; we assemble them. Yeah. I would imagine that those plans are in the pipeline. I mean, 7% of our GDP goes to the new automotive industry. So therefore losing that is a big risk. I wouldn't imagine that anything else is going to happen.
Fantastic. So, I mean, we've now seen how pure battery electric vehicles on solar are just the most efficient way to go. Least amount of wastage, least amount of energy lost into the system. And we're going to move forward now to talking with Josh Dippener. Now, Josh Dippener is a really interesting guy. He's an energy advisor for Sustainable Energy Africa. And I think he's going to touch on something which most people have been asking. I see the questions are coming through. People asking load shedding, impact on the grid, all these challenges. We all, I think every South African, we have, probably, I don't know about you, but I have a stock of candles in my house when the load shedding hits. Obviously, you've gone on solar, you've got batteries, so you're probably the one guy in your whole neighborhood who's all lit up all day.
Maybe I can sell the candles.
You can sell the candles. But he's going to be talking to us about preparing our electricity grids for EV charging. And I think one of the big things that he spoke to us in his Coffee with EMCSA session was that the big concern is that, when you've got all these EVs on the road, we all get home 4 or 5 o'clock and we're going to plug our EVs in. And that is traditionally based on what Carl's just shown us, the high point when there's already existing high energy demand. So I think that for me, understanding from a guy like Josh about how we're going to prepare our grids, because we all know that our grids are a little bit outdated and we have to look at this. What do you think, what would you like to hear from Josh? I mean, this is obviously, a lot of consumers are worried, like I'm going to get home, I'm going to have 50 kilometers left on my EV, I'm going to plug it in and it's not going to be able to charge. What are you looking to hear from Josh?
I think I'm looking forward to hearing what Josh's got to say, but mainly for me is, the grid infrastructure does need an upgrade. I think especially that last mile. So for me, understanding what the impact of really charging EVs at night is, and I think Carl touched on that a little bit, but also understanding that not everybody is going to want to charge their EV in the long run every single night, and is there a vehicle to grid solution? Sure. I think that's really the question I'm kind of looking to hear an answer to, vehicle to grid, because I've got a 90 kilowatt hour iPace. Is there an option for me to sell electricity back to the grid when I don't need it? On the night where I know I'm going to be spending the day at home tomorrow and I can use the solar panels to charge the car and I've got 80 kilowatts left in the car. Can I sell 30 or 40 of those kilowatts back to the grid? Is there a load balancing opportunity there where the grid doesn't suffer? Because we all think worst case scenario. I mean, let's be honest. It's all worst case scenario. My EV's on 0 and I've got to charge 90 kilowatts. It's not often the case.
Sure, fantastic. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in about a minute. We're just going to get Josh Dippener lined up. I think, like George, I'm interested to hear what he has to say. And like a lot of you out there, probably wondering how we're going to prepare our grids for the impact of EVs. So don't go anywhere. Give us a moment or two and we're going to get George lined up and we will be back shortly. And we're back. And Josh Dippener. Josh, are you with us, sir? How are you this wonderful Tuesday morning?
Good morning, Rob. I am here, I believe, yes.
Yeah, we've got you loud and clear.
Well, thank you.
Fantastic. Josh, as we spoke about, I think we're all very excited to hear what you have to say. I mean, a lot of people are asking the question, what are the impacts of the EVs going to have on our grid? I think George posing some interesting questions about vehicle to grid charging. We're going to hand over to you. I'd just like to remind all our attendees, we do have a live Q&A going, so drop your questions in there and we'll try and pose them to Josh, or I'll pose them to George while he's in studio. And we will try and answer as many of those questions as we can. If we don't get your question, we'll try and answer you privately or individually. But Josh, let me not take up any more of your time. So the people are eager to hear what you have to say. Over to you.
Thanks, Rob. Morning, George. And yeah, I suppose the question of South Africa's electricity grids is a controversial issue and a can of worms. So let's explore this question of what do EVs, electric vehicles, mean for our electricity grids, and what are some useful first steps to start preparing for the uptake of EVs. So I'm from Sustainable Energy Africa. We're a not-for-profit organization supporting municipalities with various things in energy transitions. We've worked with many municipalities around embedded generation or solar PV, and developing the processes and application forms and tariffs and policies for solar PV grid connection. And so that sort of segues really nicely into this field of electric vehicles, because municipalities or grid operators do need to develop a regulatory environment for electric vehicles. It's sort of happening internationally. There's very little happening locally. And so this is the sort of start down that pathway towards electric vehicle regulation environment that obviously tries to enable the uptake of EVs rather than prohibit it. So let's jump in. So I thought of starting with a question: how many EVs do you think there will be in Joburg alone in 2030, which is sort of 8 years' time? There's a few hundred EVs in the city now, Joburg. And just to say that this presentation, I'll be focusing on Joburg, because we are working with the city of Joburg and City Power to prepare for the uptake of EVs in Joburg as part of a UK funded program. So we've developed a forecast of EV uptake in Joburg, and I'll be speaking to that in a moment. But interested to know if people have thoughts. And then what will the impact of these EVs be on the city's grid? Can the grid handle it? How much electricity demand, additional electricity demand, will there be? And those sort of questions. So I'll look into that. And then finally, this question of what should municipalities do about EVs on their grids, and propose some suggested ways forward. So that's what I'll be covering. Hope it's interesting. So as sort of Carl said, that was really interesting to hear the background of EVs in South Africa, and this is looking much more forward. So it sort of builds on Carl's presentation quite well. But as he said, the uptake of EVs in different vehicle types, or the expected uptake, does vary by vehicle type, depending on things like price trends, the model availability, and national and local policy. So these drivers influence which vehicle types have a good business case for electrification. And so in this truck and light load buckies and truck segment, we expecting, and it's as international trends are showing, a slow EV uptake. This is because of the large range, the distances that they travel, and the heavy loads that they carry does not suit electrification at this point in time. It may in the future, hence the slow EV uptake. Buses and minibuses receiving considerable local policy support. There's a real interest to try and electrify this segment. As Carl was saying, the minibus segment offers an exciting opportunity for electrification. So there we expect sort of medium EV uptake. And then in the cars and motorcycles, the smaller, lighter cars with less, with shorter ranges, fast and rapid EV uptake. So that's what this the numbers by 2030 was built on. And just to say that across all segments, battery price is a driver of initial cost. So obviously, when batteries get cheaper, EVs get more viable, in a nutshell. So I thought just to show one slide of global EV sales. And I saw this recently. I think it came out of an IEA, International Energy Agency's report. Or no, it's here in Bloomberg. This red line shows the percentage of global passenger vehicle sales that are electric. And by the end of 2021, end of last year, EVs were 10% of global passenger vehicle sales. So 1 in 10 cars was electric already, which is a crazy uptake. And so I think just with that framing, to bear that in mind, that this uptake is rapid. And when we look at what we're expecting in Joburg, it's built on the premise that these international trends will penetrate the local market. So moving on to this EV forecast in the city of Joburg, a colleague of mine, Zani, built a really robust model to look at how many vehicles we expect by 2030, which is around here, 2040, and then into 2050. And here are the vehicle numbers. So the headline takeaways are that by 2030, we expect 40,000 EVs in Joburg. I mean, it's definitely not going to be 40,000. We know this number is wrong, as are all forecasts, but it's an indicative idea. And I hope we can, at the 2030 EMCA, reflect on how many EVs there are in Joburg by this year. And yeah, 40,000 is a significant number of electric vehicles in Joburg alone in 8 years' time, coming off of the sort of 300 to 400 that there are there today, maybe 500. And by 2050, which is obviously 28 years in the future, EVs are half of Joburg's total vehicle population. Now obviously very difficult to forecast to 2050, but what it's pointing towards is this exponential uptake of electric vehicles in Johannesburg and in the country too. So the question is, what does this mean for the grid? Can Joburg's grid handle these numbers? And what additional electricity demand can we expect? And what should municipalities and electricity utilities start thinking about? So translating those vehicle numbers, so 40,000 by 2030 and then over 1 million by 2050, that converts to an 8% increase in electricity demand by 2050. So this is off of Joburg's existing electricity demand, 8% additional from EV. So I don't know if that's the number that people had in mind when we first came up with this, and we obviously used EV's efficiency, efficiency numbers, electricity demand, kilowatt hours per kilometer traveled, and then converted it into a terawatt hour demand. I was quite surprised to hear that it's only an 8% additional electricity demand when half of every second car in Joburg is electric. So I think the point is that there's sort of twofold. The existing electricity demand in cities and the country is high. So the additional EV demand is not substantial on a system-wide level because of the vehicle's efficiency. So from a generation standpoint, and I think Eskom's sentiments are the same, EVs are not a concern from a generation standpoint. The additional demand is manageable. But where the issue comes is to transport that 8%, that electricity, to the chargers. So in the transmission or in the distribution grid rather. So there'll be these pockets of EV uptake in areas like Sandton or the wealthier parts of the country where we expect most of that 8% to be. And that's where the issue comes, is on those distribution feeders to get down to those low voltage networks to transport the electricity. So so by 2050 EVs, it's a sort of 3 terawatt hour increase in electricity demand. And of course, that's a huge additional revenue stream for municipalities, but significant additional work to get and processes and infrastructure to get this 8% sold. So it is definitely a transition of note. So to sort of get a sense of where these hotspots of EV uptake will be on Joburg's network, again, we looked at the wards, the census data for the wards in Joburg, and these colors represent the different expected EV uptake per ward. So based on the existing vehicle ownership in a ward and the income bracket, the living standard measure of that ward, we spatialized that EV uptake. So those 40,000 by 2030, we spatialized them into Joburg to see where are the pockets of where are the hotspots of EV uptake, and what's the grid's condition like in those areas? Can the grid handle that additional uptake? So that red circle there's the sort of zoomed in magnifying glass of it. You can see these red areas are where we expect sort of 4.5 to 5,000 megawatt hours additional load per year. And the question then is, can the substations feeding those areas handle that additional load? And these pink lines show the substation feeder geography. So this substation here is an example in Bryanston, and the Bryn North substation can expect a substantial additional load. And I don't have the figure in here, but we have those substations existing loading today, and then we sort of get a sense of what what do EVs mean for those substations? And of course, let me not give the story away. We'll keep going. But just to say, as the first sort of point is where EVs charge matters. So when an EV is charging on a constrained section of the network, it can overwhelm that network and sort of impact the infrastructure. And so there's this concept that the more public charging we have, the better for the low voltage network. So if municipalities can incentivize electric vehicle owners to charge at work and at the malls when they shop, that's much sort of the network is much stronger there, and the capacity for additional load is much higher. So that's the first sort of takeaway point that I'm making, is that more public charging on MV networks reduces the charging on the low voltage networks where we have these constraints. So in a nutshell, where EVs charge matters. And I think municipalities will need to develop sort of incentives for EV chargers to connect in areas where they have capacity on their network. And then just to zoom into the impact of EVs on the household load a little bit more. We're saying that EVs will impact the feeders in these low voltage networks. And just to sort of illustrate that point, I show here's a sort of a house plugged in with an EV, and there's solar. You can see there's solar panels on the roof. So an affluent household, they've got solar, they've got an electric vehicle. I pulled this load profile off of a friend and colleague in the US who has a EV and who has solar on their roof. So on the y-axis here, you can see the house is the kilowatt demand, so the power electricity demand. And then on the what did I say on the y-axis? On the x-axis, we have the hour of the day. So this is midnight, and then over here is midnight again. So this, you can see there's a huge electricity demand here from midnight to sort of just after 7 a.m. And then it drops off, and then here you've got the red shows the normal house's demand, and then in the evening, the house's demand picks up again as the house cooks and showers and uses electricity. So this 7 or 8 kilowatt here is a Tesla charging from empty to full. So again, that's worst case scenario. It's from empty to full. So sort of almost 100 kilowatt hours. 74 kilowatt hours is huge of demand into that vehicle. And you can see how the EV, when charging at 7 kilowatts or 8 kilowatts, dwarfs the house's demand. So the networks were designed with this in mind. This is what our low voltage networks were designed with in mind. They have diversity factors, and they assume based on people's income brackets how much they'll consume. And now we've got this additional demand on the grid. So it is a concern for the grid, and unmanaged charging of electric vehicles will have an impact on the grid. So the point here is to say, I'll just keep going. So here I've put in Johannesburg's citywide electricity demand in a winter day. So again, that same graph from midnight to sort of midnight. And I think as Carl was showing in one graph, you see the morning hours, the city's green, this green line, the city's demand picks up through the day, it drops off again, and in the evening people start cooking and you have that spike in demand again. So when, I think Carl made the same point that when people get home from work and charge, as this blue line shows here, this is dumb charging. As the people get home, you can see it's dumb charging exacerbates peak load. So as I showed in that previous graph, that huge additional load, 7 kilowatts, if everyone's charging at peak, which the network is designed for, it can really exacerbate the network's peak, which will have an impact on the grid. So the point is that when EVs charge matter, and ideally we want them charging in these nighttime hours. So we'll look at how municipalities can incentivize that in a bit. To sort of illustrate on this point of when EVs charge matters, I'm doing sort of part-time research at Stellenbosch University, and they have released this fantastic study out of their power systems research group to look at the hosting capacity of the network. So this hosting capacity is a concept of sort of what percentage of households can have an EV before the grid gets constrained. So here is the hours of the day from 7 p.m. through the night to 7 a.m. And then up here is the percentage hosting capacity. So if we just look at the orange bars for now, ignore the the blue ones. The orange one is saying households, that HH is household. So what percentage of households can have an EV and charge at this time of day? So at 7 p.m., less than 10% of households can charge an EV before exceeding the grid's parameters. Now, these studies are done on sort of detailed load flow analysis to look at the voltage rise or voltage drop and feeder capacity and thermal loading and all sort of parameters of distribution grids. And so the first parameter to be exceeded is exceeded before 10% of households have an EV. As you sort of go later in the evening, as traditional households start using less electricity, at 10 o'clock, almost 30% of households can have an EV in charge. And from midnight, it's 100% of households can have an EV in charge, because obviously people have stopped cooking, ovens are off, stoves are off, heaters are off, geysers are warm again, and so the load on the network is low. So from midnight to 6 a.m. on this feeder, which was a Cape Town feeder, 100% of the households can have an EV and charge between midnight and 6 a.m. So the point is that we need to manage when EVs charge, I think, as you've said, Rob. And so we need to develop this smart or managed charging architecture. And so this is where it gets really interesting. We know we need to do that. I think everyone agrees. EV owners, EV manufacturers, I think industry and municipalities and government, everyone knows that we need electric vehicles to charge from midnight to 6 o'clock in the morning or sometime at night. The question is, how do we get that to be done? Municipalities, if we look at what's happened with solar PV, municipalities have put regulations in place, and customers have, many customers have avoided registering their systems. And I know the reasons are valid. Municipalities often are bureaucratic places, and the process, the application processing times are slow, etc. But to avoid overwhelming the grid, something does need to be done. So there's this. I've created this sort of trade-off chart here to say there's a grid integrity risk. So the higher the risk, the higher the grid integrity risk, the bigger the chance of the grid being overwhelmed and us sort of destroying infrastructure and then having to replace this costly infrastructure and ultimately increase electricity tariffs for all. So high grid integrity risk is not good. But then let's trade that off with customer satisfaction. Obviously, customers must be satisfied. So high customer satisfaction is good. So the first sort of EV management option or lack of a management option is this dumb charging concept. I think Carl mentioned it. EV owners get home from work, 5 p.m., plug in their cars. Cars are charged full by 8 p.m. That's dumb charging because it's not managed at all. So the grid integrity risk is high. There's a huge chance of overwhelming the grid. We saw that less than 10% of households can have an EV and charge before the hosting capacity of the network is exceeded. So the grid integrity risk is high, but the customer satisfaction is high because customers don't have to worry. They can get home from work, they can plug in their car, their car is charged by 8 p.m. They're happy. They don't have to think about anything. They don't have to register their car with the municipalities. They don't have to install a smart charging device, but obviously it comes at the cost of overwhelming the grid. On the other extreme of the spectrum, we have rigid EV charger limits. So similar to with solar PV, you can only install a certain size of solar PV depending on your circuit breaker size of your house. So if you have a 60 amp connection to the grid, you can only install a 3.8 or 3.6 kilowatt solar PV system. And that is a sort of rigid solar PV limit. Now, if we wanted to impose something similar for electric vehicle chargers, we'd say, you've only got a 60 amp connection to the grid, you may only install a 2 kilowatt charger or something along those lines. I think that's a terrible idea, but it's still an outcome that could be pursued. Obviously, if that's the situation, your grid integrity risk is low because we make sure that every EV installed does not overwhelm the grid, but your customer satisfaction is very low. Obviously, customers are not going to be happy with 2 kilowatt charges because they want to charge their cars as quickly as possible. Again, they have to apply for application to the municipality or whatever the outcome is. So I think this is an outcome which we want to avoid as much as this is an outcome which we want to avoid. So let's look for something somewhere in the middle. There could be something along the lines of a mandatory controlled charging. So, we have our geysers have ripple control. So if the municipality is sort of starting to see overwhelm on certain parts of the network, they could send out a ripple signal in their alternating current and they could switch all EV chargers off. So it's a sort of a mandatory controlled charging. So when you install an EV charger, maybe you have to install a ripple receiver on your charger. And so it sort of protects the grid integrity somewhat. Your customer satisfaction, I think, is questionable. It's quite low, because what if you need to take, someone to school in a few hours' time, but your EV charge has been rippled and it's now off. So I think that's somewhere in the middle, and it's definitely better than rigid limits, but your customer satisfaction is still low. What if we look at something along the lines of sort of incentives? So an EV time of use tariff. So a tariff that varies, it's expensive in the evening time when we don't want people to charge, but it's cheap at nighttime when we do want electric vehicles to charge. The problem with time of use tariffs is that it's an incentive. So there's nothing preventing wealthy people from still charging their vehicle at 5 p.m. If they're happy to pay, they don't really care about the additional few $100 that they'll pay a month. Then they can go ahead and still charge during these peak times. So your grid integrity risk is still high because there's nothing limiting them from charging. It's no sort of physical limit. So it's better than dumb charging for the grid, because most people will probably shift their load into off-peak. And I think the bigger the differential between your peak and your off-peak prices, and the bigger the chance of people shifting their load into off-peak. But implementing time of use tariffs for electric vehicles does have its own challenges. I think I've had discussions around the metering infrastructure required and what is the incentive for EV owners that are on a normal tariff to come to you and be put across onto this time of use tariff. Like what's the incentive for? Why would they come forward? Because they're still going to cook and shower at 5 and 6 p.m. in the evening. So if you're going to make their peak time electricity more expensive, then all their peak time consumption is more expensive, because they're cooking and showering at 5 p.m. and now that's triple the price that it was before. So there's a question of, is it going to be a mandatory time of use tariff? I don't know. I think it's interesting to explore. I'm also just opening up more questions than proposing solutions here, because I think it is a complex space, and we know what we want to avoid, these hard regulations. But and we want to move towards something along the lines of sort of incentive-based regulation and schemes to get behavior to move into the off-peak, but there are also challenges in implementing that. So I guess it's maybe ending with a bit of a dream, but I think we can make it reality. It's this kind of concept of collaborative smart charging, and obviously it's the point where customer satisfaction is high and grid integrity risk is low. So your grid operators, your municipalities are satisfied that their grid won't be overwhelmed, and your customers are happy that their vehicles are being charged in a smart way. And so to develop this sort of collaborative smart charging architecture, we need municipalities as well as industry and EV owners to be willing to work with grid operators to try and develop this smart charging architecture. And obviously there'll be communication with EVs to say, if you can stop charging now, please do, because the grid is starting to be overwhelmed. But those EVs that have an urgent trip, those vehicles that have an urgent trip to the hospital or school or whatever's coming up, they continue to charge and the other ones switch off. So it's all done sort of in a smart device to device communication manner. And I think definitely backed with time of use tariffs to incentivize that shift, and things like critical peak pricing. So in really constrained times of the year, we can push the price up to quite a high price to say, everyone that can stop charging now, please do. So I think I don't think it's sort of a defined way forward, but it's this point that we all know we want to achieve of a collaborative smart charging architecture. So I think just to wrap up, I think the first point is that rapid EV uptake can overwhelm distribution grids. I think there's little doubt that is a potential outcome if nothing is done. And the second point that we made was where EVs charge matters. So we want to try and incentivize at work or public charging to reduce the load on the constrained low voltage networks. So office parks and universities and can try and incentivize people to charge at work to try and avoid them charging at home. And at work during the day is obviously great. It aligns with solar generation. The third point is when EVs charge matters. So both where and when they charge matters. And this when point is what we were speaking about, to try and shift the load into the nighttime hours, off-peak charging. And how to do that is the question. And obviously, the sort of final point was that this collaborative smart charging infrastructure must be developed. And so we need people to industry and municipalities and to come together and start developing this before we overwhelm our distribution grids. Thankfully, we do have some time, and EV uptake, while it will be rapid, it's still slow at this stage. So it's a good time to start doing that immediately. Yeah, thanks, Rob and team and everyone. Hopefully that was useful.
Awesome, Josh. I mean, I think a great presentation. I've got a flood of questions here. Just a reminder to our attendees, if they want to ask questions, jump on the Q&A and go for it. I'm going to go with one, George, and then I know you've got a couple. Do you think, Josh, that municipalities are going to start pushing for time of use pricing to incentivize solar and midnight charging where we're not at our peak? Do you think that a lot of municipalities are going to start pushing towards this incentivization model?
I mean, I don't know if I think it's difficult to speak on behalf of them. I think they should, definitely. I mean, we're trying to encourage municipalities to do that because time of use tariff is obviously most cost reflective and reflects the price at which they're purchasing electricity from Eskom. So, cost reflective tariffs is the ideal outcome, and we definitely want to move towards time of use pricing to try and reduce peak demand and to try and encourage batteries to charge at night, as you're saying, and to try and encourage customers to use electricity during the daytime when solar is generating. So I think time of use tariffs is a desirable outcome, but implementing it, there are challenges. Meters need to be replaced that can measure electricity consumption on a time of use basis, and municipal billing systems need to be updated to account for the time of use tariff. So in capacity constrained municipalities, which is our reality, implementing time of use tariffs has proved challenging. And obviously there's also the factor that customer backlash and pushback is commonplace. Customers don't like change. They like to stay on the existing tariffs. They don't want change. So I think I hope that we move towards time of use tariffs. There are these challenges that need to be done, but I think with sort of improved communication between municipalities and their customer base to try and sort of encourage customers about the benefits of time of use tariffs, then we can move towards that. Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm going to hand over to George. I know he's got a couple of questions. He has a similar graph for his charging of his EV at home, so he can speak from real world experience.
That was fascinating, Josh. Thank you very much. It was very insightful, and again a lot of data. And I'm so excited that things like this are happening in South Africa, and we've got guys like you that are digging into those levels of data. But from my practical experience in driving the Jaguar I-Pace and having off-grid solar in my house, and then doing long trips, a couple of things that I've noticed over time, and that is, first of all, at my house, I know Carl said it was R2 a kilowatt hour, but I pay typically closer to about R2.30 per kilowatt hour from Eskom, and that is if I need to dip into the grid. But when I go on a long trip, the faster the charger, the more expensive the charge becomes, and that's how the charging infrastructure providers have built the system. Now they're a business, obviously they've got to make money, and this is the way they do it. Right up to about R4.50 to R5.50 per kilowatt hour. So is it really kind of like doable to be able to encourage, from a price point of view, people to use public chargers, given that businesses that install the public infrastructure need to also be businesses and make a profit?
Yeah, I don't know the business model of public charges so well, but we have had a look at Joburg's tariffs, and as you say, the faster they charge, the higher the maximum demand that they pull from the grid, and municipalities have these demand charges which increase depending on your demand from the grid. So sort of the thickness of the pipe metaphor, the thicker the pipe, the power that you need, the more you pay for that thickness. And so I think there are things that municipalities or utilities can do to try and incentivize public charging, and things like reducing this demand charge for EV charging customers, so that you can have these 300 kVA charges that don't get whacked with the 300 kVA demand charge is an exciting first step that municipalities can do. But then equally, I think maybe the prices are so high at the moment, George. My view is because there's such low utilization. I don't know, I'm sure we'll hear from the grid cars people later or tomorrow why they sort of at R4.55 a kilowatt hour. I think it's because they sell so few kilowatt hours at those locations. So hopefully, as we get more EVs and more people start charging, we get economies of scale, and sort of the price of public charging can come down. But I think what the public charging that we also sort of incentivizing or encouraging is this at work charging. I think there's a really exciting opportunity there, is because, you know, people tend to go to work most days, and many office parks and have solar PV on the roof. So I think there's also been some exciting research out of Stellenbosch looking at the business case or the potential for at work solar charging, and it does look quite viable. And there's interesting things that businesses can do, such as offer free charging to their employees, and as a sort of additional bonus in addition to the salary. And obviously we know that there's tax incentives on solar, and so when it's done through a business, it can be made quite viable to have solar and an EV charger. But yeah, I completely agree with you that it's not very viable at the moment to charge at public chargers, because it's 4 or 5 rand a kilowatt hour, whereas at home it's 2 rand 30 from the grid, or if you're charging from your solar, it's 80, 90 cents, 1 rand. So at the moment, home charging makes more sense, but the point is to try and encourage that public charging on the higher voltage networks. Yeah.
So I suppose that that economies of scale point that Josh raises is really, there has to be a crossover, at which point economies of scale take over, and we have this reduction in load at home and an increase in load at public charging stations. And there's a whole nother concept around townhouses. So most people in South Africa live in developments that are on top of each other.
Yeah, 2 or 3 stacks.
2 or 3 stacks, exactly. And and maybe there's an opportunity to incentivize, there's 3-phase, high voltage to those particular developments. You can't tell me that those developments are on single phase. Maybe there's an opportunity there.
Perfect. Now, Josh, I've got a couple of questions coming through from guys. Firstly, a lot of people saying great presentation, so thank you very much for that. A couple of questions asking around the upgrading of infrastructure with the municipalities. Obviously, costs there. I think how long is a piece of string there? The cost could be whatever the cost could be. What kind of timeline do you anticipate we're going to be seeing municipalities, especially the big metros, where you have said we anticipate the uptake of EVs being more? What kind of timelines are we looking at for infrastructure to be upgraded? Because as you mentioned, Sandton, let's say suddenly 100 EVs are bought in Sandton, Joburg's going to have to look at upgrading that infrastructure, because there's going to be a massive pull on that local infrastructure. What kind of timelines do you think we're looking at? Are we looking at a similar timeline in terms of the rate of adoption of EVs being 10, 15, 20 years? What are we looking at there?
Yeah, Rob, that's such a tricky question, and
that's why I posed it to you, Josh. You're the expert.
Yeah, no, I think it's difficult to know, because it depends on the maintenance on that infrastructure as well as the EV uptake. And I think what we're sort of saying broadly is that in the next 3 to 5 years, it's not an issue, but we need to start planning with urgency to avoid it. So I mean, it's not to say that in 5 years, all of a sudden, substations are going to start being overloaded. We don't know that, but for this, in the short term, it shouldn't be an issue, and we can start putting in place these smart chargers to try and shift that load off peak. And as some of those hosting capacities were saying, ideally we don't overwhelm that infrastructure, because if charging is done correctly and smart and managed, then 100% of households, okay, that was one single feeder. We need to do much more of these studies on more feeders to make sure to sort of draw, before we draw generalized conclusions, but just from that one study, it shows that there's hope and potentially not overwhelming that infrastructure.
Josh, before we could go for our tea break, I think George has got one more question for you, one more point he'd like to ask you, and then we're going to jump to a quick comfort break before our next session.
So, Josh, I mean, I don't know whether you've dug into this at all, and it might be kind of left field question, but many homes in South Africa have prepaid meters. How does that affect the principles that you lay out? Because those prepaid meters are you literally buy electricity at a predetermined tariff. I mean, I know I've got a prepaid meter at home, which I don't use very often. And then that electricity gets used over time. So how do you, as a municipality, begin to think about time and cost to use at different times of the day and night when we have such a big prepaid environment in South Africa?
Yeah, I think you've raised the major issue in moving towards sort of tariff modernization or time of use tariffs is the metering, and customers are now getting used to this prepaid metering, and there's a huge drive from the municipalities to move customers onto prepaid meters because they then benefit from reduced non-payment. So customers obviously pay up front, and then you only get units that you paid for. Whereas with conventional meters, you can use a few months of electricity and not pay before they'll cut off your supply. So prepayment is desired from the municipality's perspective, but how do we marry that then with time of use tariffs and the smart charging that we're proposing and that we really need? So I think that's the major hurdle. And there are some exciting ideas. There are smart prepayment meters that can handle time of use tariffs. So you buy and you get a whole lot of tokens, or you get rand value on your meter, and as you draw electricity at different times of day, it sort of deducts credits at a different price. So it's sort of time of use smart prepayment meter. I know some companies are bringing those out. Alternative ideas internationally in the UK, I know they have separate meters for the house and the EV. So the electric vehicle has its own electricity meter, and the electricity vehicle has its separate tariff. So it's got an EV tariff, and the house has a separate tariff that it pays. So to try and separate the load, the house load and the EV load, that's a different idea. There's not much thinking around doing that locally. It's all sort of around the single meter at this stage in South Africa, but that's happened internationally. So there are ways forward, but you raise the major challenges that need to be overcome. And maybe just the last challenge is obviously that customers resist change. Customers get used to this prepayment story and want to stay on that. So I think I mentioned it earlier, municipalities need to sort of communicate well with their customers to sensitize them and show them the value of moving across to these new tariffs.
Fantastic, Josh. Well, I mean, we've got a lot of questions for you. Obviously, your presentation has struck a chord with a lot of people. I think people are asking these questions before they go and invest in an EV. But we're going to have to love and leave you. Thank you very much for your time, and it's been a pleasure having you join us with us. For EMCSA 2022 this year. Thank you very much, Josh.
Cheers, Robin. Cheers, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. George, we're going to go for a quick comfort break, grab a cup of coffee. Please, everyone, don't log off, don't go anywhere. We're going to pop up a holding slide for about 8 or 10 minutes, and then we're going to be back with some of our breakaway sessions and some really interesting sessions taking us through to lunch break at 1 o'clock. So don't log off. We're going to put up a holding slide now. Go grab yourself a cup of tea or coffee, and we'll be back with you very shortly for EMCSA 2022, presented by Auto Trader, Good Cars, and Katia Automotive. Thank you very much, everyone. And welcome back. I hope everyone's got a cup of coffee, gave themselves a little bit of comfort after those great presentations by Josh and Carl. Before we jump into our next speaker, George, 30 seconds, quick summary of our two opening speakers this morning.
I think absolutely brilliant. I think the information was overwhelming, but definitely worth going to look at again. So, for all those who wanted the presentations, to definitely go and digest them again, because there's a lot of information there that I suppose they just couldn't get across.
Yeah.
But a wealth of info. I learned some stuff this morning, and I'm driving an EV and have solar in my house every single day.
Fantastic. So we're now joined by Tanaka Kutama. He's the CEO of e-mobility traders. Tanaka, are you with us this morning, sir?
Yeah, good morning. How are you? Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for inviting us to speak.
Fantastic. Tanaka, you are talking to us this morning about home smart charging and early adoption. Would you like to take us away, sir? I think it's interesting. Obviously, the balances nicely what we've been talking about public charging and talking about home charging on your side. So over to you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us to this very good initiative. I hope we'll continue to do this initiative so that, investment is not only financial, but also intellectually and educationally, because we really need to educate each other regarding this. In terms of the topic that I have, I've got a slide that I've just shared with you here. There we go. Just a brief introduction. Yeah, thank you. Just a brief introduction of who exactly is SimTalk and who are we. We've been a company that was established in 2011 as a magazine in the automotive culture. And then we transitioned to e-mobility in 2015. In Zimbabwe, we've imported plug-in hybrids and electric vehicles from Toyota, Honda, BMW, Nissan. So we've done a lot of tests of these vehicles since 2015 in Africa. And we're also a proud certified retailer for home smart charging wallbox that is headquartered in Spain. And we've installed close to 20 home smart chargers in Zimbabwe since we launched in August 2021. Then frequently asked questions that we've been facing since we started this whole initiative. Does Africa have enough electricity to sustain the adoption of electric vehicles, and what are the effects of load shedding? Have OEMs prepared for the transition, as there is only 8 years left? Set target by United Nations Environmental Programme. Are real estate getting involved in this transition for introducing EV infrastructure to their properties? Have learning institutions in Africa started courses on the EV revolution? And the last question was, what awareness programs have OEMs and private players introduced to increase early adoption? Obviously, the first question is, does Africa have enough electricity? Do we have enough power to a grid? According to our research, the solution is obviously solar. Africa receives many more hours of bright sunlight during the course of the year than any other continent on Earth. Study states that Southern Africa receives more than 2,500 hours of sunlight yearly, which is probably an estimate. Due to the global changes of the global warming, probably we get more sunlight. Secondly, power companies and EV companies should actually partner up and come up with renewable energy power sources. Obviously, not a lot of people charge their vehicles in the afternoon, and a lot of people choose to charge their vehicles at home because that's where their journey starts from. Obviously, charging stations are going to come along the lines because of long journeys, which I applaud Gridcast for taking this initiative, for putting this initiative together. They've taken the bull by the horns because it's a big investment, especially in Africa. There's a lot of drawbacks people just bring up in Africa by saying load shedding, we don't have enough power, how are we going to charge the cars? I need to drive from Johannesburg to Cape Town. Is there enough charging stations for me to drive there? And then thirdly, load shedding is a major crisis. However, charging stations can be a source of charging the vehicle in most cases, and average affordable EVs have a range of 200 kilometers, which is enough for daily work use. So as I said before, like how Gridcast has done in South Africa, they can actually easily convert some of the charges into solar. So whereby if you don't have power at home, you can actually go and charge at the charging stations. So what we need to know is this load shedding thing is just an excuse for people trying to run away from EVs. I know there's an issue of range anxiety and all that stuff, but look at it this way. In Europe, they travel more than us in Africa, according to the research that we've done in the 5 years we've been driving. Because most of the time people go to work, school run, shopping. It's very rare for people to go long distance driving almost every day. And then the second question was, if OEMs prepared for the transition, since there's only 8 years left? OEMs in Africa are slowly preparing for the transition. Currently in Zimbabwe, we recently opened up a BYD dealership, which is one of the biggest OEMs in EV in terms of battery development, and also high-end vehicles like your trucks, your buses. On the other hand, we've seen introduction of Audi, Mercedes, Jaguar, Volvo, BMW in South Africa, which also has been a very good initiative. I understand there's an issue of pricing, but on that issue of pricing, we should involve banks to come up with credit facilities that can assist people to adopt and buy these vehicles. Yes, the matter of pricing, they might be on the high end of value, but I'm pretty sure OEMs are going to try by all means to bring in vehicles that are less expensive for people to be able to afford. A technical backup workshop strictly for EVs and plug-in hybrids has been established in Zimbabwe, and I'm pretty sure in South Africa very soon we'll have a similar setup. What we seek from OEMs as advocates for this initiative is not only to sell the product, but have more awareness programs like popular brand ambassadors. I've seen Jaguar, they got Mini Lamini to get involved in pushing the I-Pace. So I think we need to try and get OEMs together and try and push through this adoption, because we don't want people to not to embrace the future now, because they will be definitely left behind. You have, like what the earlier speaker said, the Chinese companies coming in and taking advantage of this, and you don't want to end up have standards being affected. As you know, these vehicles at times, if standards are not met, they can be a danger because of the lithium batteries and all these things involved. So standards are also going to be needed to be maintained. Thankfully, on infrastructure, Grid Cars has arguably led by example for other nations. To be honest with you, they have done a lot of work globally. I think South Africa is number 4, number 5 on the charging station network, and we are also in talks in advocating them to come into Zimbabwe, because as you know, Zimbabwe depends on South Africa and South Africa also depends on Zimbabwe. So we travel a lot between the two countries. So we want a charging network from Johannesburg all the way to Harare, from Harare all the way to Mutare. This has created interest from OEMs to launch EVs. We've been in talks with Hyundai. We've been in talks with Peugeot. Here in Zimbabwe, they are very keen now on bringing in electric vehicles, electric mobility into the continent. Startups from Africa. We've got startups that have been coming up from research. We've got Mureza and we've got Mazimbuko. Have further increased their pace in production of EVs. However, Africa can also be a supply chain, because we can supply nickel, we can supply lithium to develop these vehicles, so that the pricing can also be lowered. Even taxes, they can be lowered if we start being a supply chain for these vehicles. This is a chance for Africa to thrive through this industry. Right. The third question was, are real estate getting involved in e-mobility? Smart home charging is indeed the future. As you charge your car, it's like charging your phone. And when you start your journey, your journey obviously starts at home. Property owners should now be encouraged to install smart EV chargers. This includes hotels, malls, gated communities, and Airbnbs. You might get a tenant who owns an EV and you would not want them to affect your electrical system, which means you have to install that smart charger. With demand of long-range cars, some may prefer to charge their cars at home overnight. Zimbabwe currently has 20 homeowners with EV smart chargers, which were installed in a space of 14 days. We intend on also building the first ever smart apartment, which will come with a fully equipped smart bidirectional charging station, which can take power from your EV into your home. So basically, you won't have that excuse of saying, I've got a fault. Your vehicle can also be your power source, which makes a big advantage for your electric vehicle. This will help early adoption as they will see EVs as not only a form of transportation, but also a source of power. Smart chargers that we have installed in Zimbabwe and parts of Southern Africa. There's the Wallbox Pulsar Plus, the Commander 2, which are very smart chargers, and most houses are single phases. So these chargers can do 7.5 kilowatt on an AC, depending on your onboard charger. Fourth question, have learning institutions in Africa studied courses in the revolution? We've got a technician here in Zimbabwe who's been trained for 10 years. He's from Zimbabwe. He was trained in America for the past 10 years. He's currently establishing a school, one of the first ever schools in Africa for electric mobility. In every introduction of a new revolution, education and awareness are key. Setting up new courses in universities specifically for this industry may help early adoption. Zimbabwe is currently working on an EV framework policy, which is going to introduce EV engineering in its curriculum. We are currently working on an EV framework policy, which is going to the later stages, which is expected to be in Parliament very soon to be adopted. So this EV framework policy is going to include education, it's going to include tax incentives, it's going to include distinguishing a petrol car and an EV on the number plate. And think it's also going to help in us seeing how many people have bought in these vehicles, how many people have bought these cars. Training of first responders, technicians, safety, and EV chargers attendants is also key. We'll need to train people to know how to respond to an accident on an EV, how to respond to a technical issue to a charging station or to a vehicle. Zimbabwe is set to launch a technical school led by Master Teka Tauraisiwe, who has all the credentials in high voltage systems. The school is going to be called International Institution of Automotive Technology Training, which is going to be open to anyone from Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, anyone. And it's going to be accredited by ASE and ACDC. What awareness programs have OEMs and private players introduced to increase early adoption? Work with influential people. As I said before, the more we work with influential people to give education and awareness regarding e-mobility, the easier it is for us. We have the chance to be on the same pace as Europe, but the problem is there's resistance of the one excuse, which is load shedding, obviously, and pricing. Pricing, every car is expensive. Even if you're buying a Polo, when you start buying it, you start saying my car is expensive. But in the long run, you start seeing the advantages of owning a car. Like an electric vehicle is more viable and practical to own in Africa than any other car. Number one, the costs are low. Number two, you realize your return on investment probably after a year, considering how much fuel is going up. I think fuel now is going about 19 Rand a litre. Here in Zimbabwe, we're paying like $1.45 a litre. Discuss ways of power generations with relevant authorities. This is whereby the government has to come in to say, look, power authorities, big industries, can you have solar systems? Can you have different types of renewable energy production, such as your hydro? You can actually start recycling a lot of hydro power. You can do wind. There's a lot of options for renewable energy that can charge these vehicles, that can increase the grid. Like in Zimbabwe, we've got what we call grid tied, whereby if you have a solar system, if you have excess power from your solar system, you can send it back to the grid. And what they do is they'll pay you units to use in your house. So basically, those units maybe you paid for, you can use it to charge your vehicle. Introduce incentives for short period for launch stage. OEMs, private players can come up with their own incentives. It won't harm you to put aside 500 Rand to say, look, if you buy an EV for the whole year, you can charge for free. Here's your card. We've paid grid cards already. Here's your card. Or your insurance premium has been low. Because remember, these vehicles are not going to depreciate value. Some are going to appreciate a bit of value because of demand. Obviously, certain petroleum firms will see it as a market killer, but engage and educate them regarding this transition. I've been in talks with Total, and they are very keen on this rollout plan for EVs, because they are seeing that is where we are going. The environment is where we're going. COVID actually taught us that we need to take care of the environment, because after COVID, COVID was like the nature was biting back at us for not taking care of it. So these are the chances that we need to take advantage of. Renewable energy and electric vehicles. We drive a lot. Let's reduce emissions on that. And then regulations to present to relevant authorities to also assist the grey market, which carries a share percentage of the motoring industry. As you know, if OEMs fail to have good pricing, people are going to tend to importing the vehicles on their own, either South Africa, Namibia, or Zimbabwe, which will then affect the OEMs because they're not transiting quickly. So let's say if Toyota doesn't manage to launch the vehicle as early as they can, someone is just going to go and import the car on their own. So there need to be regulations to state that, look, an OEM, if they don't launch an EV by this certain time period, they'll be penalized this much, or they have to pay such a tax incentive on the environment. Thank you very much. That is my presentation for today.
So So Tanaka, I think, I mean, obviously you've touched on a number of topics there. I've got quite a few questions coming in. You obviously aren't, dare I say, you aren't shy to touch on some big topics.
Stuff, yeah.
Maybe a few controversial topics. So I'm gonna. We know it's open forum. We're going to hit you where it hurts. That last comment that you made, where you say people will import cars themselves. Let's just touch on that. The reality is that importing a car yourself is a highly, highly expensive operation, time-consuming, requires a lot of knowledge to get the vehicle registered when it's not homologated onto the systems of the country. Do you really see that being the case? I mean, is that just not, with respect, a bit of a pipe dream? I mean, to import a vehicle yourself is almost doubles the cost of the vehicle at the end of the day.
Look, at the end of the day, it's like the Rubicon Tesla story. I think I was following it since it started. At the end of the day, when someone really wants something, they'll find a way to bring it in. They will try their best to, you know what, they won't probably look at the cost, but they'll say, look, I have to bring it in. Because at the end of the day, the current situation in the industry is not being conducive. Just imagine if the United Nations just says, maybe in 2025, we don't want internal combustion vehicles. How are you going to commute? While the OEM is still saying, look, we are waiting for the head office to tell us to launch a vehicle. So this is where the case I said, this is where the case I said to regulations really need to be put onto the OEMs so that there's customer protection as well. Because at the end of the day, people will find a way to bring in the vehicles. They will find a way. These regulations, these import regulations that were put, they were put for a reason. But obviously people will apply and they'll do it. There's a Tesla right now in South Africa. There's a Tesla here in Zimbabwe. But as you know, Tesla is over-the-air software updates. But it's gridlocked. You can't register it in Africa at the moment. It's only you can register it in Europe and America. So, but still, we still have Teslas in Africa. Sure. So, as I said to you, people will still find a way.
Yeah. So I think George has some interesting input. I mean, obviously he's an auto trader. He works in the sector. George, your inputs?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be difficult, Taneka, to import a vehicle, especially with the current regulation. You know, that Tesla that was imported, the Model X, you know, pretty much if you speak to them, cost double the price of the car. You know, I think the end price of the car was almost close to 3 million rand. You know, after import duties and you know, getting it here. But that aside, there's an interesting kind of line that is a consequence of what Taneka is talking about, and that is, if we don't get this right, you know, Taneka's right, there's big risk, but if we don't get this right, we may be relegated to one of two paths. And the one path is becoming another Australia. Yeah. Australia does not assemble or manufacture cars anymore, so we could just import all of our cars as a country. The other is the example of Brazil. Brazil stayed with old technology for a very, very long time. As a matter of fact, I think made the old Combi, I don't know if you remember the VW Combi, for way after the rest of the world left the Combi behind.
Sure.
You know, so we've got to be careful as a country and as Africa that we don't become the manufacturing plant using old technology and be the dumping ground of ICE vehicles.
Yeah, which I think everyone would like to avoid. I mean, no one wants that for Africa or our environment. Tanaka, again, I mean, you touched on a lot of points. I think guys congratulating you that there's a focus on training in Zimbabwe, obviously our northern neighbor here in South Africa. I'm going to touch on one, and I think it's maybe a point where you mentioned quality issues with Asian vehicles. Now, I know maybe historically people talk about quality and European, but I think the reality is that if we look at the stuff that's coming out of China and some of the vehicles, and even George was alluding to
Jolian.
Yeah, the Jolian. Is that not maybe with respect a personal viewpoint? Because I think some of the quality coming out of China is of a high enough level that that's what we need to look to, because very few people within Africa can afford dollar-based or European-based cars and buying it in. If we want to get mass adoption, dare I say, the question is, and I'm going to ask you directly, the question is, can Tanaka back up the statement about Asian vehicles being of a low quality?
Not necessarily saying it's a low quality. I'm saying, look, it's a matter of preference. As you know, Chinese cars, I've driven a BYD E6. To be honest with you, the quality is out of this world. But as you know, there's this perspective of quality coming to Africa is different quality going elsewhere, right? So standards are a bit different. You know, there's tests that's been done. You'd find that the phone you use from China and the phone you bought from Europe probably are different because it's a different market that they're targeting. Africa, they obviously know it's more of affordability. Europe is more of high standard quality. So it's I can't say it's cheap quality. I'm just trying to say, look, we have to also be careful of that because of demand. They're going to realize that there's a lot of demand and they have to push volumes. As you know, in the motoring industry, it's more volumes, more than high profit margins. They have to push volumes. So China, the Haval, the GWM, like the P series, look how good it has been doing because of pricing, and they've been managing to meet the volumes and the demand that's there, which is probably Toyota, because of the chip shortage, they have failed. So this is something we also have to look at in the e-mobility industry, because you don't want a certain vehicle coming in, quickly assembled, and the battery problem is not put in together, and then start with cars blowing up or something like that. We don't want a situation like that. But also we have to engage the Chinese companies. They can come and assemble the vehicles in Africa. Like what he was saying, we don't want to have old technology manufacturing these vehicles. So at the end of the day, I'm not really saying it's cheap quality, but we just have to be careful of the type of quality of vehicles we're going to be receiving in Africa.
I mean, I think those are valid points, but a little bit of a different kind of topic, and you touched on it earlier on, Taneka, and that is vehicle-to-grid charging, or vehicle-to-grid sales of electricity. We touched on it briefly a little bit earlier on with Josh, but I'm going to ask you the question because you raised it in your presentation, and that is OEMs don't particularly like vehicle-to-grid because it ramps up the charging cycle of the car, which then leads to faster battery degradation. How do you see it's the solution to this?
Well, look, at the end of the day, we have power issues that we face, and when there's a power cut, you've got lithium batteries worth 100 kilowatts sitting outside, and you've got a bi-directional charger at your house. At the end of the day, you're still gonna take power from the vehicle. I understand there's a warranty issue that you'll be facing, but look at it this way: the Nissan Leaf currently, from the generation 1 to the current generation, they allow you to do vehicle to grid. They're actually in promoting that system because they know in certain countries it will come to work, it will come to pass, and for early adoption, it will help them push their vehicles. Because after maybe 5 or 6 years, you can still change the battery, you can buy a new battery, and the old battery you can put it somewhere as a power storage source. Even BYD currently are also doing the vehicle to grid system. So at the end of the day, I understand some OEMs will say, look, our batteries will degrade quickly and all that, but some OEMs are actually promoting it. Like here in Zimbabwe, everyone who's got a Nissan Leaf right now, they do vehicle to grid. And at the end of the day, they say, look, after the battery is gone, I can still buy another battery, and I've got another 8 to 6 years to go with it. But I know I've got extra power source. If I'm not driving my car, if there's a power fault, I can use my vehicle. So I think OEMs also need to have a bit of research and development on that, because it's going to work in certain continents like Brazil, Cuba, all those countries that are, that get affected by the dangerous weather. Like even in Africa, we face a lot of power cuts. For me to buy an electric vehicle, it's no longer about being mobile. It's for me to say, okay, look, I don't have power. Let me take power from my car.
I'm all for vehicle to grid.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think we are as well.
I think we've got to solve it, and it is a current challenge, and I think it's a brilliant initiative to get vehicle to grid going.
Yeah. Now, Tanaka, let's talk. I mean, obviously, you're based in Zimbabwe. What do you see, and maybe passing thoughts before we leave you for the day, and thank you for joining us. What do you see the biggest challenges in Zimbabwe? Obviously, we've spoken about vehicle adoption. If you could flick one switch, let's say one switch in Zimbabwe to increase EV uptake, specifically in Zimbabwe. Let's ignore South Africa and Namibia, but your home country. What is the one thing that you feel has to change in order to see more EVs on the road in your country?
Well, basically, it's tax. If there's tax relaxation on licensing, tax relaxation on duties, or tax relaxation on everything to do with importing an EV or manufacturing an EV, I feel there will be early adoption. Because EVs, it's pricing. Everyone wants an electric vehicle, to be honest with you, even in this country. Right now, we've got a demand of maybe 100 to 200 people. The government already has bought about 10. Our regulatory authorities got 1. So it's only pricing that's affecting people from not buying. But everyone wants an electric vehicle because, number one, we face challenges of the fuel price. It's just too high sometimes because we import the fuel. And secondly, sometimes availability of fuel is a crisis sometimes. So everyone wants an electric vehicle because right now, I think 40% of our market share right now, they're driving hybrids. So the transition from hybrid to electric is going to be very easy for us.
Fantastic. So Tanaka, from my side and everyone at EMCSA, thank you very much for taking the time. It's been very interesting to hear your views and perspectives. Obviously, not shy to touch on a few sensitive topics, which is always nice to have a speaker who boldly goes. And thank you very much for taking the time and joining us this morning all the way from Zimbabwe. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you very much.
Fantastic. So George, that was Tanaka. You and I chatting about in studio, as you was mentioning, not shy to step on some toes, but always interesting to hear a perspective from somebody who's driving the change in our northern neighbour.
Well, I mean, you've got to, in order to create the conversation, you've got to create some controversy sometimes, So I always say, if you want things to change, create a crisis.
Yep.
If you create the crisis, then things will have to change, and I'm very keen to see not only South Africa but Zimbabwe and our neighbours going on this path. I mean, it was very interesting that he said 40% uptake of hybrids.
Yeah,
actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
In Zimbabwe.
Yeah, no, very, very interesting. And I think he's leaving off that everyone wants an EV in Zimbabwe. And I think maybe in South Africa we're isolationists. We're just thinking of South Africa.
Yes.
Potentially, people he's mentioning grid cars. South African companies need to start looking north because if the demand is that high, clearly there's a need for it.
Exactly.
Fantastic. We're going to quickly take 1 minute break. We're going to be joined by our next speaker, Terry Kruger. Just a quick update. Nishan Naika will be moving to later in the afternoon. So Nishan, who's the founder and CEO of the Mega Million Energy Company, will be speaking later on this afternoon. And we're going to go straight into our next speaker, Terry Kruger. And she will be joining us in about a minute's time. We're just going to get her set up and we'll come back to you very shortly. Thank you very much, everyone. Right, George, so take a moment to digest some of Tanaka's comments. I mean, you and I were just talking about the demand in Zimbabwe. Maybe there's an opportunity for a lot of the South African guys, a lot of these small companies or these entrepreneurs who are go-getters to get up there and see what's going on. Obviously, the demand is much more than maybe people expected from our northern neighbor. We're going to go now across to Terry Kruger. She's the founding director of Synergetics Sustainable Solutions. And I think she's going to be talking about a topic that's quite interesting. As we move towards EVs, how can this move and this change also help us reduce road deaths on our roads? Which we know in South Africa, road deaths are a massive cause for concern and something that we need to address. Terry, are you with us this morning?
Absolutely. Good morning to you all. Thank you so much for allowing me in today with something that's probably a controversial subject.
We love controversy, Terry.
Thank you so much. It's been fantastic to hear all the previous speakers. Do you want me to start now?
You can go for it, love. We are ready and waiting, and you can climb into it. Go for it.
Excellent. So, yes, I've been very, very curious about electric mobility and electric vehicles for some time now. I'm obviously very excited to be one of those that will one day have one of them and drive cleaner air for the future. I have been mostly involved more in the development of the renewable energy sector in terms of the IPP, but also the commercial sector. And very much my passion has been over past 2 decades approximately working alongside an organization that looks at injury prevention in children. And it's actually quite astounding what happens to our children in a country that's quite developed like South Africa with our very strong road networks, and yet our children are not actually looked after very well. So basically what it comes down to is that we are creating cities and street environments that are simply just not safe for our children. There are many aspects to this, and we will be exploring different aspects of it now. So just a bit of background. As I said, I've been working alongside childsafe.org.za, which is based at the Red Cross Children's Hospital. We've been looking at all types of injury prevention, from burns to drownings to poisoning to fires, all sorts of gunshots, etc. And I was very privileged in 2014 to lead a team of people that actually produced a small solar system that is sitting on the roof at the Red Cross Children's Hospital and giving ChildSafe free electricity. And this has been going since 2017. So it's a good connection and a good link. So I'm very passionate about that. But how do I know all of this information about our children? In 2018, I was contracted as the workshop director to look at the PRIXA project, which is Prevention of Road Injuries Impacting on Children in South Africa. And we did an extensive study with UCT in terms of what is the available information, what has been said in terms of papers, what is the law, how does the law treat them, what are the regulations, and all of these aspects, as well as looking at international best practices. And what we found is that globally there's a staggering amount of 1.25 million deaths every year with our children. And at least 500 children are killed every single day. Now, these are globals, but South Africa has at least double of the world's fertility rate, which is quite staggering if you think that we don't really have as many vehicles. And what it's actually showing us is that there's a definite need for us to address this because it's a public health issue, and it's time that we address this. They are our future. So you'll see the map, how very, very dark red Africa is and other areas where we have very high incidence of injuries that kill our children. And then on the right, you'll see what we call the 3 E's. Now, the 3 E's with the methodology we adopted for the prevention of road injury accidents in children in South Africa and the PRIXA program. And what we did was we ran a series of workshops all over the country. I went to all 9 provinces, and we ran workshops with people from health, from enforcement, from education, social development, all the different agencies like your RTMC, legal partners, and we did an extensive understanding of what are the issues that are impacting our children. So are there in evidence? So we looked at what is in the law and what is being enforced at the moment. We looked at the education and the engineering aspects. So basically what it will come down to is that there will be an increase in incidence in low-income countries. It's just several factors alluding to this. One being is that we have a lot of new generational drivers, one that have not actually had vehicles in their families previously. So there's a little bit of a reference. We don't have the best quality of roads. I can attest to that. I did travel to all 9 provinces and drove most of the time. And high-income countries, they're expecting to have a decrease in this. So motor vehicle crashes are the #1 killer of our children on the roads. And if you can see in the illustration how our children are treated in traffic, very often it's about accessing education, it's about getting children to school, and unfortunately, the vehicles themselves may not be in good quality, but also there are little to no seatbelts used whatsoever. So if you look at least 7.5 million of our learners and students are actually looking to go to school by walking most of the days. And if you look at the Eastern Cape area, where the N2 kind of divides quite a few of the cities, where these children have to walk alongside this major highway with no pavements, no footpaths, and they have a terrible time, sometimes walking up to 45 minutes a day just to access education. And here you can see a bit more of an urban context where there are no pedestrian crossings. Often the children are taking taxis, and then the taxi drops them off on the left-hand side of the road, and they still have to cross the road as well to get to school. Yes, in 2017, very, very sadly, we had 1,300 children just killed in our roads. And this number is not abating at any point. This is why I say it is a public health emergency. You can see the conditions at which our children need to access to the other side of the road sometimes, where the schools are placed on the one side of the road and then they actually live on the village on the other side of the road. And even though they do try and put infrastructure into place in terms of overhead bridges and things, they very often find it's a very long way around, and human nature is what it is. It wants the shortest route. So if we make a comparison with Netherlands, for instance, they were part of this whole PRIXA program as well, assisting us with best practice internationally. Well, it's 10 to 20 times safer to live as a child in the Netherlands than it is in South Africa. So the premise was, how can we learn from what they were doing and international best practices, and what can we recommend coming out of this whole program? Excuse me. So you'll see that 75% of children are impacted in traffic or anyway in the vehicle at any given time. So this is why we have such a high incidence. There's also often that children aren't put into seat belts or to safety seats in the vehicles, which I'm hoping that when we do look at EVs, I know with the more sophisticated vehicles, if I can express it that way, that they are now internalizing their child seats, or at least having fixed clippings there for a person to put a child seat in very successfully. So that is one way of going. But for the most part, it's a lot of human nature that say we want to take the shortest route, we want to get to school quickly, we're running late, so we'll run across the train tracks, etc. And that's what's actually exasperating the whole situation. And the truth is that our children young children simply don't have the ability to assess when this truck is coming at high speed from the one angle. They need to get across the road. They can see their friends on the other side. They don't have the cognitive ability at the very young age to be able to assess that that car is traveling too fast, and if I run across the road now, that's what's going to happen. It's also exceedingly obvious that drivers actually wouldn't stop even at pedestrian crossings where they're obliged to stop to allow the children to come over. And exceeding the speed limits and lack of enforcement is very much a thing of drivers here in South Africa. Poor visibility. We have areas, especially in informal areas, where the children don't even have street lighting, so security and visibility becomes an option, and also on like major highways and byways like the N2, where there is no street lighting and these trucks and these vehicles are traveling at extremely high speeds and these children are having to walk on the side of the roads. And then there's insufficient integration of road and land use and public transport planning. This is one of the outcomes that we realized, that 60% of solving the problem is actually with the re-engineering of the situation. And this is where a bit of lateral thinking and a bit of enthusiasm about the electric vehicle industry and where we're going with this is to use this opportunity to look at how we engineer, say, our public transport services that are now going to adopt electric vehicles. I'm hoping to hear more from Golden Arrow tomorrow with Gideon Nettling, to actually look at the human factors. How can we engineer the way that the probability of a child actually encountering vehicle traffic or actually running into the road, as you can see the young man in the bottom picture, that there's a perfectly good bridge that goes across the whole highway, and yet for several reasons they decide it's quicker and safer, or quicker, to run across the main highway of about 4 lanes. This is just near where the airport is in Cape Town. But there's also the unintended consequences, whereby these bridges are put up there, they're caged in so nobody can jump off, but the criminal element then actually uses the 2 entrances. They wait for someone to be on the entrances and then they block the entrances. So it becomes a security and safety issue as well. So we really need to think quite clearly and a little bit more laterally of how we're going to solve these problems, and possibly try and engineer our roads that they are not separating, say, schools from where the children live, for instance. So the kind of proposal that the whole PRIXA project came up with was to look at a human-centric versus a vehicle-centric design. Essentially, again, separating the children and separating pedestrians and cyclists away from the rest of the traffic. And public transport is then prioritized over the humans. And then 3rd place, or 4th place, should I say, the individual household vehicles, which I know would not be a very popular thought, that we all need to get to where we need to go. But if we consider that our children are our future, and if we give them a good opportunity to get through to their education, to make university, who knows how many other very special, like Tutus and Madibas we have amongst us. So we really need to give this good consideration. You can see on the top, that is a class 5 residential street in terms of how we propose, or how it is proposed from an engineering point of view, to separate the cars, the people, the pedestrians and the cyclists. And further down, there's even a further distinction where the cycle tracks have their own particular cycling areas. So essentially, it's about separating children away from the traffic. This is an example in the Netherlands where they have very, very clearly marked areas of pedestrian crossings. They often have some kind of gates or fences that actually don't allow a child to run straight into a pedestrian crossing either, so they keep some kind of barrier, and also a way to calm the traffic down. It's been proposed that in South Africa, for instance, we look at doing a 30 kilometer per hour speed limit, especially around schools and where there are a lot of children. Tshwane municipality have over the years been testing this out, and they found a massive decrease in terms of children that get harmed. So to actually appreciate these kind of nuances that need to happen, and as we change towards our public transport systems, to actually look at ways that we have safe places where our children can get off and maybe go straight into the school vicinity, as opposed to being put off on the side of the road and having to cross major traffic where everybody's in a hurry and they very seldom actually look at the stop streets as well. So while we're thinking about this possibility of changing the way we treat our children in traffic, we need to look for very clear sight lines. Often children kind of come in between vehicles, and they're trying to look between the vehicles to see if they're able to cross the street. And unfortunately, the driver very often doesn't actually even notice the child is there until the child is in front of them catching their ball. I'm hoping that with EVs and the way that we have proximity alerts and proximity sensors, that this would be an additional tool in this whole area of saving the future of our children. Adequate lighting. If you look at the illustration in the middle, there's a nice big park area where there are trees for children and there's gardens for them to play in. And during the day, it's well lit, but in the evenings or in the late afternoons, especially where we have a lot of rain and thunderstorms, we need to also do adequate lighting there. And we must minimize the concealed and isolated routes. There was a story of one of the provinces that I visited, that the children having to walk to school from the one village through towards the town to the schools and the colleges, that there is a whole avenue of unsavory characters that actually try and get our children involved in drugs and all sorts of illegal activities as well. So to try and keep the routes more visible, more open, and avoid the entrapment, as we were saying, with the walk over bridge as well. So we need to look at what the citizens need. Our children need play parks. They need areas that they can run and release all that energy. They can learn to climb. They can build their muscle strength. So those kind of park areas, and you mix the park areas to maybe be next to where the bus stop is, for instance, that the children can play while they're waiting. I recently caught the My City bus. I often do that. I really, really like the My City service here in Cape Town. And I noticed that at the one school stop we made, there must have been about at least 50 to 70 children hanging out on the side of the pavement, playing games as they do while the cars are buzzing past at quite a rate. So just put some thought into those areas where you now have your terminals for the people to alight. And if we create a sense of ownership by getting the communities involved in the actual building and maintenance and looking after the management of these facilities as well, that will hopefully also encourage good use of all of the equipment. There's seldom signs or any information, particularly to drivers, to say, there's a school alert, there's children crossing up front. We need to look at this more carefully. Recently, I listened to a webinar about the whole road sign organization that speaks about the cost of producing signs and putting up signs. And as soon as you've got a sign, there's someone who wants to go and deface the sign and put a different sticker on it or kind of claim it for their own. So I understand that there are technical issues, but let's be smart, let's engineer them, and let's put them in a way that are above reproach, if I can put it that way. And I said early on about there are certain neighborhoods where they now plan a road where they've actually completely cut right through the neighborhood, that the schools are on the one side of this major highway and on the other side, that's where the schools are. So we need to think more clearly of that, or to have more direct access. So in all of this, we can do a good green building design for the built environment, try and reduce our carbon emissions in terms of not only the vehicular traffic, but in terms of the cement and the structures that we use. So that was my plea to you all, to say, let's actually be quite innovative in our thinking. Let's take on the challenge of actually looking at different ways to treat our children, and to rather put that money into better infrastructure and particularly for some very reliable electricity as well. Thank you for your time.
Fantastic, Terry. I mean, look, I think it's a great topic. We all know pedestrian deaths in South Africa particularly are a massive concern for our country. I want to try and tie it back. Obviously, our focus is a little bit on EVs, and I'm getting a couple of questions, people asking, please link this with the change to EVs. So from your perspective, wrap that in a bow for us, and why you think that there's an opportunity with EVs coming in that you can now reduce these road deaths. Where do you think is it a change in people's behaviour, or is it just because the cars come with proximity sensors. What is the big focus for you in tying this to the change towards e-mobility?
Well, thank you for that. Essentially, it's been mooted that the main push for EV vehicles will be electric buses or public transport buses, or very certainly in the circles that I'm moving around in. For instance, childsafe.org.za have a program called Safe Transport to School, where they literally have a training center for bus drivers and minibus drivers to get trained in advanced driving skills. They get medical reports in terms of their health. They get trained in first aid and all sorts of areas in a bid to actually assist our children getting to and from school safely. So public transport is a way that can happen. There will be needs for areas that they need to put in new infrastructure in terms of where the stations are, where the people get on and off from the different vehicles. So looking at those areas and actually taking into consideration that there are often a lot of children that are traveling on the public transport. As we said, 7.5 million access it every day, and unfortunately a lot of them have to walk. But if we could get the infrastructure right and possibly use solar power to give these children, anybody in a school uniform, a free ride to school, I think we'd be quite advanced in terms of our thinking.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. I think that gives good clarity as to kind of your talk around e-mobility.
That was fascinating, and thank you, Terry, for the presentation. I just wonder, and maybe you can kind of comment on my perception of this. I just wonder if physical infrastructure changes are much more expensive and harder to do than investment in things like the Internet of Things and EV software. Where traffic lights talk to cars and as you call it, proximity sensors, which these cars obviously are very sophisticated. But besides the cars being an isolated silo, I rather take the money that we might have invested in infrastructure, physical things, which are much more expensive in my mind, and invested in technology that actually helps the cars make decisions, because that's one big part that is missing, I think, in the future of South Africa, is the Internet of Things and objects or things talking to each other. I take my EV as an example. I now drive slower in parking lots because it's so quiet. You can't hear the EV coming. So there are downsides.
Absolutely, all very valid points. And, to me, it's always about a symphony. It's not one or the other. So yes, we can look at the infrastructure and there is a cost attached to it. But what is it costing us in our duty to care? And actually, for instance, I know I've been very involved in terms of burns and poisoning, particularly from the paraffin kind of energy poverty side, where just one single operation for a burn survivor would be over 100,000 rands in investment. And that's one single, and that's not to say the loss of the child's limb or the family loss or job losses or the future that child could have had. So we need to think very carefully about how we speak about this cost benefit. But my approach is more proactive, to say where we are going to make those investments, let's consider the children. Let's actually think of the engineering, not for the anthropometric, that word, in terms of, that's the person who's sitting in the car and that's how the car must be designed, which is obviously excellent. And that's why I say the interior can also happen in terms of car seats, etc., and proper seat belts that can adjust to as the child grows older. But also looking at the revival of the automotive industry to come up with creative ideas of how we actually avoid crashing into children. I know one of the unintended consequences of a lot of these big buckies that we have that have the bull bars was that they were so high that they had several incidents where a person reversing in their own driveway drove over their own children. So it's a case of how do we, one, make the child more visible, and that means maybe more reflective clothing, putting them into an environment where it's very well lit, and that there's obvious corridors where the children should walk. Whereas sometimes the criminal element take over those areas and then force them into dark and dangerous places. So the proximity alerts, the relook at the interior design, and then also how we do our infrastructure going forward.
Fantastic. Terry, and I think, you touched on a lot of topics there, and, I think it's important. Obviously, a lot of people, focusing on their EVs, but we have to focus around pedestrians, as you say, the children. One of the questions I've had come through is, would you consider that the sound, or lack thereof, as George has now referred to when he's driving in a parking lot, actually make drivers more aware of the issue? At the end of the day, drivers of EVs have to take responsibilities that these EVs are quiet, or is that, how do you see that balancing it off?
Sorry, I missed part of that question. I had a little glitch here.
No problem. So with the EVs being so quiet, do you see the fact that drivers need to start taking more responsibility for driving a quiet vehicle? As George has mentioned, he drives slowly in a parking lot because it's a quiet vehicle. Do you think that that's something that's going to come through, where drivers are aware that they're now driving a vehicle that's a lot more quiet, especially with children, having to be thought of?
I think that's a very loaded question, because while we know that there are a lot of street signs saying that we shouldn't go more than 120, that does not really necessarily mean we do that. But it is a good thought that because we are quieter as vehicles, that we need to be a lot more cognizant about what is happening around us, so that we don't engage in a way that can harm anybody else. But yes, definitely an area that needs to be considered.
Fantastic. So, Terry, as we go forward, do you see vehicles, George has mentioned his vehicle as a pedestrian sensor, these EVs come through. Do you see this being something where, and people are asking now, Teslas have pedestrian warning systems. Do you see this move towards EVs allowing us to hopefully make the road safer for our children in the future?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's why I say the fact that there's onboard computers, there's sensory input coming from all different angles. I don't know the science behind it, but I do believe that we have some very smart people that could figure it out, that if a child is like a certain height or there's something happening at that level, that we need to pay attention to it. I don't know if you saw the recent Tesla video about crashing into a pylon. I do know that there's great advances in terms of your self-driving vehicles, but to actually have that kind of sensitivity, maybe to see an object that's smaller but not a static object, but maybe one that moves, that could be a child or even an animal for that matter.
Fantastic. Well, Terry, from my side, I think I've gone through all the questions that I've been sent through from our audience. George, anything else from your side before we let Terry go?
No, Terry, really great initiative, and we need people like you in South Africa to keep our children safe. As we all probably agree, is that the children are the future of any nation, and the more of them, the more people we can keep alive, but the more children we can keep safe, the better for our future. So thank you for your work.
Yeah, we don't know who's the next Einstein, so let's allow them the opportunity to be there. Thank you very much, everybody.
Fantastic. Well, that was Terry Kruger from Synergetic Sustainable Solutions, and talking about EV infrastructure and how do we help keep our pedestrians safe, which I think most of us haven't talked about. We're all talking about the technology and how do we make sure enough energy, but while we're going through this change, let's also think about the pedestrians who are on the road.
Well, I think it's a fact that most road deaths are actually pedestrians and not the occupants of the vehicle. So we've over time, forget EVs for a second. Over time, we've made our vehicles so safe with airbags and restraints and crumple zones that we've made the occupants of vehicles incredibly safe. But we haven't really made the pedestrians more safe.
Sure.
So maybe the advent of EVs is an opportunity to really kind of take that one step further with the Internet of Things.
Perfect. Now, George, we've got a few minutes before our next speaker joins us, and maybe touching on what Terry's spoken about is when people move to EVs, a lot of people are talking about driver training. Learning how to drive an EV is very different to driving an ICE vehicle. Is this also an opportunity for us to talk to people about being aware of pedestrians? You know, Terry's now spoken. We have South Africa has one of the highest pedestrian road death rates in the world. Do you see this as maybe like a short left, let's say, like as we're training people to use the EVs, is also to say, but be aware your EV has a pedestrian sensor, do this, help that. Is this a unintended benefit or consequence of the EV mobility movement?
I think it's an unintended benefit, and the reason I say that is in driving an EV myself, you have no idea until you actually drive that vehicle in public, how quiet it is. Literally, I kid you not, I've driven very slowly, right up to somebody crossing my path, and they haven't even turned around.
Sure.
It's that quiet, because I think not because the car is that quiet, as our brains aren't attuned to hearing, the quiet hum of an EV, because it does hum slightly.
Sure.
So I think it is really a big kind of challenge for the future. But you touched on driving an EV.
Yeah.
Now, it is pretty much like driving any other ICE vehicle that's automatic. There's buttons instead of a gear lever, and in today's world, that's becoming a thing even in ICE vehicles.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I'm passionate about is I don't think we can put our 18, 19-year-old fresh drivers, maybe even people that are older that have just learned to drive, in an EV.
Especially boy racers of the robot.
Exactly. It is incredibly dangerous. These cars are blisteringly fast.
Sure.
The sheer torque and the immediate torque that you get out of an EV. So the world, I think, is talking about this, and it is something that we have to look to in the future, because it could increase road deaths because people can't control the power of these cars. It's if you had to imagine, it's like putting a youngster inside the front seat of a 911 turbo Porsche.
Crazy.
The chances of that person messing up is very, very high.
Fantastic. So, an unintended benefit as we move towards e-mobility, we perhaps took a short little left-hand corner there as we talk about pedestrians. But I think it's something that as South Africans we have to be aware of. We're moving towards infrastructure. How do we look at the whole ecosystem of road users, not just cars, vehicles and buses, in order to keep everyone safe on our roads, which I think we could all do with doing that more.
Exactly. I fully agree.
Fantastic. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break while we get our next speaker lined up. We have Francis Leroux, who's a PhD candidate. So for all the academics out there, this one is for you. This is what you want to talk about. Is a PhD candidate talking about electrochemistry-based digital twinning of lithium-ion batteries, the role of battery simulation in the role of EVs in South Africa. Now, I had a coffee session with this young lady. Fantastic. Super smart, way out of my league in terms of what she's going to talk about. So
you just got to say all that again, because it's just like
straight over your head. So I hope all our academics who are online have those questions ready, because this young lady, she is doing a fascinating PhD study, and the simulations that she's talking about, I think, will really help people understand the lifespan of lithium-ion batteries and understanding how that can work. It's really fascinating stuff. So give us a moment or two while we get her online, and then we'll be back shortly with Francis Leroux. Thank you very much, everyone.
It's on, ready to go. And then, it's like golf cart vibes.
Exactly.
This is a great way to be introduced to an electric vehicle. My first time in an electric car. Okay.
Do you see what range anxiety
4
does?
kilometers, 3%. Or 3 kilometers.
I would rather us not get stuck on this side of the thing where there's no reception, and we have to wait for them to realise that we have to come around.
That's the reason we're doing these tests, is to show people that it is actually better technology.
I think we're going to have to pull over. I mean, I can't.
0.
Fantastic. We gave you just a quick glimpse there of what we're going to be sharing with you over lunch break. Auto Trader's got a fascinating video, especially for all those performance guys out there who like to talk about the performance side. An EV test that you guys did, George. A little quick view of what we're going to play during lunch. So thank you very much for that.
You're welcome. It was very exciting to be involved with.
Oh, fantastic. So as I mentioned now, we have Frances Leroux on board. She is a PhD candidate in electrochemistry-based digital twinning of lithium-ion batteries. Frances, are you with us?
Hi there, yes I am.
Fantastic. Frances, I'm going to be very honest with you. I'm not an academic. I do this talking and I listen to very smart people like you to help form my opinions. So I'm really excited to hear what you have to say. Over to you, and let's talk us through your presentation.
Cool, thanks so much for having me. I'm really excited to be able to share a little bit more about the in-depth role of simulations, etc. In EVs. So yeah, my talk is going to be based on the role of battery simulation in the localization of EVs in South Africa. So yeah, let's just jump straight into it. I just want to say this work is based on what I did for my master's. I just want to see here. Sorry, my slide didn't want to go to the next one. There we go. And I'm just going to do a brief introduction and then talk about modeling and simulation of lithium-ion batteries, and then how I feel that this plays a role in EVs in South Africa. So as I was saying, just a little bit of an introduction of myself. My name is Frances Leroux. I did my Master of Engineering at Nelson Mandela University, and my work was in collaboration with Uyilo e-mobility program. I'm sure many of you have heard them before. Also doing a lot of work in line with the localization of EVs in South Africa. And my master's work was titled Modeling and State of Health Prediction of Lithium-ion Batteries under Dynamic High Current Applications. By dynamic high current applications, I'm talking more in lines of power tools, those applications, but nevertheless, the work is always applicable to similar fields of battery applications. And so just because I focused on higher current applications, it doesn't mean that we can't apply what we've learned to EVs. And basically my main task was looking at commercially available battery simulation solutions, and I was modeling the cyclic aging of lithium-ion batteries to see how we could use the data generated by simulation for state of health algorithms. And I will touch a little bit more on state of health and battery state estimation. I'm going to give a brief overview of batteries, why we use them, and then show you a little bit of what I did in using commercially available softwares, and then touch a little bit more on simulation and all of that. So I'm currently, as was mentioned before, just a little additional bit of information. I've actually relocated. So I'm currently based in the Netherlands, and I'm focusing on electrochemistry-based digital twinning of lithium-ion batteries. So this differs from my master's work, where I focused more on commercially available software. I am now focusing more on the actual digital twinning and modeling of lithium-ion batteries, and I'm focusing on electrochemistry-based solutions. But if you don't know what that means, don't worry, because I will get into it soon. So just some important battery themes that I think it's really good to have an overall view of why we have batteries and how we should use them. And when we're utilizing lithium-ion batteries, one of the most important aspects that we know is that we want it to be safe, and we want to be able to ensure the lifespan of the battery. And people like me who research the more in-depth aspects of the batteries, we're trying to look how we can achieve this. So we want to not only make the battery safer, but also know how we can utilize them again and make it more environmentally friendly. So make our application of the batteries more environmentally friendly. And so if we just go on to our next step, it's basically, I would say, 3 important steps that we need to look at in order to achieve this. We need to understand the battery behavior by implementing it in battery models, which will allow us to visualize the behavior of the battery. And we can then apply this in battery management systems. So this is a very brief and quite a broad overview of a battery management system and the key functions that we find within a battery management system. So of course, just to also provide more details, within a battery, we obviously have many cells connected in series and parallel, depending on the amount of power which you require from your system. And so a battery management system is mainly used to monitor and control the operation of the battery. And why do we need to do this? Because we need to ensure that our battery is always operating within its safe operating zones, because there are obviously quite a few dangers which can be involved with the operation of lithium-ion batteries. And we need to ensure that we don't have any issues. For example, thermal runaway is one of the most common known errors or faults occurring within batteries. And in order to reduce this, we need to constantly monitor the temperature of the battery as well as the state of health of the battery. So within our battery management system, we've got 4 focus areas. We've got measurement, control, state calculation, and diagnosis. So measurement, as I just mentioned, would be the monitoring of the temperature, the voltage, and the current of the battery. Now, you may ask, but why do we need to constantly monitor the voltage and current? Why don't we just provide the power to whatever we're using it for? If it's an electric truck, why don't we just provide the power to the drivetrain? The thing is that we constantly need to know the state of charge, maybe also in assisting with range anxiety, and as well as the state of health of the battery. Now, state of health is a really important factor for knowing the end of life of your battery that you're using in your vehicle. So most electric vehicles' batteries only have or are only operated until they reach 80% of their state of health, and then they can be repurposed for other applications. And our state of health algorithms are essential in knowing when we've reached the stage, because when it's reached a certain level of state of health, we can no longer use it for a certain application because it can no longer safely provide the power and energy which we require from the system. So state of health and then state of charge are both essential, both for knowing how much further, of course, it's like having a fuel gauge, knowing how much further we can go with our battery, and as well, how much longer, how many more years do we have left in our battery. So then that having state estimation and measurement leads to the control and diagnosis of our battery. So control, I'm talking about battery control in terms of cell balancing, cell management. I'm not going to go into too much detail in terms of cell balancing, but you'd get different forms of cell balancing, and knowing and keeping the cells balanced is really important in ensuring the longevity of your battery. So making sure that your cells are constantly balanced will help your battery to last longer, and as well as prevent phenomena such as thermal runaway. And then we also have our diagnosis, which is error detection, and this goes hand in hand a little bit with our state calculations, because they can help warn us when there is an issue within the battery. So looking at modeling and simulation, now I'm going to go into the details. We get 2 types of battery models. And just to recap, why do we need these battery models? What is the point? The point is to help us get information without performing physical tests on the batteries, help us get more information so that we can build these algorithms which I just spoke about. So for our state of charge calculation, for our state of health calculation, we really need a lot of battery data, and it is not always that useful to collect all of this data by means of actual cycling tests. And this is where battery models really can be quite useful, because we can develop our algorithms based on the information which we get from our models instead of from actual battery testing, saving us a lot of time and money. So in the world of battery modeling research, there's kind of like 2 dominant types of models which we're looking at. That is our equivalent circuit models and electrochemical models. So as I've mentioned, I'm focusing on electrochemical models. So it's a little bit of a more complex model of the battery. But just to give us a small little comparison here, equivalent circuit models have a lower computational burden but they do not consider the internal electrochemical behavior of the battery. So there's a lot of complex electrochemistry reactions happening within the battery, and they really do affect the behavior of the battery quite significantly. And an equivalent circuit model does not necessarily represent this behavior very well, but it is useful to use in state of charge indication. So when you're trying to understand the relationship between battery voltage and state of charge, an equivalent circuit model can be very useful. However, when you're trying to look at more complex development, such as state of health prediction and such, an equivalent circuit model just doesn't provide enough information about the operation of the battery. However, electrochemical models are much more computationally expensive, but they do consider the internal electrochemical behavior of the cells. And these are very good, as I mentioned now, for state of health estimation and also for the development of optimal charging strategies. There is some really interesting work going on, which could be really useful in the localization of EVs as well, in development of optimal charging strategies based on battery aging. And a researcher locally here has done some really good work in aging-aware charging. And I think this is all really tied in so deeply with modeling of batteries. And yeah, this world, it's just continuously developing, and we really still have so much work to do in terms of electrochemical models, but we are all people trying just to advance this field of modeling, because the models are really exceptionally useful when we want to implement accurate battery management systems. So I'm just going to focus a little bit now, not go as in depth. This is a little bit broader. And this is modeling for state of health prediction. This is the work that I covered in my master's. And I actually utilized Siemens SimCenter AIM-Sim. It's a software which is commercially available from Siemens. And I use their software for the generation of data in my master's work. And it played quite an important role within my research. As you can see here, I have a basic single cell model that I developed. It's just an electric circuit containing a voltmeter and a current source. And I was able to continuously charge and discharge a single electrochemistry cell model, which they have commercially available in their software, which I think is amazing. This is really useful in industry applications, in terms of training people, etc. Because you are able to use electrochemical cell models, which they've already developed, and apply them within your own applications. And then you can analyze how the battery responds to the different applications. So this is exactly what I've done. I've utilized an electrochemistry cell model, which they made available, and designed a small circuit to illustrate the basic charge-discharge profile that a single cell would experience. And then I utilized all of this data to understand how the cell was aging over all of these cycles. And then I was able to use that within my state of health algorithm. Now, I'm not going to go too much in depth into the state of health algorithm, because I think it's not exactly the point that I'm trying to convey with this talk, but more and more trying to focus on the usefulness of modeling in industry. So, as I said, the battery aging data was then generated and utilized to train a machine learning algorithm. And Siemens SimCenter AIM-Sim, I also want to mention, doesn't only provide a electrochemical model, but they actually have an entire list of different lithium-ion models which they make available, as well as battery models. And I think that if you are in industry or you're in the field of trying to train someone, this could be really useful in terms of really understanding and conceptualizing how the battery is operating under the various applications which you would like to use it. So I just wanted to focus a little bit on the advantages and disadvantages of modeling in comparison to maybe actual battery testing. So a lot of people do develop algorithms based on charge and discharge or aging data, which they have generated themselves, but that does take a lot of time. So some of the advantages of modeling is that it allows one to understand the behavior of the cells under the various operating conditions. However, not all aging models represent the full electrochemical processes occurring within the cells. So even your complex electrochemical models do not always illustrate the full behavior. So as I mentioned earlier, there's really still a lot of work that needs to be done within this, and some models may represent electrochemical behavior in terms of certain aging aspects, but then not all. So we often refer to aging as linear and non-linear aging. There are some aspects which we refer to as linear, which is simpler to model, and then we have some complex aging mechanisms which we're still struggling to model today. So although it allows one to understand the behavior, and it does allow you to generate relatively accurate control mechanisms, it's still not as accurate as we would like. However, by generating data using models instead of testing, we really are saving a lot of costs and time as well. And as I kind of said, we are looking a bit at this computational expense as well as accuracy. So we have a little bit of a play of when it comes to electrochemical models, equivalent circuit models, as well as battery testing. We really are trying to find the perfect relation in terms of computational expense and the accuracy. And as I mentioned, yeah, cyclic aging testing is quite resource intensive. And then just another aspect is, of course, that commercially available software can be quite costly. So if you are looking at using models which already exist and not developing your own models from the beginning, it can be quite costly. However, I think that this is kind of where it's going to be going in terms of battery modeling, because not every company has the time or the resources to develop their own electrochemical models from scratch, as well as the knowledge. It really takes a long time to understand and conceptualize all the behavior of the cells. So this is where using commercially available software can be quite useful. Now, I just want to look a little bit of battery modeling and the localization of EVs in South Africa. So I'm trying to link the concept of modeling and how it can help us. Just looking back, this is another battery model which I developed within Siemens, and this one contains various cells connected in series. So I basically modeled a 12-volt cell here instead of a battery, instead of one single cell, and this allowed me to see how the battery as a whole responded to the various operating conditions. So the details of the electrical design are not really important, but I just wanted to illustrate what you could be able to do. And I'm going to get to a section now, which I'll show you some results. And then you can kind of just see how useful it is. And it really helps us to understand how battery circuits and battery management systems need to be designed, as well as how the cells need to be monitored, the cell balancing which needs to occur, the programming of a BMS, as well as state estimation. So when you would need to set up a model like this, it could really be quite a learning curve, because you would have to look at what are my operating parameters for the battery, what are my minimum voltages, what are my maximum voltages, what temperatures can my battery operate within. If each cell is at a slightly different temperature, how does that affect my response as a whole? And just various, what do different charge currents, what does that do to the battery? What do different discharge currents do to the battery? And all of these are things that we can learn simply by modeling a cell or a battery. So instead of applying all of this to some physical battery, which we would need to test in the lab, which also, of course, can raise different safety questions, we can do this all by building a relatively simple electric circuit on our laptops, and we're able to visualize all of the results. So this is a result from one of the battery simulations which I ran, and these are 4 different cells. So this result is from the setup which I showed in the previous slide. It's my 4 cells which are connected in series to make a 12-volt battery, and I've monitored the voltage of each individual cell, and all the cells are charged and discharged at the same current. This battery underwent quite a not crazy dynamic, like as intense as you would find in your electric vehicle, but a slightly dynamic charge-discharge profile where I discharged the battery at quite a high current for a couple of seconds, then at a lower current for about a minute, and then even lower. So it just has a little bit of a varying discharge profile, and that allows us to see the response of the voltage of the battery. And as you can see, as soon as you're doing the orange line on there would be the current. So as soon as you're doing a relatively high discharge current, your voltage is dropping quite significantly, and then it almost does a little bit of a recovery profile. So this is a typical example of how you can utilize a simulation to understand the response of the battery. Now you see that we've got 4 cells, and they're different. They're represented by the blue lines, which each have slightly different. You've got the solid lines and the dotted lines, and you can see that my cells are dropping to different voltages. And this is because at this moment, each cell within this battery was considered to be at a different temperature, as well as a slightly different state of health. And you can see that this largely affects the response of the cells, which means that your management of the battery needs to be quite specific and accurate in order to prevent a cell from dropping to a voltage which is too low and experiencing thermal runaway or spikes in the temperature. So this is really important to understand and conceptualize that if I have a battery where my cells are not all at the same health, how does this affect the response of the battery as a whole? And some people may say, yes, but when you get a new battery, you've got cells and they're all new, so they're all healthy. This is not the case at all. No cell coming out of a manufacturer's factory has exactly the same state of health. You will always have a slight variance in the health and the available capacity of your cells within a battery. And thus it's really important to understand that your cells within a battery are always going to be reacting slightly differently. And this is where simulation can really play a helpful role, so that you can conceptualize and really plan for different responses within the battery. Now, I'm just going to sum up a little bit here. And just looking at battery simulation in South Africa, I really think that battery simulation within tertiary education can be quite a useful tool, especially within the future of EVs in South Africa. And I think that we are definitely headed there. It might not be immediate, but it is definitely in time to start to step up the knowledge of our younger generation, and just so that people generally can understand the operation of batteries. And I think this is where these modeling tools really can be quite handy. And it's also, of course, useful in the development of efficient battery management systems, and utilizing them for data generation, as I mentioned. And yeah, there's just a single line referring to charging stations. As I said, there's a lot of work being done in utilizing battery modeling for the development of aging-aware charging, which is a really interesting topic and could be really useful within our industry, especially in South Africa, and people having so much anxiety in relation to our grids and the demand which EVs might place on the grids. And finally, I just find that modeling could be quite a useful tool even within industry, when we are moving towards an industry where we are focused on EVs, and perhaps we might not be developing the batteries from scratch within South Africa. But I think that there is definitely going to be a requirement for employees to understand how the batteries are working. And I think that this is where modeling and simulation could really play a big role in generating some knowledge within the field. So yeah, that is pretty much a brief overview from my side. We can move on. If anybody has any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Perfect. So, Francis, I have a lot of questions here, and I'm going to acknowledge all the people who are giving me all these questions. They must be academics because they're understanding they're understanding all your euphemisms or your questions. I'm gonna cherry pick one, but then I want to try and steer us a little bit more towards what consumers might benefit from your modeling, because I think that's what we need to focus on is what does work like what your work do for the average consumer, me on the street who wants to buy an EV. What does your kind of modeling do? How does it help me make sure that I'm buying the best EV that I can out there? So I'm going to touch on one technical question to have all our techies a little bit happy, and then I'm going to hand over to George because he's going to go on the consumer side. How does solid state batteries affect the outcome of simulation? And I'm picking on this one because I think consumers understand solid state batteries. The question comes on a lot. And do you see solid state batteries as the future of EV batteries?
Yeah, if the question is with relation to solid state batteries, I'm not 100% sure what the question is implying to. What exactly do they mean by solid state batteries in relation? So
solid state batteries, does it affect the outcome of your simulation? Have you run any simulations on solid state batteries? And then just an opinion on, do you see solid state batteries as potentially the future of EVs?
Yeah, I haven't specifically run too many experiments on solid state batteries. I've more been just focused in with one area, so I'm not sure that I can accurately answer this question. So
fair enough, no problem.
Sorry.
No problem. George, over to you.
Francis, that was fascinating. You know, I had to really concentrate there. You're a smart lady, and I think South Africa, has to benefit from the work you do. So thanks for that. But kind of like just in my own layman's terms, when thinking about the recycling of lithium-ion batteries, I often come under fire when it comes to naysayers, saying to me that your EV might be more efficient on the road, and you're 80% efficiency versus 15% efficiency in an ICE vehicle, but your battery still has to be recycled, and then things are equal when it comes to fossil fuels and burning fossil fuels in these noisy ICE vehicles. So what does your research or reading show when it comes to recycling of lithium ion? Is it as bad as the fringe couch experts say it is?
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting question. I think that our focus needs to be more on repurposing of lithium-ion batteries initially before we start focusing on just the recycling of lithium. So in the beginning, when I spoke about our usage of batteries and making that quite efficient, I think that we should, once an EV battery reaches its end of life, which is generally considered once it reaches 80% of its full capacity. So once we get to that point, we can utilize the EV batteries for other applications before we even get to the point of recycling lithium-ion batteries. So I think it is definitely, I know that the physical recycling of lithium-ion batteries is quite intensive and a little bit expensive, maybe environmentally. But I think that if we focus our energy also on the repurposing of the batteries, we can get a little bit more out of the batteries before we have to reach that point of recycling. So I think a lot of people focus on, but recycling of lithium is really, it takes a lot and a lot of energy and is quite expensive in many ways. But I think that we forget to focus on the fact that before we get to that point, we can still utilize the batteries a second time.
Thank you, Francis. I think that's a very good point you make in terms of repurposing the batteries themselves, because that kind of brings down the cost of the impact to the environment. And a second question I had was, is degradation of lithium ion that bad in EVs? And the way I think about this is, lithium ion batteries in EVs can probably do, I'm I'm gonna throw you a number, and you're the expert that can tell me whether I'm right or wrong, is around about 1,000 charge cycles before it gets to its 80% or so, which then in my Jaguar I-Pace means that I would have done around 350 to 400,000 kilometers in that EV. So again, is the degradation of lithium-ion batteries in an EV really that bad? Have we reached a point where it's not risky to drive an EV because the battery might just outlast the car?
Absolutely. So I would say no, it's not that bad, because your approximation of how long your battery would last and how far you could go, you are pretty much able to use the battery for as long as you would be using a typical vehicle. So we focus a lot on degradation of the lithium-ion battery because we're trying to get it to last even longer. But I think that this anxiety related with having only a certain amount available from your battery for a certain amount of time, I think that people could be a little bit more, your general public could be a little bit more educated in this aspect, because as you say, you can typically go about 1,000 cycles, or if not more, and that is, you're going quite, giving the car quite a range, which when you're buying your typical vehicle, and just a typical internal combustion engine vehicle, I don't imagine that people tend to keep their cars for much longer than 300,000 kilometers anyway. So
exactly.
Yeah, you make a really good point, and completely, I do agree with you there. I think that the degradation of the battery is sometimes overemphasized, but we're looking at it because we want the batteries to last even longer. We're not trying to create this anxiety around the fact that the battery is constantly degrading. Your vehicle is also constantly degrading, and everything in terms of environmental effects and such.
Well, I mean, we might have a battery that could last 1 million kilometers, but then you might be sitting on the floorboards of the car.
Exactly, 100%.
So last question from me, Francis, and then I'll let you go, because it's been so fascinating. Is and you might or might not have done some reading in this area. Is there life after lithium-ion?
Yeah, that is a very interesting question. I can't answer you too accurately, because my life currently is lithium-ion. So, that's where a lot of the focus of the research still is. I think that there's a lot of work being done in a lot of interesting other aspects of battery applications, and I firmly believe that researchers can, if they find something better or that can contribute even better, I'm sure that they will within due time. But I think we are very much stuck on lithium-ion for the next little while.
Stuck on lithium-ion.
Stuck on lithium. There we go. Well, I think that's what we're gonna close with the morning session of day one. Francis, thank you so very, very much for your time and sharing those studies with us. I think it's people like you who are going to help the average consumer like myself understand what I'm going into and be able to counter all these naysayers and people who throw stuff at you. People like you who can give us the facts. The couch experts. Couch experts from everything from a conflict in Europe to whatever else. They're everyone. So we know that, and with people like you giving us the real information, I feel that it gives us the opportunity to make educated decisions. So thank you very, very much for your time.
Thank you too, and thanks so much for having me. I think conferences like this as well are just really going to help the public feel more comfortable with the field as well. So thank you for allowing us to be a part of it.
Fantastic, Francis, and have yourself a great afternoon. Fantastic. George, we've come to the end of day one, or the middle of day one, I should say. We're going to go on a lunch break. Quick summary from your side, a couple of takeaway points before we break for lunch.
So, throughout the whole morning, I think a couple of really key points for me is there's no going back.
Yep.
So we've started this journey. There's no going back. And I suppose the biggest elephant in the room really is education.
Yep.
And getting consumers up to speed with the reality of EVs, what they mean, how to drive them, that there is charging infrastructure, and then I think the second big theme for me is really the infrastructure, the grid, government incentives and investment in that, and then I think the third thing is really safety.
Yep.
So safety is paramount, and these cars do bring an element of safety that ICE vehicles leave behind.
Fantastic. Well, and I couldn't agree more. I think what we've seen is we've got new young experts coming out who are pioneering the field, making it easier for the average consumer to understand that the technology is there, and as you say, there's no going back. EVs are happening. Whether you kind of agree with it or not, it's coming. So let's get on board. And I think the overwhelming thing I've heard is that it's going to be a multifaceted solution. It's not just going to be one. What do they say? There's not going to be one golden arrow that shows the way. We're going to have to come up with many solutions to get through this.
It's going to be a collaborative effort, effectively.
Fantastic. Well, George, you're going to love and leave us. Mm-hmm. So thank you very, very much, sir, for joining us in studio for EMCSA Day 1. And we've really enjoyed having you here. And it's been an absolute pleasure having your insights, having your real-world feeling as somebody who drives an EV every day. So thank you very, very much from all of us here at EMCSA.
You're most welcome, Rob, and thank you for having me, and thank you for everybody that's watched. I've certainly learnt a few things this morning, and I hope you guys keep going strong.
Fantastic. So we're going to break for lunch now. We're going to leave you with some awesome, fantastic content from our friends at AutoTrader, who recently conducted a video test of electric vehicles. So while you're enjoying your lunch, don't drop off. We're going to leave you with some great content, and we will see you back at 1:30 for EMCSA, brought to you by AutoTrader, Grid Cars, and Katia Automotive. From all of us here at the EMCSA studio, we will see you back in roughly 25 minutes at 1:30. Thank you very much, everyone. Goodbye.
now going to demonstrate how to start your charge using the Grid Cars Charge Pocket app. First you need to plug the plug into your car. Then I'm going to invite you inside my car so that you can see it due to the light. So you open the Grid Cars Charge Pocket app at that point. Over there, this is the app you get with the Grid Cars registration. Over here you can then actually select the charge points. You can first of all see all the charge points that are currently active in the country. It actually automatically picked up that I'm at the DC GridCars charger at the GridCars head office, and now I'm gonna just say start the charge. Off you go, and the charger started on my car.
To the first annual South African electric car test charged by Auto Trader.
So it's on, ready to go. And then, oh! Yeah, it's like golf cart vibes.
Exactly.
This is a great way to be introduced to an electric vehicle. My first time in an electric car. Okay.
Do you see what range anxiety
4
does?
kilometers, 3%. 3 kilometers.
I would rather us not get stuck on this side of the thing where there's no reception and we have to wait for them to realize that we have to come around.
That's the reason we're doing these tests, is to show people that it is actually better technology.
I think we're going to have to pull over. I mean, I can't.
0.
Join us as we put the Jaguar I-Pace, the Mini Cooper SE, and the BMW i3 Rex through a series of challenges.
We're here today to set the first national benchmark for electric mobility on South African soil.
Today we will be performing an open road simulation designed to test the individual car's capability to travel distance on a single charge without using regenerative braking. This on a typically hot South African day. Our teams will be travelling around a high-speed oval at a true speed of 120 kilometers an hour, with the cruise control activated and their air conditioning system set to 21 degrees Celsius. These cars won't benefit from the additional charge they would have received from their respective regenerative braking systems, which use kinetic energy to recharge the battery during deceleration. This test will therefore determine a potentially worst-case scenario range and set the first national benchmark for electric cars in the South African climate.
Sean, what do you think is going to happen?
I think it's really interesting because we've got the Jaguar I-Pace with a really big battery pack, and then you've got a car like the Mini Cooper SE that's got a really small battery pack. So it's going to be really interesting to see how much the lightweight car with the small battery pack, how much distance that can cover without regen. But it's also going to be interesting to see a second gen car like the I-Pace sort of try and cover as much distance as possible. It's quite an interesting test. And then you've got the i3, which is sort of the middleman of the situation. So quite fascinated to see what they can achieve.
I'm Jason Goliath. I'm a comedian, actor, presenter, and all-round lovely person. My partner for the day is a bra named George from Auto Trader, who's very handsome. So I don't know if he's like the face. I'm going to figure out what his role is, but I think he's one of those people that uses duty-free products on his face. You know those handsome men for no reason. So it will be Handsome and the Beast. Is that a movie?
Hi, my name is George Minnie. I'm CEO of the biggest automotive brand in South Africa, Auto Trader. So I've been paired up with the comedian Jason Goliath. Maybe a little bit against my will.
George and Jason will be driving the Jaguar I-Pace, weighing in at 2.2 tons with a combined driver weight of 210 kilograms. This long-range EV has an advertised range of up to 470 kilometers, a gross battery capacity of 90 kilowatt hours, and an average energy consumption of 22 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers. Its starting price at the time was just under 2 million rand.
What's up, guys? My name's Donovan Goliath, 1/3 of comedy trio Goliath and Goliath. I do comedy, I'm a creative director, I do a lot of things. Teammate, I know his name is Richard. We're both geeks, you know, we like tech.
Hello everybody, my name is Richard Nwamba. I am the Operations Director at SoSocial as well as The Motorist, online publication. My teammate today is now Donovan Goliath. Seems like a fun guy.
Donovan and Richard will be driving the Mini Cooper SE, weighing in at 1.3 tons with a combined driver weight of 186 kilograms. This city-focused EV has an advertised range of up to 215 kilometers, with a gross battery capacity of 32.6 kilowatt hours and an energy consumption figure of 17.5 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers. Its starting price is 686,000 rand.
So, I'm Nicholas Goliath, I am a comedian and my teammate is Juliet and I think that she's going to be the better driver.
Hi, I'm Juliet Maguire. I am a motoring journalist and I have been for 14 years. My EV partner today is Nicholas. I find him so far the more quiet of the brothers, the cousins, in friends, you know, Goliaths.
Juliet and Nicholas will be driving the BMW i3 SE Drive Rex, weighing in at 1.2 tons and with a combined driver weight of 146.8 kilograms. This EV has an advertised range of up to 285 kilometers, a gross battery capacity of 42.2 kilowatt hours, and an average energy consumption rate of just 13 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers. Its starting price at the time of filming was 754,200 rand. For the purpose of this test, the range extender will not be used.
And we're off. So we are setting the cruise control at 120 true speed, so GPS speed.
Cruise control activated.
Aircon's on auto.
This is a great way to be introduced to an electric vehicle. It's my first time in an electric car,
Okay.
actually. But the biggest problem I've had with electric cars is that they've never looked nice until now.
And you're 100% right. I couldn't have said it better.
I feel like this is, what is the movie? Like a Back to the Future. Yes. This is, if you didn't drive a DeLorean, it'd be in an i3.
These electric SUVs are smaller than the average SUV.
Listen, I was looking at it from the front and it looks like it should have Lambo doors. Like it's got that type of aggression in the design.
This I-Pace has got the Lamborghini wheel arches. That's what I think.
That's exactly what it is. So it's a Lambo without the it's just like
Exactly.
it's very relaxed. Like it feels like I'm in a vehicle that somebody spent a lot of money insulating so that it's quiet, luxurious. Like I'm not at this moment, I'm not missing an engine noise.
No.
We're officially at the first driver changeover, and our teams have been traveling at a constant speed of 120 kilometers an hour with cruise control activated. Let's see how they're doing.
Okay, so this is a very interesting thing. Earlier on, they asked me, what do you think you're going to get out of this car in terms of range? And I was like, because I don't know. Like, I've never done the research. So I said, like, I don't know, 500 Ks in my mind.
In your mind.
And then we jumped in and it said, what?
126, if I'm not mistaken.
Something like that. And I was like, no, surely not. But then I go, okay, cool. 126. If we're driving it at a consistent speed,
Yes.
and, you know, we're doing all of these things and we're in green mode,
Yes.
we probably use about 10% of the battery. We've used 40% of the battery already.
So when we started, we were on 206 Ks. I asked Nick what he thought we would do, and you said?
I said we're going to do 190 Ks.
Okay, and we've done an hour's drive. Battery's at 30.5%, we've got 55 Ks left.
But we have done 120 Ks, which means we should technically get to 170. But if I apply the same logic I did earlier with the 206 to 190, then I think we'll probably get to about 150 Ks, yeah, total.
I think it might be less.
Really?
Well, once we start again, it's going to drop probably.
Yes.
So we might only get to like 140.
140. So between 140 and 145,
That's a team answer.
Yeah.
It's a team answer. The average.
Right, 56% battery, 227 kilometers of range left. Good job. Okay.
One time.
We're only stopping because I need to pee.
Perhaps you can run us through just how you actually drive an electric vehicle. We know we've got one pedal technology and we've got regenerative braking, as we mentioned, but how does that actually work for a consumer? Would you think that somebody would need maybe a bit of training on driving a vehicle like that?
I think you definitely need a test drive, at least in the test car, in an electric car, to see if it's the sort of thing that would work for you. An electric vehicle's got instantaneous torque delivery, so it takes some getting used to, because the acceleration, even in an entry-level EV like the Mini Cooper SE, it's still quite a fast car for what it is, so it can take you by surprise.
Okay, we are now starting the car. Listen. That's all you hear.
That's
just
the ignition.
Yeah.
Very Jetsons.
So it's not going to start like a normal car, right?
No, because you expect that.
Are you missing the...
To let you know. Because I literally don't know if this thing is on or not.
No, she's not on. Nothing's happened.
You just won't hear that. That's the only thing you don't hear.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. She's on.
So it's on.
It's on.
So it's on.
It's on. Ready to go.
And then... Oh! Yeah, it's like golf cart vibes.
Exactly. Like golf cart vibes.
But very, very nice golf cart vibes.
Okay. Right-hand lane.
Right-hand lane.
Okay, here we go. Torque.
There's your torque.
Yeah. This is so weird for me.
It's so weird.
It's so weird that it's so quick.
It's so weird.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I quite like that. Ooh, it sounds nice as well. What I've experienced so far is I come out of a 5 Series and I can't complain for comfort. This is as comfortable a place to be. Maybe I'm simplifying this a bit too much, but it feels like, remember when the QWERTY keyboard was the biggest revolution in cell phone technology? And I wasn't sure about this touch screen thing. And it's the same as where, because we love petrol so much and we're so used to it, it's hard for us to imagine a car being something else.
Exactly. Think about the days before ICE vehicles.
Yeah. Horse and trailer.
Drawn carriages.
Yeah. It's literally like going, why have you got that old Motorola that takes the full SIM card? Some of you are too young to know that thing. It looked like a credit card in the back.
Yes,
why have you still got that phone when you could have iPhone 13?
A lot of people ask me, well, how long is South Africa going to take to become, 100% EVs? It's a very mathematical question. If we replace at a rate of about 300,000 cars a year, and we've got 12 million cars,
12 million.
It's going to take you about 30 years to replace the entire fleet.
Yeah. I hate that the more laps I do, the more I'm realizing that to be resistant to electric vehicles is being resistant to change.
And that's the reason we're doing these tests, is to show people that it is actually better technology.
Okay, so we've just stopped. I jumped in. It was just under 56%. We are now on 13% battery. We've got 54 kilometers left. And I am converted because it was quite a magical, probably the easiest 120 kilometers of my life of driving.
The original range started off at 410. And it says we've got 54 kilometers to go. So if you believe the 54 kilometers plus the 240, we're going to get to about 294. I don't believe we're going to do 54. I think you can take probably about 15 kilometers off that. I think we're going to get another 40 Ks out of this.
I think we're going to get 30 Ks more.
You think we're going to get 30 Ks more?
Yeah.
Which still take us from 240 to about 270, maybe 280.
You think about 240 is your absolute worst case.
37 kilometers with 21% battery.
We're on 12%. We've lost 1% on half a lap.
It is what it is.
10 Ks range.
I just see that now. And 8% battery.
8% battery.
I would rather us not get stuck on this side of the thing where there's no reception and we have to wait for them to realize that we haven't come around.
So range anxiety is not new to non-electric car owners. It's the same like when your petrol light comes on and you're on the long road.
Do you see what range anxiety
4
does?
kilometers, 3%. Or 3 kilometers.
I think we're going to have to pull over. I mean, I can't.
Oh, the i3's gone. The i3's gone.
My heart.
It's like this car's not going to stop.
Out of my chest.
We've passed them.
We've passed
Come on. Yes.
They will send people to find us.
Hopefully.
Only because you're here. We're behind you and we're on 3%. Oh, the screen just went off.
Okay, cruise control just switched off.
Screen off. That is dramatic.
Aircon off.
Aircon immediately gone.
It's on 1%, 1 kilometer to go. When it says 1% and tells you 1 kilometer, it is very accurate.
Don't waste what little. We got 2 kilometers here. There's no time for fancy pants things. We are in the middle lane now.
Think we can make it, Rich?
We can make it.
We're on 1% now.
We can make it.
Yes!
Come on, 1%. Be an iPhone 1%. 0%. All right, the Jag is gone. The Jag is gone. 0, 0, 0.
The results are in. The Mini Cooper SE drove a distance of 147 kilometers and 730 meters in a time of 1 hour and 14 minutes at an average speed of 119 kilometers an hour. The BMW i3 SE Drive Rex drove a distance of 168 kilometers and 527 meters in a time of 1 hour and 24 minutes at an average speed of 120 kilometers per hour. And finally, the Jaguar I-Pace drove a distance of 277 kilometers and 311 meters in a time of 2 hours and 18 minutes at an average speed of 119.9 kilometers per hour.
So at the end of day one, I think it's fair to say that your life will work out based on the car you have chosen, and I've got that Jaguar lifestyle. I feel great. It is evident in the range, and I'm not saying size and length matters, but sometimes it does.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to batteries, it does.
Thank you very much.
It does.
This was supposed to be a wrap-up of day one and not a gloat session.
Yeah.
So
of the extended range.
We will then speak about that.
Okay.
Huge surprise. I must be honest. I started off thinking that this car's got a range of about 500 k's, and then got in. I was like, no, there's
pleasantly
no way.
shocked.
And once that range anxiety,
Guys,
we felt range anxiety, and it's a real thing. Like, we started stressing because we did not want to get stuck at all. Because we would have been those guys that get stuck in the worst possible place. Now there's no communication.
I think what surprised me the most was I'd never driven my Jag down to below 15%. And the fact that when it got to 0 and you switched it off, the dash turned red and it would not switch back on.
Ooh, you see, you don't want to see a red screen.
I don't want to see a red.
It's like the old blue screen on the laptop. That's a blue screen of death.
Look, I was also surprised, Don, because I was expecting like a 600k range, because I was comparing to normal petrol. So I was expecting at least 600, maybe 500, and then we got 168, which was I'm so happy that we were just driving in the circle. Can you imagine if I thought we were going to Durban and then you just kick it?
We must give the i3 some respect because it's the oldest car here, and it
still looks lovely,
like something from the future.
You have to what these cars do, because it's so accurate. Once you get to 1%, you have got 1%. There's no I know my car mentality. Because I know my car can give you just that.
And it's like your phone.
When you look at the MT and then you look from an angle.
Personally, tomorrow I have no idea what we're experiencing. I think we did a lot here today. I feel like we are going to experience a lot more range anxiety.
I know. I feel
we shouldn't have said it. Now they're going to give it to us.
I feel like that's going to happen, but I think it's going to be interesting to drive all these cars, especially for the guys who haven't. I mean, we've spent a little bit of time in these electric cars, but I think it's going to be a good basis for you guys to see what they drive like on a normal everyday.
Yes.
You know, like
during the people.
100%.
During people. Yes, during the people. During the people.
I think we're going to get less. I thought we were going to get less distance in around town, because that's normally what happens, but then it's the reverse. Jules is telling me.
Regenerative, my boy.
Regenerative braking.
I learned words today. I don't know how to spell it yet, but I pronounce it on
You know what they should call it when you are on that 1%, when your car is losing battery? It's road shedding.
Oh.
It is perfect.
You are fixated on this 1%.
No, guys, we 1% life. Let's go. I think we're done. We've got 1% left of power left in us.
Hashtag electric car test.
Join us for day 2 of the annual South African electric car test, charged by Auto Trader, as we take these electric cars on a city driving simulation test, which showcases just how well they perform as an everyday drive.
What if you have the opportunity to reimagine what an electric ecosystem could be? To design it from the ground up, at Cartier Automotive, that is exactly what we are doing. We aim to build the most suitable options for our country by focusing on innovation and sustainable solutions. We are a South African company and draw inspiration from our country's beauty, pioneering spirit, and pure determination. We are committed to a clean, sustainable world, and we are pursuing our passion while providing a meaningful benefit to future generations. We know that definitive progress comes from taking small steps towards our goal every single day. We believe in value, engineering excellence, and staying on the cutting edge of technology, but never at the expense of quality. We build solutions that inspire both heart and mind. We are Cartier Automotive. Cartier Automotive, the future today.
Good afternoon and welcome back to EMCSA 2022. This is the lunch session with myself, Rob Walker, and EMCSA 2022 is proudly broadcast by Grid Cars and brought to you by our presenting media sponsor in Auto Trader, as well as Cartier Automotive as our supporting sponsor. We are diving into day 1, our afternoon session, and we're going to have a great 4 talks this afternoon, some of them returning speakers from EMCSA 2021. So we'll be catching up with them, as well as some new speakers. I'd like to remind all our attendees who are on our Zoom meeting, if you have any questions, please throw them in the question column. We'll try and as much as we can to pitch them to our speakers. If we miss them, please, we'll try and get to you as quick as we can. And if you would like to put a question, please put it through to us, and we will try and get to our speakers. But enough of me rambling on, and let's get to our next speaker. Our next speaker is a returning speaker, Amin van der Merwe, who is the director of Green Cab. Amin, are you with us this Tuesday afternoon?
100%, absolutely.
Fantastic. It's lovely to see you again. I hope you are well.
Mutual. Very well, thank you.
Fantastic. Amin, today you're going to be talking to us about driving back better by seizing the climate crisis and the rise in electric mobility. Very interested, obviously, Green Cab, you guys have been a pioneering movement in electromobility. Very interested to see or hear what you have to say. Give us a little bit of update as well on your progress while we are chatting. So enough from me and over to you.
Thank you so much. Excellent. It's a privilege to be back. And a year later, it's so exciting to see some new faces on the program and youth that will be taking over the reins of, from the green goggles like myself. Hey. So a little bit of an update and then a particular case study that we'd love to share about a pilot we've done in the waterfront in their efforts to, as I call it, to drive back better. So I shall launch right into it. So for those of you who do not know the Green Cab and our work, but we've been around for about the last 12 years and have been driving sustainable mobility options within the corporate transfer and eventing sectors. And initially we've gone the extra mile and deployed various technologies over our fleet, such as liquefied petroleum gas, running dual fuel petrol gas, blades, tailpipe devices we imported from Brazil, fuel additives, and secondary diesel particulate filters. Quickly made a name for ourselves and also issued a green transport certificate with the Green Carbon Protocol, and popularizing a particular offering called Conferencing with a Conscience. So for instance, we've done the last 4 in person. Sadly, last year was not an in-person event of the World Economic Forum on Africa. So greening of events. So that's just a bit of a background of what we've been up to. And our major driving force being the fact that transport is where the rubber hits the road in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. The little pie diagram on the left there was just 2-3 days ago. I was in a city of Cape Town Integrated Transport Development Plan workshop, and yeah, road transport contributing close on a third, and then those are the obviously the international stats being even higher than that. So it's obvious that it can't be business as usual. So if we look at how this differs from last year's presentation, which was also COVID related, needless to say, COVID has very much put a spanner in the transport wheel, and it's led to certain macro trends that we have absorbed, particularly in our sector, but in general, we've all experienced what decreased congestion feels and looks like. So it's very, very difficult to go back to business as usual when one actually sees, oof, actually, this is how it could look and feel. So some of the macro trends then, that's of particular relevance to us operating in electric mobility, includes the rise in non-motorized transport. I remember there was a while, I'll share with you at the end the case study of the waterfront, July last year, where we would ride with a little electric 3-wheeler and you could hear the birds tweet and people were out with their dogs. It certainly emphasized that, cities and destinations like that are for people and not cars. So I think that is an irreversible trend. And then maximizing micro-mobility. I shall not speak much about that because I'm going to share a whole case study with you, but that's just an example of one of our sister companies doing great work in micro-mobility. Second trend, and in fact, I think I shared the slide last year, and I think Elon then at the time, it was literally just, he literally just surpassed Bezos in terms of earnings, all attributable to the rise in his Tesla stock. So here's a boychi from Pretoria that said he can make, I don't think he set out necessarily saying he wants to be the richest person in the world. It was a byproduct of him doing the right thing, initially open sourcing Tesla design, etc. And since then the development is, and I think if he's not already a trillionaire, I suspect it will be shortly, based on a Hertz order that just happened last month of more than 100,000 vehicles. So that not only obviously did it shoot up the Tesla stock value, but his personal wealth by an additional $29 billion, the mind boggles. So very much acceleration of EV aspirations, also on the back of COP26, of course, with most European and global North countries announcing very tight deadlines, 2030 latest, for phasing out sale of ICE vehicles. So just that, I thought that was an interesting little graph to share. If we look over the past 10 years, just like any disruptive technology, there's a very steep adoption towards the end. So it took us about 10 years to double, from the initial kind of 0.1% market share to 2020, where we were sitting at, I think, 4 point something. And then literally in a year, the market cap or percentage share doubled. So I think that's extremely encouraging, and we're going to be seeing that doubling year on year. I'm not an expert in this regard, but certainly if you look at adoption of things like cell phones in the past, any disruptive technology, and that's pretty much the trend. So that bodes very well. So yes, the old historical OEMs, very much knowing that they're skidding on thin ice, 100-year-old, century-old factories, like for instance the one of Ford in Brazil, had to close down. They expressed their full electric aspirations by 2030. You have the likes of GM. You look at the chairwoman saying there that climate change is real. We want to be part of the solution by putting everyone in an electric car by 2035. There was that ad with Will Ferrell, I think, trying to catch up with Norway, and he was in a GM vehicle saying that Norway sells the most EVs. So there's really big Super Bowl marketing in this regard behind a company like GM, very much bolstered by not only declarations, but already put in motion aspirations of government like the US, saying that their own fleet will be going fully electric. And then driven by big business, the likes of Amazon ordering more than 100,000 of Rivian vehicles. I mean, Rivian wasn't even a car maker to start off with, so a non-traditional OEM. So all of that bolstering, the rise in electric mobility, obviously. Closer to home, if we look at the electrification of food delivery, I think we have all experienced that firsthand. I took that picture at Kauai, close to me, to where I stay. That's a pedal assist e-bike, the likes of 60 adopting the little mellow cabs, three-wheelers, electric three-wheelers. Then another macro trend, very much the cabs that are going electric, just citing two examples here. The old traditional London cab that is so iconic. It's now in its fifth version, the TX5, or otherwise known as E-City, and very much punting the reasons to believe in going electric by saying what the total cost of ownership saving is if you drive these vehicles for a living. An example on the left there is a BYD D1 vehicle, exclusively designed for Didi, which is obviously the major platform in China, doing more than 60 million trips per day. So yeah, I think that is irrevocable, and it's very much driven by economics. It's saying if you drive for a living and your majority of your expenses related to operating, then electric is the way to go. Some examples closer to home. That's No Peer Rides in Kenya and Vaya in Zim. We had a Zim speaker earlier today that also spoke about the BYD 6, etc. In a way, in some way, they're actually ahead of us. However, they are able to utilize second-hand Nissan Leafs, as you can see in this picture, and we're not allowed to import them in South Africa. But I think we are still in for an electrifying ride. My landlady and neighbor actually has the first Volvo CX-40. It's an exhilarating ride. And then just in this past week, e-tron Audi launched, I think, 5 versions of their electric vehicles at the Zuidsmarkt here in Cape Town. And then other exciting developments, in my opinion, the little city, the Go Bug from Alexa may be coming in more on the bottom range, because that obviously is still a concern in terms of wide-scale adoption, the prices. And then this one, I don't know whether any of the viewers have kept an eye on this, but yeah, this was an inevitability, and full marks for Shell. Having taken the leap, they've retrofitted. This is an exclusive recharging facility. It went live in January in Fulham, London. So that's definitely the fueling station of the future. And then close to our hearts, the whole phenomenon of women being able to hail women drivers, particularly given the twin pandemic of gender-based violence. So challenges of EV adoption in South Africa remain, sadly, the price. I mean, this is a dated list, because I think the press lately said that another 17 models are due to hit our shores before the end of this year. That's most encouraging, but it's definitely in the million price range and up. So that is still a concern, and yeah, we're hoping that all the lobbying from the early days of the Electric Vehicle Industry Association with the government in particular will yield the necessary results, so we don't pay that ridiculous 25% import duty that will go a long distance here. And then we're obviously also hopeful if the price of electric vehicles is driven almost a fifth of the cost by battery, and that has come down with a good 98, almost 90% over the past decade, then that also bodes well for price parity between ICE and electric vehicles. Which was just an interesting little one I've found, but dated 2019, comparing a like Mercedes, actually, a new Mercedes with a long range Model 3. So even the upper range, upper model of a Tesla, a good, almost $20,000 saving over total cost of ownership for operating electric versus an ICE vehicle. And then one of the other barriers, to some extent, remaining is range and charging infrastructure. Range is less so of an issue for us in Cape Town. We've got shorter distances, particularly in business travel to the airport, but in Joburg, one could assume it would still be an issue. However, I think that is very much taken care of by the growth in charging infrastructure, courtesy of some of the speakers to follow, the private sector beautifully coming to the party, and the OEMs. Looking forward to what Audi is going to do in this space, for instance. And then players like Brief, that is colonizing the small attractions. That is one at, I think a recent one I saw from Sean Maidment at Skydive Cape Town. So increasingly that concern is also taken care of. So I'm going to end this part of the presentation before sharing the case study with you. With as you can see, I'm somewhat of a Elon fan, and he's by no means a saint. But he did what textbook definition of long shot was. Not only in terms of I'll become the biggest, vehicle manufacturer in the world, long shot, but also colonizing Mars, which I'm sure this is going to be called moonshot soon. A very lofty goal and a giant leap. And we see pretty much everything he's put his heart on and his mind to and his money behind have realized. Who would have thought his Roadster, we would have thought that's a Photoshop picture. Hey, I don't know whom of you followed that launch by the Falcon X into space, and that's actually tracking its trajectory closer and closer to Mars, actually. And I think that continues to inspire the like of these three mid-30-something youngsters, comparatively speaking, who get inspired by that and said, what is our Mars shot? And why can't cars drive on solar, for that matter, on the sun? And this is exactly what Sono Motors for the past 5 years has set out to do. They had a close shave with needing to maybe even close shop and then put out a crowdfunding, much like Elon initially, pre-order your vehicles. They in fact now listed a public, they've gone public. The example there, top left, is them getting some input from the crowd, their investors, to say, what should our new logo look like? So that, we believe, is extremely encouraging. That's embedded solar that then assists in the range of that vehicle quite radically. So for us, our Mars shot is that we've convinced Bolt, a major national e-hailing operator, to design a green button for us, a premium green button. And even more so, we are quite precious about the identity we've created for ourselves and that we've curated and nurtured over the past decade. So it will be a dedicated green cab, i.e. our own identity, that actually arrives, and then looking at rolling out 500 of those owner-driven vehicles by women drivers over the next 5 years. And we're making beautiful progress in that regard. And I shall share an example with you what it takes to operationalize a three-wheeler service and advancing electric mobility in an effort to drive better. So I shall, if this works properly, hopefully say stop share. And then I shall reshare. And just grab this one. Somebody can just tell me whether my new one is live now or not. Brilliant. Okay, so I'm told it is live. So I have the pleasure of sharing a very successful pilot project we did in the waterfront with you. It was about micromobility. So it's saying a destination like the waterfront. Sure, I think they would like that slip of the tongue. Hey, worldfront. Is no different from, say, the CBD in the challenges that is facing. I think anybody who's a mum's taxi have certainly found we're back to pre-pandemic levels of congestion. So how are we going to drive back better? How are we going to convince, in particular, corporates sitting in individual cars, private cars, single occupancy, to cease to do that? So one such exercise would be to just increase the park and ride facilities, reliable, safe ones. And then once you get to destinations such as the waterfront, how do you then move people about safely and effectively and comfortably? So three-wheelers makes perfect sense in that regard. We teamed up with Fazili Dlamini from Green Scooter. We used the little ZB, as you can see there. So obviously many factors in consideration that you need to take into consideration. In particular, obviously operating at a facility like the waterfront, things like insurance and licensing is very critical. We're transporting people, so we need operating permit, and the drivers, as you will see here next, obviously needs PDPs, professional driver permits, and we were lucky enough to actually source them from the sidecar drivers you'll see here. I think it would go particularly for the pilot. Had to get all the equipment in place, complete with safety measures, fire, etc., first aid, of which all the drivers had training, of course, had to observe all the necessary COVID protocols, so mask wearing and the like, and sanitizing the whole vehicle. We established a particular facility where we could rank in the waterfront and park and recharge, and where we could keep our equipment. If I just can drive this more effectively, apologies everybody. There we go. Set up the necessary systems in terms of vehicle inspection and being responsible and accountable. And then we had quite a rudimentary, it was augmented later on with a kind of a WhatsApp hailing system. But it was quite rudimentary. This is what we based the stats on that I'm going to share with you, where there's a sign in the morning and posting on a WhatsApp group, so I can remote manage for the most part. And this is from this that we've gleaned the numbers over time and distances, etc. So we were outside of Merchant House, which is the head office of the waterfront, and then very much started looking at all the possible routes and also noting some of the access issues we might have, because obviously a three-wheeler shares the road with pedestrians, so that is a consideration always. And then looking at, so this is some of the roads that we needed to access. As you can see, they're nice and nimble. So there's very few roads that little ZB couldn't access. We started forging beautiful relationships with some of the key tenants and places like the Ranyezig market, for which there were great demand on a weekend for our services, including other destinations. And then going forward, creating an absolute junction of intermodal transport near ENY, Ernst & Young in the canal precinct of the waterfront. That is where it would be located in the future. Many service requests from residents, people operating businesses at the waterfront, because it's really quite convenient, of course. Really rudimentary. We didn't really communicate the service to much of the tenants of the waterfront, because we would have been continuously, undersubscribing, of course, undersupplying, having only the one vehicle for the pilot. Very many happy clients. We're happy to share over that what ostensibly became a 4-month period. I'm seeing there's a bit of a lag on the studio. Hey, so I'll go a little bit slower. That is just an example of some of the people traveling with us. Mums and kids, very popular. It's quite the film star. It's a cute little vehicle. Going forward, one of the ways that we will make it a viable service for us is to offer branding opportunities on that, because it's a very distinct little vehicle, as you can see. So, looking at, those were many examples. Yes, we did some activations. In fact, this was on Women's Day last year. It also coincided with us doing a memorial for one of our founders, Mam Topilekau, who we sadly had to say goodbye to as she passed on. So I'll happily share these little graphs with you. When we looked at from kind of over the first 120 days, how the increase, obviously in vehicle kilometers, but more importantly, the one on the right, as the number of guests, clients who make use of our services increased over that period, the kilometers, the little orange line there, decreased significantly, obviously, because we were picking up more people along the road. They were also being able to flag us. which is something we hope we can do in the future, in addition to e-hailing from little hubs. And I think this was an important one for us because it pretty much demonstrated the need and the use case, the business case for first and last mile services. I'm not sure whether that is the one showing at the moment, but it says average hourly weekday packs. So if you see the spike in the morning and the spike in the evening, that very much suggests that there'll be uptake for first and last mile users. So all in all, a pretty convincing case. We used additional tracking methods. We partnered with Electric Life Rides. We did some live tracking to be able to keep track of things and see how we can scale this, which technologies we will use scaling this. I think there's a lag in the presentation. If you can go to the next slide that says monitoring, tracking, and reporting. Excellent. I think I'm speaking faster than that was what the slides are going. Hey, yes, and then obviously also being able to, as you will see there, report back on the actual kilometers, and in particular what savings from the next slide that should be live soon from you. I'm having this dual little view here where I see it's lagging a bit. Another slide on. That's interesting because it's not where I am at with my slide. Let's see. There we go. That's live now. So that gives us, just for that particular reporting period, I think it was a 10-day period on that particular vehicle. So all boding very well for scaling this, and we can then extrapolate, and that is very much the next step. If we look at the way forward, the last two slides that I'll share with you, and then I'll happily take Q&As, is that you would have noticed the complete absence of, in particular, women drivers in the micromobility sector as well. And in fact, a three-wheeler, we're perfectly suited to operate those. If somebody else is driving these, if you can just go one slide on, we are at the second to last slide, and that is partnering to train at least 35 women drivers for the first scaling in the next phase of our operations there, to operate these going forward. And then the very last slide, we've recently applied to a ULO Kickstart Fund, and we're flaunting it quite widely. You'll see that's a letter of support from the waterfront to say this is what they will, from their side, invest in actually getting the service up and running, and it's got to do with infrastructure. So at least this bodes extremely well, going on to that last slide there, for public-private entities, or public entities to work together, private entities, apologies, to work together to actually scale these kind of offerings. As if we had to put the infrastructure in place, that's a bit of a tall order, and partnering going forward. So we're very optimistic that, you know, corporates will come to the table. They will all look at ways to drive back better, and hopefully we're well positioned to service that. And all pretty much good to see, all thanks to us driving electric mobility adoption. So I hope that gives a bit of a little peek at what we do. Thank you so much.
Awesome, Amin. Well, thank you very much. I mean, obviously, you are one of the pioneers of e-mobility in South Africa, and you shared with us some interesting insights. I've got a couple of questions for you, a few things that I'd like to ask you before I get into questions from our attendees. From myself with you, we last spoke 12 months ago. I think we spoke about a lot of things that may happen, that could happen. Obviously, this morning myself and George have been talking about the green paper from government. What are some of the biggest significant shifts you've seen just in the last 12 months since we had EMCSA 2021 and now EMCSA 2022?
I think a big one for us, we were privileged to be selected as one of 13 companies countrywide, and it was facilitated by Green Cape, the Sector Development Agency in the Western Cape, as well as National Business Initiative, and UK government funded, a climate finance accelerator. So I think there's very much a growing awareness that it's one thing to want to do the right thing, and until we have price parity with ICE vehicles, it's very difficult for operators such as ourselves to absorb the initial ticket price of electric vehicles. So I think that is quite a major shift. So that accelerator said, here's all the great ideas, let's actually match financiers with that. So we're very hopeful that we're going to get the necessary investment and leg up to do that. 65 vehicles that we want to own and operate ourselves, and then, as I mentioned, the 500 by owner-operators going forward. So that is a year from now, that picture is looking very much more rosy. And I think it's just a sign of the times. It's become a no-brainer and an essential thing. Because, the climate, before we said climate change and global warming, and now post COP26 heading into COP27, there is international consensus. It's a climate crisis. And this is one of the ways we can make significant inroads, particularly in cities. So I think that is, yes, we've waited pretty much in our company 10 years for this because we knew this was coming. It's coming a little slower than we had hoped. But yes, I think that is really encouraging. And I do think there is an increased awareness on the part of government that if we don't join the green drive, so to speak, then we are going to be left behind. And, in terms of GDP and vehicle manufacturing in the automotive sector, we need to be precious and retain that. But we're going to only do that not by being protectionist, but actually, by leaping forward. So yes, I think there's some really encouraging signs. We still would like to see more models, and we would very much like to see more affordable models and workhorses, so not luxury vehicles, luxury, but that can actually do the kind of 500-600 kilometers a day, because that is what we do in the cab sector, and that's maybe a bit more hardy. I think the issue of charging vehicle to vehicle will be a great one. I think in the charging infrastructure, we are very pleased with how things are going. I think I recently read a report internationally that we are 3rd or 4th place. I'm sure Winston and them can speak to that coming up in terms of number of chargers per 10 vehicles. I think we've got 1.8 per 10, and the international benchmark or goal is 1 to 10. So yeah, as long as the vehicle numbers are still small, and as long as the charging folk, keep on coming to the party and be proactive, we're very hopeful.
Fantastic. And I mean, as somebody who's been around this now for 12 years, obviously when you first started talking about e-mobility 12 years ago, people probably thought that you have been maybe having a bit of the crackpot, so to speak. It's, people, but do you think there's a general movement? And I've noticed it with EMCSA, even this year from where we were started out last year, there seems to be a general acceptance of the e-mobility conversation. Whereas as short as 12 months ago, it was still very much of a, no, we don't want to talk about this. I even find talking with friends and family around the braai, we discuss e-mobility is coming up more and more often. Do you find that as something that is more prevalent as well? Is it becoming a more acceptable conversation around the braai, so to speak?
Absolutely. I have no doubt. And I think that's also the power that that a cab service can have, because it's basically one ride and you're sold. And there is no going back. So what a better way to then? What is the number of people that actually go to a dealership and test drive a vehicle? Very few. But I think it's more and more commonplace, and largely, thanks to Elon, because it's center stage internationally. Him now, being the richest person and all. So. So very much more commonplace. And I just spoke last week as a guest lecturer at Stellenbosch Transport Economics 3rd year class. And all of their projects is related to electric mobility, even in logistics. So that is an extremely encouraging sign. I think it's becoming more and more mainstream, and we're grateful for that, because it just means that we'll become the obvious choice. It's obvious.
No, look, and as you said, it is obvious, but I think some people maybe don't feel that it's so obvious, and they're still holding on to these outdated notions. Let's look ahead. Let's see where the country's going. Maybe take yourself out of the cab shoes. What do you think? I mean, we're seeing, let me, two questions. We're seeing a lot more models come into the country. Myself and George were speaking earlier about lower price point models. His research from Auto Trader shows that South Africans are looking, if we had an EV under the R500,000 mark, that would be, something that people are looking for. What do you see as somebody who's been around the industry for a very long time, knows everything, probably heard it all before and heard it twice? If you looked into the crystal ball, what do you think we're going to see in the next 12 months going forward?
Sure, I have it on authority that those vehicles with that kind of price point is heading to our shores. I think the homologation takes longer than what most OEMs anticipate. So it'll be nice if there's less red tape in that regard. And I've also seen a shift very much with the dealers, that the dealers is now saying, shoot, yeah, we'd like to actually set ourselves up to sell electric. So I think that is a big one, and particularly brands that maybe doesn't have representation in South Africa yet, that the existing dealers will actually take those under their wing versus maybe recreating. So I think that all bodes very well. And I'm seeing rapid. I'm an optimist by nature, but I'm seeing really rapid adoption. I think in the past, kind of Africa was on the back burner, or in fact developing countries, period. The fact that there's development in Kenya and in Zim, all of that is really encouraging. So I'm seeing rapid adoption.
Fantastic. Well, Amin, I think we're going to have to love and leave you. We've obviously got our next speaker lined up and ready to go. But from my side and the whole EMCSA team, thank you very much for taking some time out on your Tuesday afternoon to share your case study with us. We're very excited that you've managed to get that massive milestone and secure that funding, and we hope to see more green cabs not only on the roads of Cape Town, but hopefully up here in Pretoria and Joburg in the coming months, maybe years. Hopefully we start seeing that green cab button all over and more often.
Excellent. Thank you for those wishes and good luck.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Amin.
Bye-bye.
Fantastic. So that was Amin, Amin van der Merwe, the Managing Director of GreenCab, talking to us about driving back better, and also just showing us a little bit of an update on where GreenCab is and where they have been. Obviously, it's exciting to hear that they started to secure funding, and those big things that they're looking for to get more cars on the road is very exciting. And as she says, I think it's really important, is that green cabs and cabs that are electric mobility cabs allow people to experience the joy of an electric vehicle without having to go down to a dealership, and they will be critical in driving the change. Up next, we have a gentleman who probably needs no introduction to most of you, Mr. Winston Jordan, Managing Director of Good Cars. And he's going to be sharing with us some insights on how they built the national charging EV, or the national EV charging network at the moment. If you could give us about 5 minutes, we're just going to get him sorted, get him online. We'll share with you a bit of content from some of our sponsors, but we'll be back in about 5 minutes' time with Mr. Winston Jordan of Grid Cars. Thank you very much, everyone.
Being an EV driver, I was actually quite inspired by the technology and to see how far one could push it, because in those very early days of EVs, a lot of people would tell you that you would get stuck on the side of the road and it wouldn't be possible. So what we decided as a family with our 94 amp hour BMW i3, that we were actually going to go from Durban to Cape Town, return, just to prove a point, and also to have a lot of fun along the way as well, because I mean family time is great. And so that was one of the reasons for going. And then while we were busy doing a bit of research, I tried to find out if anybody else had actually gone as a family, because I knew that there were potentially some individual dealers shuttling cars in between A and B. But it turned out that there wasn't a family that I could find that had actually gone from Durban to Cape Town return. So, we would have been the first to do it. So we also branded the car at the same time, just for a bit of fun. I never had a Twitter feed. Or a Twitter account, should I say, and I had one friend that wanted to follow me, and he wanted to watch me fail. That's what he wanted to do. As we were about to depart for our journey, South Africa had announced that they were on stage 4 load shedding, My wife and my family, they were all wondering, if we're actually still going to go, because it's an electric car. People really weren't too sure exactly what the prognosis would be, not having electricity along the way. That one friend of mine had shared the Twitter feed with a couple of other friends, and they also now wanted to watch this family fail on the way down to Cape Town. We literally just kept on charging, and we just kept on going, and we kept on charging, and the days went by. And then what Eskom did is they upped the ante pretty much halfway down the trip from Jeffreys Bay onwards. They had increased the load shedding for the first time, as far as I can understand, in South Africa to stage 6 load shedding. And by that time, we had professors following us from the university. We had the media following us. And from having one follower on Twitter, we had hundreds wanting to watch this family fail. As far as load shedding goes, when you're on stage 4, stage 6, you're probably without about 4 hours of electricity at the very most during the day. And quite often 2 hours, depending on the suburb that you're in. If it's 4 hours, you're actually still left with 20 hours to charge the vehicle. And what happened with us, we had planned the trip 3 months in advance, and we had planned which days we'll be in certain towns, and we obviously had Airbnb bookings for that. And every single one of them just fell into place. There was no issue whatsoever with our charging all the way down to Cape Town over all of those days that Eskom had been running load shedding. As far as the GridCars network goes, I mean, what we did is we put our full faith and trust in that one single network that was the most extensive network in South Africa, quite young and new at the time, being December 2019. We just literally found such good reliability. You rocked up at the charging station, you plugged the vehicle in, the card swiped every time, the RFID every time, the car charged in the correct amount of time. And one of the stations, which was Buffels Jachtsrivier, when we actually had got there while there was still electricity being powered from the municipality, actually did drop as far as load shedding goes. And what happened is that site actually had a generator backup as well. So we were still able to continue with our charging. It's an incredible network. We put our full faith and trust in it, and all of the charges down to Cape Town, all of the charges back. We were just incredibly happy with the service and the reliability. My general take on EVs right now, after having 2 BMW i3s and been driving for 5 years, is that they can be treated and trusted just like any regular vehicle. You can travel almost anywhere in South Africa and seamlessly and effortlessly, just like you would with a normal vehicle. The same vehicle I've got now, we went to Cape Town and back 4,800 Ks. This December, we went on holiday from Durban to Sun City and back. Literally, there's no inhibitions. You're not held back whatsoever. People can trust them. The technology is ready for today, and the network is ready for today. EVs, I mean, not only are they exciting, it's a green way from getting from A to B, but what EVs do and what the GridCars network does, it actually gives your family an incredible amount of excitement. It's something new as far as technology goes, and it takes you to destinations so you can actually see this beautiful country that we live in. It takes you to fancy restaurants, it takes you to farmlands, it takes you to the ocean side, and it actually builds incredibly good, strong memories with your family. This trip that we went on, it was absolutely incredible. And I'm convinced that if I had done it in a non-EV, it wouldn't have been as exciting, that's for sure.
And we're back. Thank you to GridCars, our broadcast sponsor, for that insightful content about a family person driving their network across South Africa. Some real nice insights from an everyday person around driving the GridCars network. And probably a man who needs no further introduction talking about the GridCars network is with us this afternoon. We are privileged to have a gentleman who accounts for much of what South Africa relies on in terms of our infrastructure. He's been driving the electric mobility message since the early 90s, and many of them consider him the godfather of the e-mobility movement in South Africa, Mr. Winston Jordan. Winston, are you with us, sir?
Absolutely, and thank you for that, Rob, but certainly I don't see myself as the godfather. I think that title has to go to the Carls and Peter Langleys of the e-mobility world. But great to be here and tell you a little bit about what we've been doing and where we went, how we got here. So yes, And just click there. So, I think this journey started in earnest for me, certainly well before this, but when I was over in Australia in 2005 at the World Solar Challenge, where it was just incredible to see how the technology was advancing and how electric motor technology was moving, battery technologies were being driven forward. And I think the message became clear to me that the future lay in electric vehicles. And I really came back from Australia with the mindset of saying, I've got to get into the space. I didn't quite know where I was going to be in that space. We explored quite a few things. We looked at vehicles. We worked on some development systems. And in around about 2009, well, specifically in 2009, we formally created GridCars. As you know, Coral mentioned it earlier. And the idea was to explore all facets of this industry. I was very fortunate that in 2012, working with the FIA, I got to travel a lot into Europe. And I was in Portugal at one stage and met up with the guys from a program called MobiE. And I was just blown away by the way they were approaching e-mobility, in that they really had understood where the failures were across Europe, because Europe had obviously been evolving for maybe 5 or 6 years already at that time. So they'd already seen what the successful strategies were, what the not so successful strategies were. And I came back from there with the absolute vision that we were going to now develop a system for South Africa, in South Africa, being customized to the requirements of South Africa, but taking the learnings that we learned, or that I'd learned by looking at what was going on in Europe. So based on that, we built a system in South Africa that was based on open standards and really adopted the strong model that had been put across by MobiE, which was the idea of separating the CPO, the EMSP, and then other various layers within that space. But all of these things really contribute to a very flexible and professional system that can be used across the board. And one of the big things was ensuring that there's a single payment system, because the biggest frustration, and still today, unfortunately, across Europe, is multiple payment mechanisms. So it's really difficult to know when you get to a charger, how am I going to pay on this one? So we've actually been very successful in only having a single payment standard here in South Africa. And then the biggest milestone for GridCars was 2017, when we were acquired by SolarF. And that really opened up the opportunity for us to invest into the first national network in South Africa. At that time, there was so much discussion where people were saying, oh, it's a catch-22. You can't put chargers down unless these vehicles, and the vehicle's not going to come if there's no chargers. And, as a company with the new shareholders, we sat down and we had a look at this thing and we said, really, the only thing we can affect is the network. We can't affect the actual vehicle side of it. So let's get that taken away. And in reality, since about 2018, I think anybody who says there's a catch-22 in South Africa has certainly not understood what's been happening around them. So we've taken that away completely. We've positioned ourselves as one of the leading companies in the world when it looks at the ratio of chargers available to EVs. And that means that we went for a coverage strategy as GridCars. So we went to cover the highways and make sure that we can drive to Cape Town, that we can drive to Durban, and that we can reach all of these areas. So part of what we want that I'm going to just talk around is just a little bit around the environment. So what we've done and what the opportunities are for people within the space. So the first thing is there's a big fear of job losses. And I think, unfortunately, we have to face this and say, there are very likely to be change in jobs, not necessarily job losses. Future jobs are going to be different. We have to understand that. If we're going to try and defend old jobs or old style jobs, then we're just going to stand still. We're not going to move forward in technology. So we must understand there are what is perceived as job losses, but really it's changing jobs and it's really moving towards the future. And these changes have happened before, and I'll give you an example of that and why I say that. So it's important that we manage the change, that we don't let the change manage us, that we're able to get behind that and move that technology forward as we go with it. There are massive opportunities that come with these changes. So again, if we resist the changes, we lose the opportunities. And the quicker if we lose the opportunity, we may never be able to catch it up because the world moves so fast. So the rate of change is incredible. I think, there've been various speakers today, and no doubt over the next day and a half still, that'll be talking to what we think the world is going to be doing, how fast we think this change will happen, all of these sort of things. And I think if you look at things like the Osborne effect, we know that this change is going to happen more rapidly than what any of us anticipates. It's a technology evolution. It will go that direction. And the changes they're a big advantage, a huge advantage in the direction that we're going. It's going to be cheaper, more efficient. It's going to be cleaner. Just last night watching all of our shenanigans happening in Europe at this stage and thinking, oh my gosh, we're going to see big fuel prices. Okay, it doesn't really affect me because I drive electric, but at the same time, it's going to affect our economy. So in a way, we're in a war and things that are happening that have got very little to do with us down here on the southern end of Africa, but we will get impacted and our economy will get hurt. And based on that, moving towards things like electrification really starts to protect us from those things, that we take some level of control over these destinations ourselves. So over the next 20 years, we will see, there'll still be hydrocarbon fuels, precisely for the next 20 years at least. So we're going to still see petrol and diesel. Fuel types will change. There will be synthetic fuels, electricity, gases. Fuel stations are going to be changing. They're going to become logistics hubs. We're going to see charging services becoming at most primary locations. So shopping centers, offices, they'll all have these services available. And as we move forward, there's going to be a lot of new technology. Electronic systems and security becomes absolutely paramount. So being able to ensure that we've got, as we move into this digital age, that things are secure. And we've got to look towards recycling, localization, the urban transport modes, all of these things. And it's great to see three-wheelers coming in. It was part of the original grid car strategy, which we gave up, and with no regrets, because our focus became charging. But it is so good to see all of these ideas that we were discussing and exploring in those early days coming to fruition in South Africa, and we're going to see some really good technology around that. So what does the value chain look like? So keeping it relatively simple, we've got all of the infrastructure services that need to be provided to the customer, and then we've got the provision of the actual vehicle side. So I don't sell vehicles. Clearly, there's lots of OEMs out there selling them, and these are the people that we've got to rely on for that. But what we can affect is we can look at charge station development, so looking at developing the technology around the charging stations. We can look at developing networks and the provision of charging infrastructure. We could look at back office services and network development, so services supporting the network developers. Installation, maintenance, and supporting the charging infrastructure is paramount to that this is good. There are so many opportunities in that space. Billing and management systems, power generation, distribution, and site development. So developing new sites in places that look like that where e-mobility can be used. So in order to get some context, I took the numbers that NAMSA has been sharing, and essentially this shows what they're anticipating for the growth over the next, 15 years, well, 13 years. So you can see they're predicting about 1.2 million electric vehicles that should be in South Africa by 2035. Now, NAMSA, I think typically this is a number we can trust, that they understand the industry very well, and they've been informed by the OEMs. If we use just those numbers, this is the investment at the bottom, is the investment that we would need in charging infrastructure per year. And you can see that very quickly gets up to R1 billion a year that we're going to be putting into infrastructure. And by the end of this period, probably as much as R3 billion a year has to go into infrastructure. That's just to keep pace with the projections that are coming out of NAMSA themselves. So Grid Cars has also been playing with some models, and I just thought it'd be interesting to show that. I just compared the two. So the green ones are the model Grid Cars was looking at. As you can see in the beginning, we underestimate. NAMSA gives us a higher number, and towards the end, we overestimate. Now, this is part of that rapid transition. It's so unpredictable 10 years from now to be able to determine where those numbers are going to go. But to put that in perspective, the graph on the right-hand side is actually showing you what the world average is. So in other words, if we take the growth in Europe and we apply that same growth to South Africa, which is not necessarily reasonable, but I just want you to see how far ahead of us it is. So if we're going to grow at a quarter of the rate of Europe, then you're at the Grid Cars number. But if you take the number projected by NOMSA, we're down at probably a 10th or a 15th of the rest of the world. So these are very interesting dynamics, and I think these are the topics that are going to take us forward in understanding this industry better. I put this little slide together just to give you an idea of how rapidly things are changing just this year. So if you look from 2014, that was when the first Nissan Leafs came to the country. You can see 2015 is when BMW i3s came in. And there was relatively no change to the market, except Nissan stopped supplying vehicles in 2017. And very quickly, we then see 2021, we got 3 new vehicles, and I think we all celebrated. Look what we're looking at this year. So yes, by the end of this year, we're very likely to see 20 to 30 new models in the South African market. It is changing fast. We are going to really see some great products at all levels in the industry. Still a bit of a focus on the higher end, but that's normal. You know, when cell phones first came in, the more expensive things are there. Those expensive vehicles are what pave the road and really cover the expenses involved in getting that industry out in place. So I want to use fuel stations as an example, and I'm going to quickly run through some evolution within the fuel station world. So firstly, you might ask, why are we showing people that are shoveling manure out of the roads and the streets? Well, these are the first guys that were going to lose their jobs when the automotive industry started. And because they were cleaning the manure, and that was just their job to look after it. It was quite a chaotic case. You could see this is what some of the streets looked like if they weren't cleaned properly. So these guys were absolutely essential. But as we move towards vehicles and petrol vehicles in those days, but also some electric vehicles, the idea was that their job would now be under threat. And we didn't really know where their job would go. So in the beginning, we were buying petrol from pharmacies. And the idea was that the pharmacy was the only places that were licensed to sell petrochemicals. So based on that, this is where the fuel station started. You bought a couple of bottles, took them outside, put them in your car. Of course, the pharmacies very quickly realized that, wait a minute, it's going to be better if we have a pump around the back and we just pump the stuff straight into the cars. And that's where your very first fuel pumps came from. So if you want to call that, there's our first petrol station. That changed. So over the years, that became the primary business. So they were no longer a thing. You can see it's a grocery, but it's no longer a pharmacy. And they are just pumping the different fuels that they needed for the vehicles at that time. Of course, over time, that modernized. So yes, that's a modern fuel station. And then it even got better. They started offering services on the vehicles, and you could see the things. In the early 80s, we looked at much broader services available at the sites, where we were starting to not just offer the gas, but also, or petrol in our case, but really start to build a little hub around that. And eventually we came to what we see today as a fuel station. So anybody who thinks that the fuel stations haven't evolved, they've evolved massively over the time. Now the question is, do we then sit back and say, oh, okay, so they evolved, now they're going to stop evolving? Not at all. So they're going to continue to evolve, and they're going to continue to change, and they're going to continue to be different to what we expect them to be. And those changes will be influenced by the market as things come forward. So, I would never have thought in the 1970s that you'd find quality coffee and things at a filling station, and you do nowadays. So the fuel industry is changing rapidly. There's new fuels, and we can debate which of these is going to be the major ones, whether it's hydrocarbon fuels or other liquid petroleum gases, e-mobility or electric, biofuels, and hydrogen. All of these things are going to be part of that mix. Personally, I believe that the e-mobility is going to be the biggest chunk of it, so really 90%. But there's space for all of these things there for different types of vehicles. We see a lot of non-fuel related things at these sites. More and more fuel stations on the highways are starting to get hospitality services. So they're putting in small hotels next to the fuel stations. There's a lot of last mile delivery points. So you'd be looking at your 3-wheelers doing delivery from these areas. Most people now have car washes, restaurants, other conveniences that you have at these sites. As we move forward, there'll be more and more services like fleet management, vehicle servicing again might come back into that, ride sharing, ride hailing. All of these things are going to come into that space, and we will see that evolution. And a fuel station that does all of this is going to be very different to a fuel station that's just giving out petrol today. The service levels have to be different. The skill levels have to be different. So we have to understand and work with that. And this is an example of what some of the future fuel stations might look like. One of my favorite slides to put in on a presentation like this is to say, well, this is a vision of a site that was developed in the UK, where they were saying, well, this is charging only. And the vision was out there. They put a lot of pictures out for a few years. And last year, they published the real pictures of the actual site. So I'm going to flip through that very slowly again. I go back. There's the graphics that they've been putting around for the last 3 or 4 years. And there's the station last year completed, operational and working, a dedicated electric charging station. So this is the future of where these things are going to be evolving to. So how does GridCars support new businesses and open up opportunities? And at the same time, I'll tell you a little bit about where we actually how we put the network down. So the first thing to understand about charging, and I know this has been raised earlier this morning already, and the most important thing is that charging has to be connected and charging has to be smart. GridCars took a decision about 2.5 years ago where we just said we will never sell a non-smart, non-connected charging system. So all of the systems that we're putting out into the market, whether they are home systems at the lowest end of the market or at the top end of putting DC systems, they're all smart and they're all connected and they're all capable of engaging with the network, understanding the energy availability, being sensitive to time, being sensitive to all of these things that they need to be able to manage. So that's really, really, really important as we go forward. There's a lot of other services that come with having a good charging network out there, making sure that we've got appropriate hardware solutions, not just finding and saying, we'll put any hardware down. You must understand the market, understand how that's going to be used. Solid technical support in those areas, a good, strong back office. So this is the software side of it. And of course, a good energy strategy, understanding how that will impact people going forward. So GridCars, we supply charging stations. We operate charging networks on behalf of customers. Of course, we also operate our own charging network, and we manage the customers within those networks, so the e-mobility side of things. And then finally, we invest in developing networks wherever possible. So this is what the current network looks like across South Africa. You'll see it is constrained to the major highways. I can tell you there's some discussion in place now for moving up towards Springbok and Uppington. And part of that is because there are discussions about connecting into a network that we may see within Namibia, Botswana, and all of these areas. So it starts to become important that there's a Southern African strategy as we look at where this is going to go. The GridCars objective was never to do popular locations, although yes, we have got some popular locations and we can, but it was to get coverage. So we set an objective that said, put a charger every 200 kilometers on all the major highways. We've exceeded that on the N2, we've exceeded that on the N3. On the N1, because it's quite a more difficult one, there are some sections that are 200 kilometers. So whereas on the garden route, if you look down at the N2, it's open that most people with a range of 100, 120 kilometers can be able to drive that route and successfully navigate all the way through to Port Elizabeth. So it's really about opening up routes. So as we look forward, we want to identify new routes, and whether the location is popular or not, we need to achieve the coverage. So we've got to then look at taking those into the other areas. So opportunities for people wanting to get involved, establish your own network. GridCars, we have a large network now and a large DC network at that, but there are more and more people now starting to develop their own AC networks. It's a starting point. That said, there are people who are looking at building DC networks. And the idea is build the networks. We need more networks in South Africa. Right now, we are ahead of where this technology is going, but we might not be able to stay ahead once the vehicle sales come, because it depends. Are you looking at the NAAMSA prediction, or are you looking at the potential of the GridCars prediction, where it really does pick up radically? And when that happens, we won't keep up with developing and changing the infrastructure. So now is the time for us to get involved in that. If you're looking at a business in the renewable energy space, in electrical and civil parts of the charging stations, install and support, there's opportunities to start your own CPO or to actually establish an EMP service. There's some difficulties in both of those. If you're going to be starting a CPO, make sure you've got a strong software partner. This is the lifeblood of your business in terms of how it operates. Same with the EMP. The EMP, not as trivial as opening up a CPO. A CPO, more the management of charging stations, whereas an EMP, deals with finance. So you've got to have a strong banking partner that can tick all the boxes in terms of security and all of those things in place. So other areas of where business models are starting to come out of this, and that is if you look at the different levels within the industry. And I've tried to just highlight a little bit over here for you to give you some sort of idea, is we do separate the charge point owner from the site. But of course, the site can be the charge point owner. So at that point, the charge point owner is responsible for technology beyond the distribution board. If you look at bigger properties, often the properties would actually take from the distribution board right up to the isolators, and then you can install the charging infrastructure below that. And of course, when it's your property and you own the property, you're going to be an owner operator, and you're going to pretty much go right up to the charging stations. As we move forward, we're going to have to start looking at the impact into the grid. So we're going to have to start going back along that line. Up until now, many of the sites, there's sufficient power at the site, but we're more and more now starting to engage sites where we've got to go back and have a look at the transformers of the municipality and see whether that infrastructure is going to be upgraded. And those become strategic decisions. They're going to take longer to negotiate. There's going to be a lot more money involved in those. But that's the basic idea, is that we've got to build our infrastructure as we're evolving the technology that we're driving. So Gridcars has spent a huge portion of our effort. So in fact, I would say the majority of our investment into the company has been into our back-end services. And not just the back-end, but the server environment that we're working in. So we have a highly secure, fully redundant back-end system. This means that we've got very high uptime for our customers and for our charging stations. It also means that if people are using our services to establish their own CPOs or EMPs, we would then have a solid background that we work in, or at least back-end system that we're managing that on. It's managed through a company called Intev and Internet Solutions, both really outstanding in the field when it comes to this level of security and management of these things. Obviously, new times, we've got to worry about things like the anti-hijacking protection in the software space. So there's a lot of these things that come through that. At this stage, as an EMP, Gridcars, this is the customer base that we're working with. So all of these OEMs are using the Gridcars EMP backend, albeit with their own branded cards. So this brings all of these cards into the same space. So what we're able to do now is it makes roaming across different networks quite possible. So for example, we've got networks, I'm going to use an example like Breeve. And if we want to roam on that Breeve network, their chargers are on our network. These charging cards will work on the Breeve chargers in terms of opening up those opportunities. And that's going to happen more and more. There's discussions or these processes underway with companies like Rubicon, where we'll also be looking at integrating with their back-end systems and ensuring that the cards roam across all of the different hardware. So this is really important when it comes to building this. Again, single payment platforms. So payment platforms that is the customer knows what to expect. You don't want to get to the charger and think, how do I pay for this? It should be clear. This is how you pay. It works everywhere. Roaming across all charging partners. Now, while the technical capability of being able to roam is absolutely entrenched at this stage in South Africa, it works on a technology called OCPI, which is an open standard used across Europe as the standard for communicating between networks. The actual roaming agreements, though, are still physical agreements between two partners. So if there is, and I'll just use fake names, so if a network partner called partner number 1 has got a charger and he does not want a EMP partner to charge on that network for whatever reason, he's absolutely entitled to stop that. So while the capability is within the system, it's not necessarily that it's contracted to be able to do it, that you could actually do it. So as a hardware offering, Gridcars has 3 primary products that we promote in the market. The first thing is, and I've said it earlier as well, is smart home charging systems. So using the smart home charging systems, we're able to ensure that you don't have trips at your home. We're able to integrate the charging stations into your solar to make them sensitive to stress within the network in your area. Time of use, they can be sensitive to understanding the cost of pricing and therefore charge you at certain times. And in residential estates, we can share limited energy across multiple networks. So that's what smart home charging is. Public AC charging is when we're going into a public environment. We've got units that are, we call them hardened, so they're nice and solid. They're made of good extruded aluminium in most cases, and they really are good quality units that can be used for public charging, because obviously in a public place there will be a little bit more wear and tear on it. And then finally we have what we call public DC, and this is really the top end of the products, where we're now starting to do fast charging. So grid cars can go anywhere from 30 kilowatts up to north of 400 kilowatts in terms of charging systems. And we can also, that system that you see on the bottom right, that can be duplicated, so it can be massively enhanced. So for example, if a fuel station wants to put 5 of those units down, we can put megawatts down to the site in terms of scaling that. So this gives some examples of business models, and I'm going to point you first and foremost to the thing that says projected at 4 to 5 years from now. So the numbers at the bottom do not mean what you're going to get tomorrow if you invested in this, but it gives you an idea of what we believe as grid cars is a reasonable business case 4 to 5 years from now. This does assume that the charger is busy 6 hours a day, which is not that much, and that you are working 300 days a year, and that you have a margin of about R1.20 per kilowatt hour. I did hear Rob and George having a little bit of banter around the pricing. And yes, completely, the pricing will come down over time. And I think, you have to understand that as there's more and more charging, it's easier and easier to cover the capex cost of actually investing in this equipment. And until that time, we've got to keep it as reasonable as possible. So the grid cars network is R5.88 per kilowatt hour is what you'll charge, what you'll pay. But I did some quick back of the envelope mathematics the other day, and if we had to try and break even on that, we'd probably be charging more like R100 a kilowatt hour. So it's not a profit center today. It needs a few years to get to that. But this gives you some idea of 3 different scenarios, what we call a starter, a community, an entry-level DC, and an advanced DC. And at the bottom line is when you want to look at, that's sort of your income potential per year that you could make off of a charging unit like that, assuming that you can keep it busy. So this is where business opportunities are going to come from as people want to start rolling out their own technology and managing their own systems. So this just gives you some idea of what a charging station looks like at a filling station. This is one of the ones that we're particularly proud of. It was, let's call it an experiment that we did earlier this year in January, and really just to get an understanding of how we're going to be looking at taking the Grid Cars brand forward in raising awareness and having higher visibility at some of the sites that we go into. So it's very much a prototype site. If you want to see it and go and take some selfies, I think we'll appreciate that. It's at Four Ways Mall in Johannesburg. So do a selfie, link us, chat to us, and tell us about it that you put out there. The last thing I want to quickly do before we go over to the questions is I'm going to quickly give you a little video. It's a very short video. It's only 49 seconds. This video is going to show the evolution of charging as when it started in South Africa. So from 2015, if I remember the dates correctly, and it'll just give you a 49-second where I'm going to run through 5 years of charging in South Africa. What you want to watch for is 2 things. The blue dot, the big one, is going to be a charging session. So you'll see them flash every now and again that says there was a charging session. And the black dot is when chargers were installed. So you'll see a black dot must first appear, then the blue dot flashes, and then the black dot will stay there that shows there's now a charger there. So watch for the next 49 seconds and I'll talk you through it quickly. So you can see it all started in Gauteng. So there were some charging stations by BMW in Midrand. Gives you an idea. Then we moved to Pretoria and we started seeing charging sessions happening all over the country suddenly. So that was around just after 2016 with the public network that was starting to be developed, mostly BMW at that point. As you can see that as time went on, you got to some of the more remote areas like Nelspruit and Petersburg, they all started to come online. And that's when the first highway went in, was in early 2019. So you can see now the road trips start happening. Look at people driving all the way down to Cape Town. You can see over and over. And we're now halfway through the number of sessions that were done in the country, but we're already in 2021. So watch how quick it happens in 2021. You can see. So network usage was absolutely phenomenal as we ran through those things. So I hope that came across as was intended. And thank you. That's everything from my side. So I think I am a couple of minutes early, Rob, but I'm sure there'll be some questions.
Fantastic, Winston. Yeah, and look, there's lots of questions. So I'm gonna cherry pick. I think people firstly congratulating Gridcars on the phenomenal work you guys have done. Definitely taking that leap of faith in 2017 to put the charges down before the cars were necessarily there. And yeah, pioneering the way. So lots of comments coming through for congrats to you and obviously your partners at SolarF on that. So thank you very much for that. I think there's 2 or 3 questions asking around any kind of, do you foresee any regulation coming down in terms of the rates of which people are charged for, especially public network charging? As you mentioned, yes, there's economies of scale. As a risk for grid cars, somebody is asking, do you foresee any regulation coming in terms of rates and policing of that kind of industry, similar to what we have in the petrol industry where it's regulated?
Yeah. So I think we certainly don't expect that we're going to be seeing that. And the reason why is quite simple. You regulate industries where people are subject to being exploited. With charging, you could charge at home every single day. You don't have to ever charge in public. Also, there are some public locations that you can go to where you get free charging. So where obviously it might be a slower charge when it's free, it might not be a fast charge. So just based on that, the customer is never is never in a position where he's exploited. Secondly, as the industry evolves, you might find that if you go to Laingsburg today, the only charger there is a Gridcars charger. So we might then say, well, that could be subject to exploitation. But the difference is the price we charge in Laingsburg is the same price we charge in the middle of Cape Town, where everybody else has got other charging stations. And when people start to enhance the network in Laingsburg, so somebody now looks and says, it's time we're going to put down a charger in Laingsburg, we'd be quite pleased. Okay, part of it is that there is there's a small risk. We've got a single charger. If our site has got power problems, then that charger is not going to work, and you're probably going to spend the night in Laingsburg. So having 2 chargers in Laingsburg takes some of the pressure off of us, so that we now know, there's now an opportunity that if our site has got no power, the other site will be fine. So there's a lot of that will evolve forward. So I don't think they will regulate it. We have had discussions with the people that deal with these regulations, and they too have shared the same sentiment, in that people have a choice. You can go to other places, and most of the time you'll be charging at home anyway.
Fantastic. And I think that makes a good point there, Winston. I have a couple of questions as well, asking the reason, and I think maybe you touched on it in your talk, is why is the reason that people have to have the Gridcars RFID card in order to charge on the network? Why can they not just, for example, just use their credit card? Like, I suppose the inference being made, you could just tap a credit card to pay for your charge. Can you maybe just explain that a little bit? We got a couple of questions from our attendees asking why can't we just pay directly with a credit card and have to subscribe to the network?
Yeah. So I think there's a couple of ways to reply to that. The first one is, across Europe, they are very, there is quite a big drive to use credit cards, but it's a solution. It's a solution because they never built a single payment system. So it's not because they think it's the best. So I think that's the first point I want to make from a European perspective. In South Africa, we do only have a single system, and it's not necessarily a Gridcars RFID card. It is any RFID card that is properly registered and has got money behind it. In other words, has a financial system behind it that can ensure that it will work. The way the standard works is it is open. It's a standard called OCPI. So other cards are able to enter that. There is a barrier to get on, simply because you're dealing with people's money and you've got to manage that money properly. So what also happens is that with an RFID card, we can do free charging. You can't do free charging with a credit card. We can also do vouchering. So Rob, at your office, you could put down a charging station there, and you could give all your friends a voucher, and they could come and charge using the voucher instead of having to pay their own money for it. And based on that, you would find that the idea is that you can't do that with a credit card. So you get a lot more flexibility with this. And the final point is that we're actually moving away from cards completely. So the newer cars are coming out with what we call plug and charge. So that means the car plugs in, it authenticates itself with a digital certificate. that gives a secure transaction through to the back end, which starts the charging session. So there's no need for a charging mechanism. Finally, credit cards will be part of the payment cycle. We are in the process of discussing this with the banks. It's just not trivial. So the credit card information or the credit cards will be linked in the background so that when you do plug and charge, you don't have to swipe your card. You just plug your card and it would link to your credit card and draw the money from your credit card. So the actual interface to the equipment is going to be changing and modernizing over the next probably year or two.
Fantastic. And I think that you've answered actually about 5 questions you've answered in one go. So thank you, Winston. I'm definitely not giving out vouchers for anyone for free charging in my office. That's not happening. Let's just draw a line in the sand here. So maybe an unrelated question, but obviously your knowledge of EVs and the whole e-mobility movement is second to none in the country. I have a question. Somebody saying, what will the future of OEM after-sales will the future of OEM after-sales profitability be massively impacted, taking into account that EVs have less services and less maintenance? Surely this is going to lead to a loss of total cost recovery percentages for dealerships. So as we move more towards e-mobility, I mean, everyone knows EVs don't need to be serviced as much. Is this going to be something that the dealerships are going to have to tackle, because that's a major income generator for them, is that, traditional ICE cars have to be serviced 10, 15, 20,000 Ks, and EVs, just from brakes, wear and tear to everything else, they don't need that. So obviously somebody having a question around, is that a fact? Is that true, or is that just stuff that's being peddled on the internet?
So Rob, without a doubt, it's something that has to be looked at. I'm certainly not a dealer consulting expert, so I don't understand all of the dynamics of that. But what I can tell you, and I said it in the presentation, and that is that things will change. We should not be expecting our businesses to stand still. So if a dealership is saying the business we do today is going to be the same as the business we do in 10 years' time, then I would ask him, is the business you did 10 years ago the same as what it is the business you do today? And it's absolutely not. So dealerships will evolve, and I would imagine that one of the areas that they're going to have to evolve in is change in how that where that weighting is. In words, whether you make other money out of other areas. I went to a dealership yesterday. I'll keep the name unknown, but if you pop around to a couple of dealers in the mainland area, you might find it. And that is, they have an incredible coffee shop that's been set up in the dealership. They're planning to keep the dealership open until 11 at night, that the coffee shop is there for food, coffee. You can come there as a small restaurant. It's an amazing idea. And I think we're going to see these sort of reinventing happening within the dealership spaces, where they're looking and saying, guys, we've got to step forward and understand where this is going and really build the way that we're going to work going forward. It's not going to be how it was 10 years ago. So I don't see a problem with it. Yeah, there will be 1 or 2 relatively uncomfortable decisions that have to be made, but this is what we pay for progress and how we take them forward.
Fantastic. And I've got another question, and I think it's interesting to ask this one. And this is something that where you've obviously in your talk, you're encouraging a lot of other charging infrastructure. I think as South Africans, we look at it and we say, all competition, we must compete and we mustn't have, you're encouraging a lot more people to put chargers down, and a lot of people are commenting on how interesting that standpoint is from Grid Cars, who is the market leader, encouraging, dare I say, competition to come into the market and do more chargers. Do you see this as holistically a view of, dare I say, the more players in the field, the more people who grow the pie, so to speak? Because I'm looking at comments saying, very interesting, Grid Cars encouraging other people to come into the market. What's, dare I say, layman's terms, what's the thinking behind that?
Firstly, I think that we're just realistic. We can't keep people out of the market. Secondly, I think any company who does that should be taken up in front of the competition board if you're doing the things to keep people out. So at the end of the day, we understand this market will evolve. At the same time, I gave you some indications of how much investment is going to be needed in infrastructure. And as excited as what I am about what the future looks like and how strong I believe Grid Cars will become over the next 10 years, putting 5 and 10 billion rand a year into infrastructure, we're not going to have that type of money. So we understand that this has to be a collaborative effort of an industry. And the more we can ensure that this is done right, because if we didn't, we could just leave people to their own and let them make mistakes. And those mistakes will hurt everybody in the industry, because if somebody jumps in, tries to install chargers, make some bad decisions, and based on that, they go out and they say, oh, yeah, no, the charging business doesn't work, nobody must go. Then again, we're stuck. Nobody's actually investing in the infrastructure. So it's really important for us that for people wanting to invest, we want them to have a positive experience. More importantly, as they have a positive experience, that'll mean that the industry as such, the people supplying the vehicles, the charging hardware suppliers, all of these things coming in from behind, would be able to look and say, wow, we've got a great market, it's positive, the people understand. We don't want to confuse the customer. We don't want the customer thinking that, we're all going to learn from our own mistakes. Let's learn together, let's work together, let's grow an industry together. And I think that's definitely the view of Grid Cars. It's got to be about collaboration. It's got to be about working together. It's got to be about seeing that go. And there will be healthy competition in me wanting a particular site and somebody else looking for the same site. But if I look at, I'm going to take another example, a company called Breathe, and they're looking for smaller sites across the country. And I met with Sean the other day and I asked him, I said, look, I'm looking at these 5 sites. And he said, oh, no, don't go there. You're going to burn your fingers. Go here, go there. And he immediately started guiding me on where I should be looking to go. And I think that's the spirit of where this industry has got to be. We're a customer service organization. We are serving the customer. It's no good we have fights in the background and hurt the customer in the long term with confusing standards, with different levels, because we are allowing people to fail. All of those things come out of it.
All right, and I suppose maybe it's just a new viewpoint as we move into this brave new world, but very refreshing to hear, Winston. I mean, that's a great viewpoint to have. And I've got a couple. There are a lot of questions flying in at the moment. But one I've got is asking about all the new models launching in the country. Now I know you work closely with a lot of the OEMs and stuff. People just a general question: with all the new models we're expecting to be launched in the country, my assumption and the answer is going to be yes to this question is that the Grid Cars network is compatible with all these models that we're looking to have land in South Africa.
Absolutely. So, I think to put that debate out, and that is, when we started in this game, there were 2 major standards worldwide. There's the Japanese standard called CHAdeMO and the European standard called CCS. And in 2013, I think there was a belief that it's it's 50-50. So half the cars are going with the one and half the cars are going with the other. We as Grid Cars had a lot of experience in Europe, so we'd seen what was happening and where things were going. And we took the position that Grid Cars would only support a single standard, which was CCS. And, within 2 years, and this had nothing to do with us, within 2 years, it was absolutely clear that CCS was the winning standard going forward, and that CHAdeMO was going to fall by the wayside for various reasons. One, they couldn't step up to the right power levels. Secondly, the communication they used, a thing called CAN, and CAN was never intended to be outside of the vehicle, so there's no security on that. So you might be able to hack a charge point if you didn't work through those things. So based on all of those things, ultimately, we could see CCS was moving forward as the single standard. What we can say is that other than the first 90-odd Nissan vehicles that came into the country using CHAdeMO, no other vehicle has been brought into South Africa for commercial purposes as a CHAdeMO. So there's a single standard in South Africa for DC charging called CCS, and a single standard for AC charging called Type 2, which is the 2 forms. And those really will be the standards taking us forward for at least the next few years. And maybe it's 10, maybe it's 20. I don't see any big changes coming in that space.
Fantastic. And then I've got a last 2 quick questions before I let you go. I know you're a busy man, Winston. There's a question around how many, off the top of your head, do you know how many EV charging stations are within Gauteng, Grid Car charging stations? And then I know the answer to the second one because I've been to one of them. Any partnerships with the big retail shopping centres, Menlyn Main, Mall of Africa, etc.? I know those 2 mentioned both have Grid Car stations. I've been there, I've seen them. But yeah, if you could just give us some insight into how many public charging stations are currently in Gauteng at the moment.
So Gauteng is a little bit more tricky. I'd have to go and have a proper look at it. I can tell you there's more than 260 odd stations across the country. I'm saying odd because between January and let's say middle of March this year, we would have installed another 33 sites. No, I'm lying, another 38 sites. So it's a rapidly moving deadline, or at least number. So yeah, more than 260 charging stations across the country. I would guess at least 40% of those being in the Gauteng area, and maybe not, because the highways take a big portion of those as well. And then yes, you're correct. We have got agreements with most of the major property companies, and that's just where we've placed charging stations. So certainly we're also very aware of fuel companies and property companies that are looking to develop their own networks, many of them which are working with us to help, or with us advising them on how to build their networks and sharing our experience so that they can get it right and pick the right locations for it. So yes, you'll see more and more in fuel stations, shopping centres, office blocks. They'll be rolling out, I think, I'd like to believe exponentially over the next 5 years.
Fantastic. And then I think the last question, Winston, and I'm going to have to ask one quickly. There's a couple of people asking the dreaded question, Tesla, question mark. Do you foresee Tesla coming into South Africa at some point in the near future? And would Tesla, because obviously Tesla runs their own infrastructure and charging network, what are your insights or thoughts around the Tesla question?
So I think, so will Tesla come to South Africa? Absolutely. I think that'd be stupid not to. We will eventually be a strong market. The Tesla standard is something that was very strong in the beginning with Tesla, whereas Tesla more recently has also moved to CCS. So most of the vehicles now do CCS charging. I think case in point, the Tesla that's down in Port Elizabeth has got a CCS standard that plugs into our charging infrastructure without a problem. So based on that, I would think that coming into a country like South Africa, and this is not just my opinion, we have had some discussion with the people involved in Tesla, and that is that they would certainly not look to building the entire network of their own. And more we're seeing them open up that network to other things worldwide anyway. When will they come to South Africa? I'm disappointed that they haven't already, in that, there's a lot of people that look and say, oh, wow, this is Tesla. For me, I take my hat off to the OEMs that are here. And I don't celebrate a vehicle that is a great vehicle, but currently has not made a commitment to South Africa to actually bring vehicles and help us grow our market locally. So if you want to hold names high, hold high the names of Jaguar, Audi, Mercedes-Benz, all of these, Volvo, everybody that has brought vehicles into the country now, while it's not that popular, and have forged that market and done that. When Tesla comes to South Africa, they're not going to be leaders like they were in the rest of the world. They're going to be followers. They're going to be following the success of the other people that are already here.
Fantastic. Winston, thank you so very, very much. I've got a flurry of questions which I'll try and get through to them. I've got one or two people asking how do they work for Grid Cars. I'm pointing them to your website to go and get in touch with you. So I'm sure you might get a couple of CVs. But thank you very, very much, sir, for your time. It's been an absolute privilege. I think we could talk for hours on end about the opportunities. But credit to Grid Cars for supporting other infrastructure providers and having such an open mindset, and also for taking the plunge. And I think there's many people just saying thank you, Grid Cars, for leading the way, so to speak. So thank you to yourself. I know on a personal level it's been a long journey for you. So well done. And thank you again for being our broadcast sponsor of EMCSA 2022. We really appreciate the support.
Absolute pleasure, and thank you, Rob. I think it's an exciting conference. I can't wait to see this conference growing over the years. I think it's really going to be a landmark of South African e-mobility in showing off where we are, how we're going, driving that positive message around electric mobility. So thank you for all of the effort that you and your team have put in as well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Winston. That is Winston Jordan, the Managing Director of Grid Cars, our broadcast sponsor of EMCSA 2022, giving us a rundown of the current network within South Africa, as well as some of the thoughts around just the general e-mobility space. Really, really interesting that he is talking about how they're supporting other players coming into the space, encouraging other people to get into the space, and approaching it with the mentality of the more people in the space, the bigger the pie is for everyone, and the more it can grow. Listening to him talk about things like risk mitigation, it's really a collaborative attitude instead of one of it's all mine and we're going to keep it all. So that's really exciting, and it gives us good hope for the future. We are going to quickly go to a 1-minute break where we've got some exciting footage of an all-electric drag race brought to you by Autotrader, our presenting sponsor. And then we will come back with Nhlanhla Mazibuko, who is the founder of Mazibuko Motors. We spoke to him last year about the launch of their Mazibuko Motors, and we're hoping to get an update from him this year of where they are. So to give us a moment or two, and while we get him on board, please enjoy this exciting content from Autotrader.
We're about to smoke these fools.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yes! Come on!
Come on!
Yes! Come on! Come on! Off the brakes! Recharging the batteries!
That was a catch.
We let them think they were gonna get it. That's a catch and pass. That's a catch and pass because we didn't use launch control.
Oh man. We cleaned up on the IT. I didn't expect that.
You only just made it. Just made it, Jag.
Oh, the Jag for the win, baby!
I did not expect that.
We won the race, but also it took 4 years before it decided, okay, we're going. Because you didn't want me to do track mode, because you don't trust me.
No, it's not about track mode.
This is all on you.
Take your foot off that brake. No.
My foot didn't touch the brake, so what I did was to cheat it. I didn't touch the brake at all. From the time I put it into drive,
you didn't
dynamic.
ease the accelerator in, did you?
What? No, you didn't. Now you're giving me information now.
No, you must put it flat.
I did. I flattened it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. We won the race. Don't forget that. Did you see me win the race? Did no one see me win the race? We won the race.
We didn't see nothing.
What?
You did what? Sorry, what?
Oh, no, I didn't expect you guys to see, because you were watching your battery. You were watching how much power. You were watching your battery life instead of watching the race.
Well, what you don't realize is that when you floor this cab, it's got the reverse effect and charges the battery.
Lick your lips, because that fool must be stinging at some point. Wait, I'm not ready. Wait. Okay, I'm in drive. Let's close these windows for drag.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
Now we're going, man. Who's talking now? Who's saying anything now?
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby.
Ah! That's 103. That's 120. That's 136. That's 144. That's the 1/8 mile.
Come on, man. Come on. You guys are disrespecting Mini Coopers like this. Come on, look how close we are.
Kill them, destroy them, write my name, Jason Jaguar Goliath, on your breastplates. We don't care about being overweight. We got power, baby. Power beats a diet 7 days a week. You decide. Do you want carbs or do you want power?
And I choose power.
I choose both. I choose both.
Oh, no.
Destruction Boys. That's our name when we're together. You call us DB for short, like DB Board Electricity. You see what I'm doing here? I'm working, people. I'm working. Team DB.
No.
Destruction Boys, DB Board. Come on. Too easy.
That was too easy.
Now I'm accelerating and getting over myself. I'm not thinking about this battery life.
Yes.
I'm putting this thing back in economy modes.
Because it's a long game.
Eco. There we go. Eco.
Okay, that wasn't our best run.
That is not obvious. That's trying things.
It timed out, like switched off.
I think he knew he was gonna lose.
Okay, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go.
was a little bit better than I did. But we are literally neck and neck. I can literally see her. She's just laughing. It's literally neck and neck.
Oh,
I am not. Oh, she's pulling away ever so slightly. She's pulling ever so slightly.
I even wanted to.
And I stopped. Oh, she stopped even better.
Yes! I'm so happy.
Whatever. I got beaten by a girl.
Some say that EVs are quick off the mark, but we wanted to put this to the test under the South African sky. Introducing what is arguably one of South Africa's favorite performance hatchbacks, sporting a 2-litre turbocharged petrol engine that produces 228 kilowatts and 400 newton meters of torque, endowing it with a 0 to 100 time in just 4.8 seconds. It is, of course, the Volkswagen Golf 7.5R.
Okay, about to race. Listen to that. Listen to that. Unnecessary. Unnecessary. We don't need all of this noise here.
That's a Golf 7.5R against a 2021 electric Mini.
You know what's weird is he thinks that he's going to. I don't know if you guys.
No, look. So electric power. I think for the first probably 40 meters you'll be ahead.
Yep.
But you gotta climb it all the way down.
The problem is he also told us that this is a stock Golf. I don't think it's stock. So this is Naz. He believes that he's going to take us down, but people have underestimated this Mini. It's in devil mode right now. This is a maxi. Sure. It's not a Mini.
That it's in devil mode.
You don't want to give up now, bruh. You're not going to launch. Do whatever you need to do. Put all your settings on, because I'm not scared.
Look at his face. His face is like, yeah, okay.
He was gone from the word girl.
I don't understand.
Well,
I don't understand. What?
There's a limit.
Don, are you planning on losing absolutely everything today? Hey, Don, what's your strategy? Be consistently the last.
3, 2, 1, time!
Go! Yes! Yes!
Here we
Yes!
go!
Yes!
Here we go! Here he comes! Here he comes! No, we're gonna beat him! We're gonna beat him! We're gonna beat him! Ah!
I haven't watched the camera. I'm so excited. We killed it.
We killed it! They're gonna beat.
Yes.
They got beat.
Woo!
I think we crossed the line together, but I mean, it's fine. It's fine.
It was like this. I mean.
Yeah. Let's talk strategy. Strategy number one is, and this is very important. Okay, it's embarrassing for some, but if you're gonna win, look cute.
Okay.
I saw this in the Fast and the Furious. Those guys ended the race, not a drop of perspiration. Looking, you know when you look like you've just been powdered.
Yes.
Now I've got sunblock plus cholesterol. It creates a glycerine-like effect on one side.
Check the forehead.
So step one, check your forehead. Make sure there's no hot spots.
Okay.
No, you want hotspot only on Wi-Fi, not on your forehead. Step two, press the accelerator and let the Jag do its work. 100%. Can somebody get some tissues for the owner of the GTI after I ruin his life? But that's why we let the call start with confidence. You raise the money, you feel good. You phone your friends, you say, yeah, I just smashed the moon. Then you're going to raise the PM, you're like, it was close. Now you're going to feel, then you're selling it. You're phoning Auto Trader to say, can I list my 7.5? I have a 7.5. Can I list it independently on your auto trading? Yes, I can. Thank you very much. How many pictures do you require? Oh, only 2. Done. I'm doing it from my phone. Now I've auto traded a 7.5 because from 7.5 you go to EV, electric. Bye. I know I had to say bye, but I had to end that call.
Yes, you have to end the call.
I'm not supposed to be in this car, right? But because we're racing against my competition, I just want to feel what it's like just to win a little bit. Okay? Just, you know what, Naz, let's go. You guys are wasting our time. Burning fuel here.
But wait, gotta focus. Gotta focus. We're about to take on the Golf 7.5R.
3, 2, 1, time!
Lean on the side, Tom. But you're pulling him. You're gapping him everywhere. Stop pulling. Stop pulling. He's still not coming up. Come on, baby! 6, too easy. It's too easy. I don't need to be cheesy. 3 for 3. By DB, you can't see me. My goodness, John Cena for what?
Oh, man. Oh,
Shame. Imagine going and buying a GTI, right? You go to the garage, you fill the tank until automatic click. Then something that plugs in the same as your damn toaster leaves you on a drag strip, and your friends are watching.
Ah, no.
And your friends are watching, and your Golf is not stock; it's got mags, which means it leads us to suspiciously suspect that there are other tinkerings. Now you've got a Golf 7.5 plus Aeromet, and then you were clapped by something with a wall plug, with a switch. George Jetson will show you a flame, my friend. A flame. Don't underestimate EV.
Oh, man.
He's gonna complain that I jumped. Sorry, man, you're breaking up?
You're such a jumper.
Your signal, you're in South Sea. I can't. Just put your hand up, I can't. The signal.
Wait.
The signgle.
Make this a whole thing on Insta.
The signal.
How Jason jumped.
So let me close. You don't need to hear this. That's a Golf 7.5. I mean, the guy may as well be called Mr. Flintstone. You know what I mean? What happens is, because the electricity, you must remember, there's no lag. It's like going from dial-up to 5G. So 5G still had lag. There's 7.5. You see, they still had lag. So I saw the signal before he did, and that's why I was gone. Because you also came with that story of you jumped, and I was just like, my man, I jumped into the future of technology while you stayed in the past on the line. And his complaints would have been valid if he was catching up to me at any point. But was the 7.5 catching up? I think it's a Golf 5.5. I think this feels like 2007 being raced against. I'm just saying there may be a beautiful blue Golf 7.5R on Auto Trader at a phenomenal price. Look out for the one with black rims, and if he says it's never been raced,
So we're going to do two things. One, brake test, see how after a quarter mile the car slows down. And then second, which I'm most excited for, is dragging this 7.5 Golf R. Does 0 to 100 apparently in 4.8 seconds. The I-Pace does 0 to 100 in 4.5 if you can get your foot on the throttle fast enough.
Are you ready? Good afternoon. So that was some exciting content from Auto Trader. Thank you very much to them for providing that to us. Great to see just some great drag races. Everyone likes a little bit of performance and seeing those EVs perform really, really well. Unfortunately, our next two speakers, we're gonna try and slot them into tomorrow's program. They are experiencing a few technical difficulties dialing in, and unfortunately, they don't seem to be able to be coming right. So we are going to be slotting Mr. Nhlanhla Mazibuko as well as Mr. Nishan Naika into tomorrow's program. So tomorrow's going to be a jam-packed day, 2 extra speakers. As well as that, we'll be starting the day at 9 o'clock, where I will be giving a welcome, as well as being joined by our guest in studio, starting day 2. That starts at 9 o'clock. And then we kick in with Dr. Martin Davies, who's an automotive sector leader from Deloitte Africa. On to George Minnie, my co-host this morning from Autotrader, who's going to be talking about South Africa's digital transformation risk, a steepening EV adoption curve, which we've been talking about, that curve when the longer it takes us to start adopting to EVs, the steeper that curve is going to be. And then some other highlights from tomorrow's talks. We're going to have Gaylor Montmasson-Clare, who's a senior economist from TIPS, talking to us around supporting the development of the NEV industrial chain in South Africa. I know people have been asking about that. Gideon Neetling from the company engineer for Golden Arrow Bus Services, giving us an update on what they are doing, introducing electric buses in South Africa. On to the afternoon, we'll have Greg Blanford, who is the director of Rubicon, talking about localization and the circular economy. And we'll be going on with Dr. Philip Nyanela, who's the Deputy Director of Green Industries, National Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, DTIC, and talking to us about South Africa's policy responses to e-mobility. And finally, we'll be closing EMCSA 2022 with De Villiers Buerta, who is a Director of Grid Cars, talking about the transition to EV manufacturing. Can South Africa, I should say, afford for this to be a distant dream? And I think that's a lot of people asking questions around manufacturing. Obviously, the automotive manufacturing sector in South Africa is a major contributor to employment, and how we're going to see that grow. And can South Africa, we cannot afford for this to be a distant dream. So unfortunately, that is the end of day 1 for EMCSA 2022. We've been proudly broadcast by Grid Cars and brought to you by our presenting media partner, Autotrader, as well as our supporting sponsor, Katia Automotive. We'd like to thank all of you for joining us today. Please remember, we continue tomorrow, 9 o'clock sharp, we will start. The links will be open from 8:30 for you to join, and we will be slotting in our 2 afternoon speakers that unfortunately weren't able to join us, Mr. Nhlanhla Mazibuko, as well as Nishan Naika, into tomorrow's program. So tomorrow is going to be a jam-packed day. Please make sure that you save those links and join us tomorrow for more e-mobility and electrifying content from EMCSA 2022. From myself, Rob Walker, thank you very much for tuning in. We wish you a great day and a happy 1st of March wherever you are. Thank you very much and goodbye.